In this video, we'll be exploring the full story of Catelyn Stark's life and her perspective throughout A Game of Thrones. Since we'll be focusing solely on Catelyn's chapters, some major events involving other characters will be left out. To provide context, we'll include brief summaries of key events happening elsewhere at the start of each chapter. On the right side of the screen, we'll use vertical footage to highlight scenes from the show, while images will be used to illustrate details from the books. With that said, let's begin. The life of Catelyn Stark. Catelyn was born in 264 AC at Riverrun as the eldest daughter of Lord Hoster Tully of House Tully and his wife Minninsa Went. She was ceremoniously anointed with the 7 sacred oils and formally named in Riverrun's sept. Though initially the heir, apparent due to the early death of her 2 older brothers in infancy, her status changed with the arrival of her younger brother, Edmure. Catelyn also had a younger sister, Lysa, who was 2 years her junior. Tragically, her mother passed away during childbirth along with her newborn brother. Catelyn's childhood was spent roaming the halls of Riverrun. She shared a close bond with her sister Lysa and was often in the company of her younger siblings and Petyr Baelish, a ward of her father. During times when their father was preoccupied and their mother unwell, they found solace and guidance in their uncle Brendan Tully. The death of her mother thrust early responsibilities upon her to act as the Lady of Riverrun. Catelyn enjoyed a particularly close relationship with her father, who valued her above all his children. He was the one who taught her how to ride in the woods of Riverrun. Whenever he left for court or to lead battles, he would ask Catelyn to keep watch for his return from the castle battlements, a task she took to heart. As he aged, Catelyn would read to him in his private study. Catelyn and Lysa not only shared a childhood, but also countless adventures. They once tricked Petyr into eating mud pies, leading to a memorable bout of illness for him. Their youthful explorations included innocent kissing games in the Godswood, where Catelyn drew the line at Petyr's more bold advances, unlike Lysa, who was amused by them. Many travels with their father included visits to the farmed inn at the crossroads and playful days at Oldstones, where they pretended to be legendary figures from the past. One foggy return from Seaguard saw Catelyn and Lysa lost in the mist, only to be found by Petyr, cementing their childhood filled with both mischief and camaraderie. When Catelyn was around 12, sometime in 276 AC, she was betrothed to Brandon Stark, the heir to Winterfell. She was thrilled with the match and even thanked her father for arranging such a prestigious union. Not everyone was happy though. Petyr Baelish, who had grown up as a ward in her father's household, had secretly fallen in love with her. While Catelyn saw him as nothing more than a little brother, he had much stronger feelings. During one of the feasts at Riverrun, when Lord Blackwood and Bracken were visiting to settle an old dispute, Catelyn danced 6 times with Petyr. He took that as encouragement and tried to kiss her, but she laughed and pushed him away. Embarrassed and heartbroken, Petyr drowned his sorrows in wine and ended up being carried to bed by Catelyn's uncle, Sir Brendan Tully. That night, Lysa, Catelyn's younger sister, sneaked into Petyr's chambers and slept with him. Unfortunately, Petyr was so drunk that he thought he was with Catelyn and even called Lysa Cat before passing out. Years later, when Catelyn's wedding to Brandon was officially announced in 282 AC, Petyr did something reckless. He challenged Brandon to a duel for her hand. Catelyn had no interest in Petyr's affections and refused to give him her favor, choosing Brandon instead. She did, however, beg Brandon not to kill Petyr, and he agreed. Even so, the duel was brutal. Petyr was gravely wounded, and Catelyn was convinced he wouldn't survive. But he did. Barely. He was given 2 weeks to recover at Riverrun before being sent away, and Catelyn never went to see him, not even to say goodbye. Brandon soon left Riverrun as well, promising to return for their wedding, but fate had other plans. While on his way back, he received news that his sister, Lyanna Stark, had disappeared, presumably taken by Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. Furious, he rode straight to King's Landing, demanding her return. Instead, he was arrested by King Aerys II. When his father, Lord Rickard Stark, came to demand justice in a trial by combat, the Mad King executed them both. Brandon was dead, and with war brewing, Catelyn's future changed in an instant. Peter sent her a letter, but she burnt it without reading. Meanwhile, her father arranged a new betrothal, this time to Brandon's younger brother, Eddard Stark, the new Lord of Winterfell. Catelyn Tully married Lord Eddard Stark right after the rebels' victory at the Battle of the Bells, though she had never actually met him before their wedding day. The ceremony was a double wedding, with her sister, Lysa, marrying the much older Lord Jon Arryn at the same time. Both Eddard and Jon were significant figures in the rebellion, and within a fortnight of their marriages, they were called back to battle, leaving Catelyn behind at Riverrun. During that time apart, Catelyn discovered she was pregnant from their wedding night, and she later gave birth to their first child, Robb, in 283 AC at Riverrun, assisted by Maester Luwin. Once the war was over, Catelyn and baby Robb made their journey to their new home in Winterfell. There, she was taken aback to find that Eddard had already brought his illegitimate son, Jon Snow, into the household. While Catelyn understood that men sometimes fathered children outside of marriage, Jon's presence at Winterfell, especially before her own arrival, was a painful blow. Eddard's insistence on raising Jon at Winterfell and his refusal to discuss the boy's mother only added to the tension between them. Catelyn felt threatened by Jon's presence, fearing that his children might one day challenge her own children's rights to Winterfell. This situation was exasperated by whispers she heard around Winterfell about Ashara Dane, a lady from Dorne who some believed to be Jon's mother. When she confronted Eddard about it, his stern reaction terrified her. It was the only time she felt truly scared of him, and Ashara's name was never mentioned again at Winterfell. Despite these rocky beginnings and the initial awkwardness because Eddard had been betrothed to her sister, Catelyn and Eddard's marriage grew into a deep, loving partnership over the years. They had 4 more children, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon, all delivered by Luwin. As the Lady of Winterfell, Catelyn gradually became acquainted with the Northern Lords and even comforted others who felt out of place, like Lady Lynesse Hightower, sharing her own experiences of adapting to Northern life. To help her feel more at home, Eddard even had a small sept built at Winterfell so she could continue to practice her Southern faith. Catelyn is often described as a classic beauty, embodying the signature traits of House Tully, with her fair skin, thick auburn hair, and deep blue eyes. She has long fingers and high, fine cheekbones, features that remind her uncle, Sir Brendan Tully, of her mother, Minissa of House Went. Most of her children, particularly Robb, Bran, Rickon, and Sansa, share her Tully coloring. Sansa closely resembles Catelyn, while Arya takes after her father, Lord Eddard Stark. Catelyn is a bit shorter than her younger brother Sir Edmure and just slightly taller than her eldest son, Robb. Catelyn lives by the Tully motto, family, duty, honor. She is proud, honorable, and known for her honesty, though she sometimes appears aloof towards the small folk. Her approach to life emphasizes duty over personal desires, and she is profoundly protective of her family, a trait that everyone around her recognizes and respects. Her uncle, Brendan the Blackfish Tully, regards her as wise, and even Tyrion Lannister has noted her cunning. Her relationship with Jon Snow is strained. She sees him as an outsider in the Stark family and has never fully forgiven Eddard for bringing him into their home. Jon himself feels somewhat alienated at Winterfell, not just because of Catelyn, but also due to his status as a bastard. Similarly, Theon Greyjoy, who was taken as a ward by Eddard after the Greyjoy Rebellion, senses that Catelyn treats him more like a hostage than a member of the household. Catelyn is a devout follower of the faith of the Seven. Her wardrobe typically reflects her noble status, consisting of elegant gowns and a woolen dress in the Tully colors of red and blue. Unfortunately, this is all the background we have on Catelyn Stark before the events of A Game of Thrones, which took place in 298 AC, which currently makes Catelyn 34 years old. Now, to take a closer look at her character, we'll go through each of her chapters in the book, comparing them to how they were portrayed in the show. Along the way, we'll provide our own analysis, discussing what was adapted well and what might have been handled differently. Let's begin. Before we get into Catelyn 1, let's quickly recap what's happened so far in A Game of Thrones. The book opens with a chilling prologue, where 3 Rangers of the Night's Watch track a group of wildlings beyond the wall, only to come face to face with the others, revealing that an ancient threat is stirring in the far north. In Bran 1, we shift to Winterfell, where Lord Eddard Stark carries out an execution for a Night's Watch deserter, teaching Bran an important lesson about duty. On the way home, Jon Snow and Robb Stark discover 6 orphan direwolf pups, 1 for each Stark child, including Jon. With all that setting the stage, it's time to dive into Catelyn 1. Catelyn 1. Catelyn had never felt at home in this Godswood. She had grown up as a Tully at Riverrun, far to the south along the Red Fork of the Trident, where the Godswood was more like a well-kept garden. There, tall redwoods cast dappled shadows over gentle streams, bird filled the air with song from hidden perches, and the breeze carried the sweet aroma of flowers. But the Godswood at Winterfell was nothing like that. It was older, darker, primordial. 3 untouched acres of ancient forest remained as the great castle had risen around it over thousands of years. The smell was of damp soil and decay. There were no redwoods here. Instead, the wood was dense with gnarled ironwoods, towering oaks, and stubborn sentinel trees cloaked in grey-green needles. Thick black trunks stood shoulder to shoulder, and twisted branches wore a heavy canopy that let in little light. The roots below were tangled and misshapen. It was a place of silence and shadows, sacred to gods who had no names. Still, she knew she would find Ned here tonight. After every execution, he always retreated to the Godswood to find quiet. Unlike her husband, Catelyn had been raised in the faith. She had been anointed with the 7 oils and named in the Sept of Riverrun, beneath stained glass that cast the 7 colors of light. Her family, like many in the South, worshipped the 7, their faces as familiar to her as those of her own parents. Worship meant a septon swinging a censer, the scent of incense, songs rising in a 7-sided sanctuary filled with crystal light. The Tullys had a Godswood too, like all noble houses, but it was more leisure than prayer, a peaceful place to walk, read, or sit in the sun. Faith belonged in the Sept. Ned, ever thoughtful, had built her own small sept at Winterfell, where she could honor the 7. But the Starks came from the first men, and the old gods still held sway over them. They were nameless, faceless, bound to the earth and the forest, and remembered by carved faces in ancient trees. At the heart of Winterfell's grove stood a weirwood. Its roots curled around the cold black pool. The heart tree, Ned called it. The bark was pale as bone, its leaves a deep red like 1,000 bloody handprints. In its trunk, a face had been carved, long, mournful, with deep-set eyes that seeped red sap and watched in eerie silence. Those eyes had seen the ages. If the legends were true, they had gazed on Brandon the Builder himself, watching as Winterfell rose stone by stone. The children of the forest were said to have carved such faces during the earliest ages, long before the first men crossed the sea. In the south, nearly all weirwoods had been destroyed 1,000 years ago, save for the sacred Isle of Faces, still guarded by the Green Men. But in the north they remained. Every castle had its godswood, every godswood its heart tree, and every heart tree a face. Catelyn found Ned beneath the heart tree, seated on a stone blanketed in moss. Ice, his greatsword, lay across his lap, and he was washing it in the pool's still black waters. The thick layer of old hummus muffled her footsteps as she approached, but she couldn't shake the sense that the carved eyes of the tree were following her. "Ned," she said softly. He looked up. "Catelyn," he replied, his tone calm and formal. "Where are the children?" He always asked that first. In the kitchen, arguing about names for the wolf pups. She laid her cloak across the ground and sat beside the pool, turning her back to the weirwood. Though the eyes still seemed to stare, she tried not to let them bother her. Arya is already in love and Sansa is charmed and gracious, but Rickon is not quite sure. "Is he afraid?" Ned asked. "A little," she admitted. "He is only 3. He must learn to face his fears. He will not be 3 forever, and winter is coming." "Yes," she agreed quietly. Those words always gave her a shiver. The Stark words. Every noble family had its saying, a motto, a boast, a prayer. Most spoke of honor, loyalty, courage. The Stark said only, "Winter is coming." Once again, she found herself reflecting on how peculiar these Northerners were. "The man died well, I'll give him that," Ned said. He held a piece of oiled leather and gently ran it along the length of the greatsword, polishing the blade until it gleamed darkly. "I was glad for Bran's sake. You would have been proud of Bran." "I am always proud of Bran," Catelyn replied, her gaze lingering on the sword as Ned ran the cloth along its length. The light caught on the blade, revealing the rippling patterns deep within the steel. Marks from where the metal had been folded and reforged time and time again. Though she had never cared for weapons, even Catelyn had to admit that ice held a certain stark beauty. It had been forged in Valyria, long before the Doom, during an age when smiths had woven spells into steel as they hammered it. The sword was 4 centuries old, yet still as sharp as the day it had been made. Its name, Ice, was older still, a legacy of the Age of Heroes, when House Stark ruled as kings in the north. "He was the 4th this year," Ned said with quiet grimness. "The poor man was half mad. Something had put a fear in him so deep that my words could not reach him." He sighed, wearied. "Ben writes that the strength of the Night's Watch is down below 1,000. It's not only desertions. They are losing men on rangings as well." "Is it the wildlings?" she asked. "Who else?" Ned replied, raising ice and eyeing the length of its cold steel. "And it will only grow worse. The day may come when I have no choice but to call the banners and ride north to deal with this king beyond the wall for good and all." Beyond the wall? The thought alone sent a chill through her. She shivered at the idea, and Ned, noticing, met her eyes. "Mance Rayder is nothing for us to fear." "There are darker things beyond the wall," Catelyn murmured, glancing behind her. The face carved in the weirwood watched with its red, sap-weeping eyes. The pale bark seemed to listen, to brood. His smile was gentle. "You listen to too many of old Nan's stories. The others are as dead as the children of the forest, gone 8,000 years. Maester Luwin will tell you they never lived at all. No living man has ever seen one." "Until this morning, no living man had ever seen a direwolf either," Catelyn reminded him. "I ought to know better than to argue with a Tully," Ned said with a rueful smile. He slid ice back into its sheath. "You did not come here to tell me crib tales. I know how little you like this place. What is it, my lady?" Catelyn reached for his hand. "There was grievous news today, my lord. I did not wish to trouble you until you had cleansed yourself." There was no gentle way to say it, so she told him plainly. "I am so sorry, my love. Jon Arryn is dead." His eyes locked onto hers, and she saw the pain hit him, just as she had known it would. Jon Arryn had been like a second father to Ned during his youth at the Eyrie, where he had fostered alongside Robert Baratheon. When King Aerys had called for their heads, Jon had chosen rebellion rather than betray the boys he had raised. And 15 years ago, that father figure had become his brother, when they had stood together in Riverrun Sept to marry the daughters of Lord Hoster Tully. "Jon," he said, "is this news certain?" "It was the king's seal, and the letter is in Robert's own hand. I saved it for you." He said Lord Arryn was taken quickly. Even Maester Pycelle was helpless, but he brought the milk of the poppy, so Jon did not linger long in pain. That is some small mercy, I suppose, Ned said. She could see the sorrow etched across his face, yet even through the grief, his first thought was for others. Your sister, he asked, and Jon's boy, what word of them? The message said only that they were well and had returned to the Eyrie, Catelyn answered. I wish they had gone to Riverrun instead. The Eyrie is high and lonely, and it was ever her husband's place, not hers. Lord Jon's memory will haunt each stone. I know my sister. She needs the comfort of family and friends around her. Your uncle waits in the Vale, does he not? Jon named him Knight of the Gate, I'd heard. Catelyn nodded. Brendan will do what he can for her, and for the boy. That is some comfort, but still. Go to her, Ned urged. Take the children, fill her halls with noise and shouts and laughter. That boy of hers needs other children about him, and Lysa should not be alone in her grief. Would that I could, Catelyn said. The letter had other tidings. The king is riding to Winterfell to seek you out. It took a moment for Ned to register her words, but when he did, the heaviness in his face lifted. Robert is coming here. She nodded, and a wide smile broke across his face. Catelyn wished she could return it, but she had overheard things in the yard. Ominous whispers about a direwolf found dead in the snow, with a broken antler lodged in its throat. A coil of dread wound tighter in her belly. Still, she forced a smile for the man she loved. This man who dismissed signs and omens as superstition. I knew that would please you, she said. We should send word to your brother on the wall. Yes, of course, Ned agreed. Ben will want to be here. I shall tell Maester Luwin to send his swiftest bird. He rose and pulled her gently to her feet. Damnation, how many years has it been? And he gives us no more notice than this? How many in his party did the message say? I should think 100 knights at the least, with all their retainers, and half again as many free riders. Cersei and the children travel with them. Robert will keep an easy pace for their sakes, he said. It is just as well, and that will give us more time to prepare. The Queen's brothers are also in the party, she told him. Ned grimaced. Catelyn understood that reaction. There had never been much warmth between Ned and the Queen's kin. The Lannisters of Castle Rock had joined Robert's rebellion late, once the war was nearly won, and Ned had never forgotten, or forgiven. Well, if the price for Robert's company is an infestation of Lannisters, so be it. It sounds as though Robert is bringing half his court. Where the king goes, the realm follows, she said. It'll be good to see the children. The youngest was still sucking at the Lannister woman's teat the last I saw him. He must be what, 5 by now? Prince Tommen is 7, she told him, the same age as Bran. Please, Ned, guard your tongue. The Lannister woman is our queen, and her pride is said to grow with every passing year. Ned gave her hand a squeeze. There must be a feast, of course, with singers, and Robert will want to hunt. I shall send Jory south with an honor guard to meet them on the King's Road and escort them back. Gods, how are we going to feed them all? On his way already, you said. Damn the man. Damn his royal hide. In Catelyn 1, there are several key differences between the book and the HBO adaptation. The episode opens with a scene in King's Landing that doesn't exist in the novel. We're introduced to Cersei and Jaime Lannister as they stand over Jon Arryn's corpse, worrying about what he might have discovered. In the book, that conversation doesn't happen until Bran 2, when Bran accidentally catches them in the Winterfell Tower. The entire King's Landing opening is the show's invention, a way to introduce the Lannisters early and set the tone of political intrigue. Another invented moment is Jaime casually mentioning that he once jumped off the cliffs of Castle Rock. There's no reference to this daredevil story in the books. Meanwhile, the conversation between Ned and Catelyn includes topics like Mance Rayder and the Night's Watch, with Ned even suggesting he might have to call the banners and march north. That's another show-only addition. In the book, Mance isn't mentioned at all this early. The show also rearranges the reveal that Lysa Arryn has fled to the Eyrie. In the novel, we learn about Lysa's departure a little later, and there are a few quiet details that just get left out entirely. Catelyn wonders why her sister didn't go to Riverrun to be with family, and Ned remarks that Sir Brendan Tully is already at the Eyrie and might comfort her. He even suggests Catelyn take the children and visit. What the show can't replicate is Catelyn's inner monologue, particularly her discomfort in the Godswood, a place sacred to the old gods she doesn't worship. On screen, her anxiety is expressed through subtle glances and tone. The dialogue between Ned and Catelyn is slightly trimmed. Ned's dark joke about an infestation of Lannisters coming north is softened, but emotionally the scene plays out in a similar way. A quiet, honest moment between husband and wife as they brace for King Robert's arrival. One final contrast. In the book, Ned is genuinely happy that his old friend is coming to visit. On the show, he already looks burdened by the weight of what's to come. So that's it for our analysis, as well as the differences we have for this chapter. Before we jump into Catelyn 2, let's quickly run through what's happened in A Game of Thrones so far. Across the Narrow Sea, Daenerys 1 introduces us to the exiled princess Daenerys Targaryen, who is preparing to meet Khal Drogo. Her brother, Viserys, is eager to use their marriage as a way to gain a Dothraki army and reclaim the Iron Throne for himself. In Eddard 1, King Robert Baratheon arrives at Winterfell with his entourage, bringing big news for Lord Eddard Stark. He asks Ned to become the new Hand of the King and also suggests that their families unite through marriage, offering a betrothal between Ned's daughter Sansa and his own son, Prince Joffrey. In Jon 1, Jon Snow hangs out at the big feast in Winterfell, catching up with Benjen Stark and Tyrion Lannister. And that's everything you need to know before the start of Catelyn 2. Let's continue. Catelyn 2. Of all the rooms in Winterfell's Great Keep, Catelyn's chambers were the warmest. The heat came not from fire, which she rarely needed to light, but from the natural hot springs coursing beneath the castle. The scalding water flowed through stone channels in the walls, like blood through veins, warding off the cold that clung to the north. It filled the glass gardens with damp warmth, kept the ground soft, and sent steam curling from open pools across a dozen courtyards. In summer, it was a minor comfort. In winter, it was survival. Her bath was always hot, her walls always warm. The heat reminded her of Riverrun, of sunlight, of long days with Lysa and Edmure. But Ned never liked it. He would often tell her the Starks were meant for the cold, and she would laugh and tease him that they had certainly built their castle in the wrong place. So, as always, once they had finished, Ned rose from her bed, crossed the room and threw open the tall, narrow windows, pulling back the heavy tapestries to let in the chill. The wind swirled around him where he stood naked, framed by the dark, empty sky. Catelyn pulled the furs up to her chin and watched him. He seemed smaller in that moment, more vulnerable, like the young man she had wed at the Sept at Riverrun 15 long years ago. Her body still hummed with the memory of him. Her loins ached pleasantly from the force of his need, and she could feel the warmth of his seed still inside her. She hoped it would take root. It had been 3 years since Rickon. She was not yet too old. She could give him another son. "I will refuse him," Ned said suddenly as he turned back to her. His eyes were shadowed, his voice heavy with conflict. Catelyn pushed herself upright. "You cannot. You must not. My duties are here in the north. I have no wish to be Robert's hand." "He will not understand that. He is a king now, and kings are not like other men. If you refuse to serve him, he will wonder why, and sooner or later he will begin to suspect that you oppose him. Can't you see the danger that would put us in?" Ned shook his head, unwilling to believe. "Robert would never harm me or any of mine. We were closer than brothers. He loves me. If I refuse him, he will roar and curse and bluster, and in a week we will laugh about it together. I know the man." "You knew the man," she said. "The king is a stranger to you." She remembered the direwolf found in the snow, a broken antler lodged in its throat. That image haunted her. She needed him to understand. "Pride is everything to a king, my lord. Robert came all this way to see you, to bring you these great honors. You cannot throw them back in his face." "Honors?" Ned laughed bitterly. "In his eyes, yes," she said. "And in yours?" "And in mine," she answered, her voice rising with frustration. Why couldn't he see what was at stake? He offers his own son in marriage to our daughter. What else would you call that? Sansa might someday be queen. Her sons could rule from the Wall to the Mountains of Dawn. What is so wrong with that? Gods, Catelyn. Sansa is only 11, Ned said. And Joffrey. Joffrey is Crown Prince, an heir to the throne, she finished for him. And I was only 12 when my father promised me to your brother Brandon. That name changed Ned's expression. His mouth twisted with grief. Brandon, yes. Brandon would know what to do. He always did. It was all meant for Brandon. You, Winterfell, everything. He was born to be a king's hand and a father to queens. I never asked for this cup to pass to me. Perhaps not, Catelyn said gently, but Brandon is dead, and the cup has been passed, and you must drink from it, like it or not. Ned turned away and looked out the window into the blackness beyond. Perhaps he was staring at the moon and stars, or maybe watching the guards on the wall. Catelyn's anger faded. She could see how deeply it troubled him. He had married her in Brandon's place because duty required it, and though he had been a faithful husband, the ghost of his brother still lingered between them. And so did another, a woman whose name he would not speak, the one who had borne him a bastard. She was about to rise and go to him when a sudden knock echoed through the chamber door. Ned turned from the window, frowning. "What is it?" Desmond's voice came muffled from the wall. "My lord, Maester Luwin is without and begs urgent audience." "You told him I had left orders not to be disturbed?" "Yes, my lord. He insists." "Very well, send him in." Ned crossed to the wardrobe and shrugged on a heavy robe. Only then did Catelyn realize how cold the room had become. She sat up in bed, pulling the furs tightly to her chin. "Perhaps we should close the windows," she suggested. Ned nodded absently as Maester Luwin was shown in. The Maester was a small man, grey in every way. Grey hair, grey robes trimmed with white fur, even sharp grey eyes that missed little. His sleeves were long and wide, and he was constantly tucking things into them or drawing things out. Scrolls, trinkets, toys for the children, strange tools. With all that he stored in his robes, Catelyn often wondered how he managed to lift his arms at all. He waited until the door had closed behind him when he spoke. "My lord," he said to Ned, "pardon for disturbing your rest. I have been left a message." Ned looked displeased. "Been left? By whom? Has there been a rider? I was not told." "There was no rider, my lord, only a carved wooden box left on a table in my observatory while I napped. My servants saw no one, but it must have been brought by someone in the king's party. We have had no other visitors from the south." "A wooden box, you say?" Catelyn asked. "Inside was a fine new lens for the observatory, from Mia by the look of it. The lens crafter of Mia are without equal." Ned frowned, clearly losing patience. Catelyn knew how he hated riddles and games. "A lens," he said. "What has that to do with me?" "I asked the same question," Maester Luwin replied. Clearly, there was more to this than seeming. Beneath the furs, a shiver crept through Catelyn. "A lens is an instrument to help us see." "Indeed it is." Luwin touched the chain tight around his neck, each link forged of a different metal, the mark of his order. The gesture only deepened Catelyn's sense of unease. "What is it that they would have us see more clearly?" "The very thing I asked myself." Maester Luwin reached into his sleeve and pulled out a tightly rolled scroll. "I found the true message concealed within a false bottom when I dismantled the box the lens had come in, but it is not for my eyes." Ned extended his hand. "Let me have it then." But Luwin did not move. "Pardons, my lord. The message is not for you either. It is marked for the eyes of the Lady Catelyn, and her alone. May I approach?" Catelyn gave a small nod, unsure she could speak. The Maester stepped forward and set the letter on the table beside her. It was sealed with a small blob of blue wax. He turned to leave, but Ned's voice stopped him. "Stay," he said firmly, his tone grave. Then he looked to Catelyn. "What is it? My lady, you're shaking." "I'm afraid," she admitted. She reached out with trembling hands to take the letter. The furs slipped from her body, forgotten. She hardly noticed. In the wax seal, she recognized the moon and falcon of House Arryn. "It's from Lysa." She looked at Ned. "It will not make us glad," she warned. "There is grief in this message, Ned. I can feel it." Ned's face darkened. Open it." She broke the seal and scanned the parchment. At first, the words seemed jumbled, meaningless. Then memory returned. "Lysa took no chances. When we were girls together, we had a private language, she and I." "Can you read it?" "Yes," Catelyn admitted. "Then tell us." "Perhaps I should withdraw," Maester Luwin offered. "No," Catelyn said. "We will need your counsel." She threw aside the furs and rose from the bed. The cold air struck her bare skin like a blade as she moved across the room. Maester Luwin turned away politely. Even Ned looked startled. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Lighting a fire," Catelyn told him. She found her dressing gown and slipped it on, then knelt beside the cold hearth. "Maester Luwin," Ned began. "Maester Luwin has delivered all my children," she said calmly. "This is no time for false modesty." She slid the paper among the kindling, then added logs atop it. Ned crossed the room, gripped her by the arm, and pulled her up. He held her close, his face inches from hers. "My lady, tell me, what was this message?" She stiffened under his hold. "A warning," she said softly. "If we have the wits to hear." His eyes searched hers. "Go on." "Lysa says Jon Arryn was murdered." His fingers tightened. "By whom?" "The Lannisters," she told him. "The Queen." Ned let go, and she saw red marks where his fingers had been. He looked shaken. "Gods," he whispered, hoarse. "Your sister is sick with grief. She cannot know what she is saying." "She knows," Catelyn said. "Lysa is impulsive, yes, but this message was carefully planned, cleverly hidden. She knew it meant death if her letter fell into the wrong hands. To risk so much, she must have had more than mere suspicion." She looked at her husband, waiting. "Now we truly have no choice. You must be Robert's hand. You must go south with him and learn the truth." But as Catelyn looked at Ned, she realized at once that he had come to a very different conclusion. "The only truths I know are here. The south is a nest of adders I would do better to avoid." Maester Luwin tugged at the chain tight around his neck where it had chafed his skin. "The hand of the king has great power, my lord. Power to find the truth of Lord Arryn's death, to bring his killers to the king's justice. Power to protect Lady Arryn and her son, if the worst be true." Ned's eyes roamed the bedchamber as though searching for escape. Catelyn's heart ached for him, but she knew this was not the moment to offer comfort. The moment called for resolve. She had to win this fight, for the sake of their children. "You say you love Robert like a brother. Would you leave your brother surrounded by Lannisters?" "The others take both of you," Ned muttered, turning sharply away from them. He stood at the window, staring out into the dark. Neither Catelyn nor the maester spoke. They waited in silence while Eddard Stark took a long, quiet farewell of the home he loved. When he turned back, his voice was low, weighted with sorrow. A faint shimmer of tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. "My father went south once, to answer the summons of a king. He never came home again." "A different time," said Maester Luwin. "A different king." "Yes," Ned replied, dull and distant. He sank into the chair by the hearth. "Catelyn, you shall stay here in Winterfell." His words struck like a chill wind. Her breath caught. "No," she said, suddenly fearful. Was this to be her punishment, left behind, never to see his face again? "Yes," Ned said firmly, in a tone that brooked no refusal. "You must govern the North in my stead, while I run Robert's errands. There must always be a Stark in Winterfell. Robb is 14. Soon enough, he will be a man grown. He must learn to rule, and I will not be here for him. Make him part of your councils. He must be ready for when his time comes." "God's will, not for many years," Maester Luwin murmured. "Maester Luwin, I trust you as I would my own blood. Give my wife your voice in all things great and small. Teach my son the things he needs to know. Winter is coming." The maester nodded solemnly. Then silence fell again, heavy, aching, until Catelyn found the strength to ask the one question she dreaded most. "What of the other children?" Ned rose, came to her, and drew her into his arms. He held her gently, his face close to hers. "Rickon is very young," he said softly. "He should stay here with you and Robb. The others I would take with me." "I could not bear it," Catelyn said, her body trembling. You must, he told her. Sansa must wed Joffrey. That is clear now. We must give them no grounds to suspect our devotion, and it is past time that Arya learned the ways of a southern court. In a few years, she will be of an age to marry too. Catelyn thought of her daughters. Sansa would thrive in the south. She knew that, and perhaps Arya would grow into something softer, more graceful. Slowly, she steeled herself to let them go. But not Bran. Never Bran. Yes, she said, but please, Ned, for the love you bear me, let Bran remain here at Winterfell. He is only 7. I was 8 when my father sent me to foster at the Eyrie, Ned said. So Roderick tells me there is a bad feeling between Robb and Prince Joffrey. That is not healthy. Bran can bridge that distance. He is a sweet boy, quick to laugh, easy to love. Let him grow up with the young princes. Let him become their friend as Robert became mine. Our house will be the safer for it. He was right. She could see that. But it didn't dull the sting. She would lose them all. Ned, her 2 daughters, and even Bran. Only Robb and little Rickon would remain with her. Already she felt the cold echo of loneliness spreading through Winterfell. Keep him off the walls then, she said, her voice steady with effort. You know how Bran loves to climb. Ned kissed the tears from her eyes before they could fall. Thank you, my lady, he whispered. This is hard, I know. What of Jon Snow, my lord? Maester Luwin asked. At the name, Catelyn's body went rigid. Ned felt the change in her and slowly stepped back. She had known about the boy from the start. Many men fathered bastards. She had grown up in a world where that was understood. In the first year of her marriage, when she had heard that Ned had a child by some nameless girl on campaign, she had not been shocked. That year, he had been away at war, and she had remained at Riverrun. Her thoughts had been on her newborn son, not the husband she barely knew. If Ned had taken solace in another's bed, she had accepted it, and expected he would take responsibility for the child. He had done more than provide for the boy. The Starks were not like other men. Ned had brought this bastard home to Winterfell and publicly acknowledged him as son for all the North to see. By the time the wars had ended and Catelyn finally rode north to join her husband, Jon Snow and his wet nurse were already established in the castle. That had cut her more deeply than she had expected. Ned would not speak of the boy's mother, not a word. But a castle keeps few secrets, and Catelyn had heard whispers from the lips of her maids who had them from the soldiers. They spoke of Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, deadliest of Aerys' Kingsguard, and how Ned had slain him in single combat. They said that afterward he had carried Dayne's sword back to a castle called Starfall, where the dead man's sister waited for him, a beautiful woman named Ashara Dayne, tall, fair, with haunting violet eyes. It had taken Catelyn 2 weeks to gather her courage, but one night as they lay in bed, she asked him. She asked him directly. That was the only time in all their years together that Eddard Stark had ever truly frightened her. Never ask me about Jon, he said, cold as the snow outside. He is my blood, and that is all you need to know. And now I will learn where you heard that name, my lady. She had pledged obedience. She told him the truth, and from that day forward, the whispers ceased. No one spoke the name Ashara Dayne in Winterfell again. Whoever Jon's mother had been, Catelyn could only imagine how much Ned must have loved her. For nothing she said would convince him to send the boy away. It was the one thing she could never forgive. She had come to love Ned deeply over the years, but she had never found a place in her heart for Jon Snow. She might have forgiven a dozen bastards if they had been kept far from sight, but Jon had always been there. And as he grew, he began to resemble Ned more than any of their true-born children. Somehow, that only made it worse. Jon must go, she said now. He and Robb are close, Ned replied. I had hoped. He cannot stay here, she said firmly, cutting him off. He is your son, not mine. I will not have him. It was harsh, she knew, but it was the truth. Leaving Jon here would only cause pain, to the boy, to herself, to everyone. Ned looked at her with a pain she hadn't seen in him before. You know I cannot take him south. There will be no place for him at court. A boy with a bastard's name. You know what they will say of him. He shall be shunned." She saw the plea in his eyes and hardened her heart. "They say your friend Robert has fathered a dozen bastards himself, and none of them has ever been seen at court," Ned snapped. "The Lannister woman has seen to that. How can you be so damnably cruel, Catelyn? He is only a boy. His anger flared. He might have said more, worse, but Maester Luwin spoke up before it could go further. "Another solution presents itself," he said, quiet and calm. "Your brother Benjen came to me about Jon a few days ago. It seems the boy aspires to take the Black." Ned blinked in surprise. "He asked to join the Night's Watch?" Catelyn held her tongue. Let him think it through on his own. Her words would not help him right now. In her heart, she silently thanked the Maester. It was the perfect answer. Benjen Stark was a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. Jon would become his charge, the son he would never father. And in time, Jon would take the oath as well, renouncing land and title. He would never produce children who might one day challenge her own for Winterfell. "There is great honor in service on the wall, my lord," Maester Luwin said. "And even a bastard may rise high in the Night's Watch," Ned murmured. Yet his voice held a trace of hesitation. "Jon is so young. If he asked this when he was a man grown, that would be one thing. But a boy of 14... "A hard sacrifice," said Maester Luwin. "Yet these are hard times, my lord. His road is no crueler than yours or your lady's." Catelyn thought of the daughters she would lose, of sweet Bran, of Ned. It took everything not to speak. Ned turned back to the window, silent and somber, gazing out into the cold northern light. He stood that way for a long moment. Then he sighed and looked at the Maester. "Very well," he said. "I suppose it is for the best. I will speak to Ben." "When shall we tell Jon?" Maester Luwin asked. "When I must. Preparations must be made. It will be a fortnight before we are ready to depart. I would sooner let Jon enjoy these last few days. Summer will end soon enough, and childhood as well. When the time comes, I will tell him myself." So, in Catelyn 2, the differences between book and show become more pronounced, especially in tone and character motivation. In George R.R. Martin's novel, the scene opens with Catelyn and Ned in bed together, completely at ease after making love. When Maester Luwin suddenly enters with urgent news, Catelyn rises from the bed naked, unfazed. She casually remarks that it's of no concern. After all, Luwin has delivered all her children. This detail adds a layer of intimacy and familiarity to Winterfell's world that the show avoids. In the HBO version, Catelyn is modestly dressed in a sleeping gown, and the mood is much more somber and restrained. Another striking change is the delivery and content of Lysa Arryn's letter. In the show, the letter is handed over by a messenger and openly states that the Lannisters murdered Jon Arryn. But in the book, it's far more cryptic. The message arrives mysteriously, left in Maester Luwin's observatory by an unknown courier. It's concealed inside a box with a false bottom and written in a secret code only Catelyn and Lysa would understand. This subtle difference emphasizes the atmosphere of secrecy and growing paranoia that's already creeping into the story, something the show simplifies for clarity. Perhaps the most important shift, however, lies in how the letter influences Ned's decision. In the book, Ned is deeply reluctant to accept Robert's offer to become Hand of the King. He's content ruling the North and distrusts Southern politics. It's Catelyn, after reading her sister's warning, who persuades him to go, insisting that someone they trust must investigate what's really happened in King's Landing. But in the show, the effect of the letter is reversed. Catelyn becomes visibly distressed and begs Ned not to accept the position, fearing that the capital is too dangerous. The motivations of both characters are flipped, which has a quiet but significant impact on how we interpret their dynamic and the stakes of the journey. Finally, there's a small but telling omission in the show. In the book, Ned initially plans to take young Bran with him to King's Landing, even offering to foster him there. This plan is derailed only after Bran's devastating fall. The show drops this entirely, keeping Bran at Winterfell from the outset and focusing instead on Arya and Sansa accompanying Ned. It's a subtle difference, but it adds another layer of tragedy to Bran's fate in the books. He would have been spared had he left with Ned. So that's it for our analysis as well as the differences we have for this chapter. Before we dive into Catelyn 3, let's catch up on what's been happening in A Game of Thrones. Arya 1 sees Arya skipping out on her needlework to watch the boys spar with swords in the yard. Things take a dramatic turn in Bran 2, where Bran, while climbing the towers at Winterfell, catches Jaime and Cersei Lannister in a compromising position and overhears them plotting, which leads to Jaime pushing him out the window when he's spotted. In Tyrion 1, Tyrion links up with his nephew Joffrey, making sure he shows some respect to the Starks before he joins his sibling at breakfast to relay that Bran might survive. Jon 2 is all about goodbyes. Jon bids farewell to Bran, still in a coma, then Robb and finally Arya, to whom he gives a Braavosi-type sword. In Daenerys 2, the wedding of Drogo and Daenerys Targaryen in Pentos goes on all day, and at night Drogo takes Daenerys for a long ride and they share an intimate moment. In Eddard 2, Ned and King Robert talk about the potential danger of Daenerys Targaryen's marriage and what it could mean for the realm. Their conversation also drifts to the past, revisiting the events of the sack of King's Landing and the choices that were made in the aftermath of Robert's rebellion. In Tyrion 2, as they head north, Tyrion and Jon Snow have a heated debate about what life really is like on the Wall. And that's all you need to know to get set for the twists and turns of Catelyn 3. Let's get into it. Catelyn 3. 8 days had passed since Ned and the girls had left Winterfell. One night, Maester Luwin entered Bran's sick room carrying a reading lamp and the household accounts. "It is past time we reviewed the figures, my lady," he said gently. "You'll want to know how much this royal visit cost us." Catelyn didn't look at him. Her eyes were fixed on Bran's still form in the bed. She brushed the hair back from his forehead. It had grown long. She'd need to cut it soon. "I have no need to look at the figures, Maester Luwin," she said softly, without turning away. "I know what the visit cost us. Take the books away." He hesitated, voice careful but firm. "My lady, the king's party had healthy appetites. We must replenish our stores before—" "I said take the books away. The steward will attend to our needs." Luwin pressed on. "We have no steward," he reminded her. Like a persistent little grey rat, he wouldn't let go. "Poole went south to establish Lord Eddard's household at King's Landing." She nodded absently. "Oh yes, I remember." Her thoughts drifted to Bran again. He looked so pale. Maybe they could move his bed beneath the window, let him feel the morning sun. The maester crossed the room and placed the lamp on a wall niche, adjusting its wick as he continued. "There are several appointments that require your immediate attention, my lady. Beside the steward, we need a captain of the guards to fill Jory's place, a new master of horse." Her head snapped around. "A master of horse!" The words cut from her lips like a whip. Caught off guard, Luwin faltered. "Yes, my lady. Hullen rode south with Lord Eddard, so—" She stood abruptly, fury breaking through her exhaustion. "My son lies here broken and dying, Luwin, and you wish to discuss a new master of horse? Do you think I care what happens in the stables? Do you think it matters to me one whit? I would gladly butcher every horse in Winterfell with my own hands if it would open Bran's eyes. Do you understand that? Do you?" He bowed his head. "Yes, my lady, but the appointments—" "I'll make the appointments," Robb said from the doorway. Catelyn hadn't heard him enter. There he stood, quietly watching her. Heat rushed to her face. She had been shouting. What was happening to her? She was tired all the time, her head always aching. Maester Luwin looked from father to son. "I have prepared a list of those we might wish to consider for the vacant offices," he said, pulling a small parchment from his sleeve and offering it to Robb. Catelyn noticed Robb's flushed cheeks and wind-tossed hair. He had come in from the cold. He looked over the names. "Good men," he said. "We'll talk about them tomorrow." He handed the list back. "Very good, my lord." Luwin tucked the parchment back into his sleeve and bowed. "Leave us now," Robb said. The maester exited quietly. Robb shut the door behind him and turned to his mother. She saw that he was wearing a sword. "Mother, what are you doing?" She had always thought Robb resembled her. He had the auburn hair and blue eyes of House Tully, like Bran, Rickon, and Sansa. But in that moment, she saw something of Ned in him, something cold and unyielding, like the North itself. "What am I doing?" she echoed, uncertain. "How can you ask that? What do you imagine I'm doing? I am taking care of your brother. I am taking care of Bran." "Is that what you call it? You haven't left this room since Bran was hurt. You didn't even come to the gate when father and the girls went south." "I said my farewells to them here and watched them ride out from that window." She had pleaded with Ned not to leave, not after what had happened. Everything had changed. Why couldn't he see that? But he had insisted he had no choice, and then he left anyway, choosing duty over her pleas. "I can't leave him, even for a moment, not when any moment could be his last. I have to be with him if... She took Bran's hand, lacing his fingers with hers. His hand was limp and frail, but there was still warmth in it, still life. Robb's tone softened. "He's not going to die, Mother. Maester Luwin says the time of greatest danger has passed." "And what if Maester Luwin is wrong? What if Bran needs me and I'm not here?" "Rickon needs you," Robb snapped. "He's only 3. He doesn't understand what's happening. He thinks everyone has deserted him, so he follows me around all day, clutching my leg and crying. I don't know what to do with him." Robb paused, biting his lower lip, just as he had done when he was a child. "Mother, I need you too. I'm trying, but I can't. I can't do it all by myself." Robb's voice cracked, and in that moment, Catelyn saw him not as a young lord wearing a sword, but as a boy. He was only 14. She longed to go to him, to pull him into her arms, but Bran's small hand was still curled in hers. She couldn't move. Outside the tower, a direwolf howled into the night. That sound made her tremble. "Bran's," Robb said. He crossed the room and opened the window, letting a cold breeze sweep through the stuffy chamber. The howl grew louder, deeper now, lonely and full of sorrow. "Don't," she said quickly. "Bran needs to stay warm." "He needs to hear them sing," Robb replied. From somewhere else in the castle, a second wolf joined the first, their howls blending. Then came a third, much closer. Shadow Dog and Grey Wind. Robb identified them. You can tell them apart if you listen close. Catelyn began to shake. It wasn't just the cold. It was the grief, the endless nights, the howling of the wolves, and the silent boy beside her. Night after night, the same thing. The wind, the cries, the stillness. Bran, her sweet, gentle boy who loved to climb and dream of knighthood, was gone. She'd never hear him laugh again. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she tore her hand from Bran's and covered her ears. "Make them stop," she screamed. "I can't stand it. Make them stop. Make them stop. Kill them all if you must. Just make them stop." She didn't remember falling to the floor, but there she was, and Robb was suddenly there too, lifting her, holding her in his arms. "Don't be afraid, Mother. They would never hurt him." He guided her gently to a narrow bed in the corner. "Close your eyes," he murmured. "Rest. Maester Luwin tells me you've hardly slept since Bran's fall." "I can't," she sobbed. "Gods forgive me, Robb. I can't. What if he dies while I'm asleep? What if he dies? What if he dies?" The wolves hadn't stopped. Their cries pierced her like blades. She clutched her ears again and screamed, "Oh gods, close the window!" Robb moved to do as she asked. "If you swear to me, you'll sleep." But just as he reached for the shutters, a new noise joined the wolves' cries. "Dogs," he said, frowning. "All the dogs are barking. They've never done that before." His breath caught, and Catelyn looked up. His face had gone pale in the lamplight. "Fire," he whispered. "Fire?" she thought, panicking. Then, "Bran! Help me," she said quickly, sitting up. "Help me with Bran!" But Robb was frozen, staring out the window. "The library tower's on fire," he said. Catelyn followed his gaze. Through the open shutters, she saw flames dancing in the night. Her heart slowed. The library was across the bailey. It wouldn't reach them here. Bran was safe. "Thank the gods," she whispered. Bran looked at her like she'd lost her mind. "Mother, stay here. I'll come back as soon as the fire's out." He rushed out, shouting to the guards outside. She heard the pounding of feet on the stairway, the voices of men calling "fire" in the yard. Frightened horses whining, dogs barking wildly. The wolves had gone silent, she realized. Catelyn bowed her head and whispered a prayer to the 7 gods. Then she rose and stepped to the window. Flames licked out from the library windows. Smoke curled into the night sky. She thought of all the books the Starks had collected over the generations, and a quiet sadness gripped her. She shut the window. When she turned, she was no longer alone. A man stood in the room with her. "You weren't supposed to be here," he said bitterly. "No one was supposed to be here." He was a small, grubby man in dirty brown clothes, reeking of horses. She didn't recognize him. He didn't belong in their stables. His hair was limp and pale, his face narrow and hollow, and there was a dagger in his hand. Her eyes dropped to the blade, then shot to Bran. "No," she breathed. The word caught in her throat, barely audible, but he heard. "It's a mercy," he said. "He's dead already." "No," she said again, louder now. "No, no, you can't." She whirled toward the window to scream for help, but he was on her in an instant. One hand clamped over her mouth, wrenching her head back. The other brought the dagger to her throat. The stench of him was nauseating. She reached up and seized the blade with both hands, yanking it away from her neck. Pain exploded in her palms. He cursed into her ear, struggling against her grip. Blood poured between her fingers, but she refused to let go. The man's hand clamped tighter over her mouth, cutting off her breath. Desperate, Catelyn twisted her head to the side until she managed to catch some of his flesh between her teeth. She bit down hard into his palm. He grunted in pain. She clenched her jaw and tore at him until suddenly he yelped and let go. She tasted blood in her mouth and gasped for air before screaming. He yanked her away by her hair and she stumbled backward, falling hard to the floor. The man stood over her, breathing fast, shaking, the dagger still clenched in his bloody hand. "You weren't supposed to be here," he said again, as if stuck on the thought. Behind him, a shadow slipped through the open door. A low growl rumbled through the room, barely audible, but it made the man pause. He must have sensed something because he started to turn. Too late. The wolf leapt. They crashed down together, sprawled partly over Catelyn's fallen form. The dire-wolf's jaws closed around the man's throat. His shriek barely lasted a second. With a brutal wrench, the beast tore out half of his neck. Blood sprayed hot and wet across Catelyn's face like rain. The wolf lifted its head and looked at her. Its muzzle was soaked in red, and its golden eyes glowed in the dark. She recognized it immediately. It was Bran's wolf. Of course it was. "Thank you," Catelyn whispered, barely audible. Her hand trembled as she raised it. The direwolf stepped closer, sniffed at her bloodied fingers, then licked them clean with its coarse, warm tongue. When it had finished, it turned silently and leapt up onto Bran's bed, curling up at his side. That was when Catelyn began to laugh. Hysterical, broken laughter filled the room. That was how Robb, Maester Luwin, Sir Roderick, and half the guard found her when they burst into the room moments later. When the laughter finally ebbed from her throat, they wrapped her in blankets and led her back across the bailey to the Great Keep. Old Nan undressed her gently, eased her into a steaming bath, and washed the blood from her skin with a soft cloth. Later, Maester Luwin came to tend her wounds. The gashes on her hands ran deep, almost to the bone, and her scalp bled from where he had torn out a handful of her hair. "The pain is only just beginning," the Maester told her gently, and gave her milk of the poppy. At last, she slept. When she awoke, they told her 4 days had passed. Catelyn sat up in the bed, dazed. It all felt like a nightmare. The fall, the fire, the blood. But the pain in her hands reminded her it was real. Weak and lightheaded, she nevertheless felt something inside her shift. She was no longer numb. Something hard had formed where the grief had been. "Bring me some bread and honey," she said to the servants, "and take word to Maester Luwin that my bandages want changing." They stared, startled, then hurried to obey. She thought back on how she'd been, withdrawn, broken. She had failed her children, her husband, her house. That would not happen again. The Tullys were strong. She would show them what that meant. Robb arrived before the food, accompanied by Sir Roderick Castle, Theon Greyjoy, and Hallis Mullen, a broad-shouldered guardsman with a square beard. Robb told her Hallis was now captain of the guard. Her son wore ringmail and boiled leather, a sword at his hip. "Who was he?" she asked. "No one knows his name," Hallis said. "He was no man of Winterfell, milady, but some say they seen him here and about the castle these past few weeks." "One of the king's men then," she said. "Or one of the Lannisters." He could have waited behind when the others left. "Maybe," Hal admitted. "With all these strangers filling up Winterfell of late, there's no way of saying who he belonged to." He'd been hiding in your stables, Theon added. You could smell it on him. And how could he go unnoticed? She snapped. Hal looked ashamed. Between the horses Lord Eddard took south and them we sent north to the Night's Watch, the stalls were half empty. It were no great trick to hide from the stable boys. Could be Hodor saw him. The talk is that the boy's been acting queer. But simple as he is, he shook his head. We found where he'd been sleeping, Robb said. He had 90 silver stags in a leather bag buried beneath the straw. It's good to know my son's life was not sold cheaply, Catelyn said bitterly. Hallis looked confused. Begging your grace, my lady, you say he was out to kill your boy? That's madness, Theon said. He came for Bran, Catelyn said firmly. He kept muttering how I wasn't supposed to be there. He set the library fire, thinking I would rush to put it out, taking any guards with me. If I hadn't been half mad with grief, it would have worked. Robb looked shaken. Why would anyone want to kill Bran? Gods, he's only a little boy, helpless, sleeping. Catelyn met her son's gaze with quiet steel. If you are to rule in the north, you must think these things through, Robb. Answer your own question. Why would anyone want to kill a sleeping child? Before he could respond, the servants returned carrying a tray heavy with food, hot bread with butter, honey, blackberry preserves, a rasher of bacon, a soft-boiled egg, a wedge of cheese, and a pot of steaming mint tea. Far more than she had asked for. With them came Maester Luwin. How is my son, Maester? Catelyn asked, though she barely glanced at the food. Her appetite had vanished. Luwin lowered his eyes. Unchanged, my lady. Exactly as she had expected. No better, no worse. Still trapped between life and death. Her hands throbbed painfully, as if the dagger was still there, lodged deep in her flesh. She dismissed the servants with a wordless gesture, then turned back to Robb. Do you have the answer yet? Someone is afraid Bran might wake up, Robb said slowly. Afraid of what he might say or do. Afraid of something he knows. Catelyn's chest swelled with pride. Very good. She looked to Hallis Mullen, the new captain of the guard. We must keep Bran safe. If there was one killer, there could be others. How many guards do you want, milady? Hal asked. She turned to Robb. So long as Lord Eddard is away, my son is the master of Winterfell. Robb straightened at her words, standing a little taller. Put one man in the sick room, night and day, one outside the door, two at the bottom of the stairs. No one sees Bran without my warrant or my mother's. As you say, my lord. Do it now, Catelyn advised. And let his wolf stay in the room with him, Robb added. Yes, she said, then again firmer. Yes. Hallis Mullen gave a respectful bow and exited the room. Lady Stark, Sir Roderick said once he was gone, did you chance to notice the dagger the killer used? She gave a grim smile. The circumstances did not allow me to examine it closely, but I can vouch for its edge. Why do you ask? We found the knife still in the villain's grasp. It seemed to me that it was an altogether too fine of a weapon for such a man, so I looked at it long and hard. The blade is Valyrian steel, the hilt dragonbone. A weapon like that has no business being in the hands of such as him. Someone gave it to him. Catelyn's expression grew thoughtful. Robb closed the door. He hesitated a moment, but obeyed. What I am about to tell you must not leave this room, she said gravely. I want your oaths on that. If even part of what I suspect is true, Ned and my girls have ridden into deadly danger, and a word in the wrong ears could mean their lives. Lord Eddard is a second father to me, said Theon Greyjoy. I do so swear. You have my oath, said Maester Luwin. And mine, my lady, echoed Sir Roderick. She looked to her son. And you, Robb? He nodded solemnly. My sister Lysa believes the Lannisters murdered her husband, Lord Arryn, the Hand of the King, Catelyn told them. It comes to me that Jaime Lannister did not join the hunt the day Bran fell. He remained here in the castle. The room grew still, hushed as a tomb. I do not think Bran fell from that tower, she said, softly into the silence. I think he was thrown. Their reactions were immediate. My lady, that is a monstrous suggestion, Sir Roderick said, aghast. Even the Kingslayer would flinch at the murder of an innocent child. Oh, would he? Said Theon Greyjoy. I wonder. There is no limit to Lannister pride or Lannister ambition, Catelyn said. Master Luwin nodded troubled. The boy had always been sure-handed in the past. He knew every stone in Winterfell. Gods, Rob muttered darkly, face flushed with anger. If this is true, he will pay for it. He yanked his sword from its sheath and brandished it in the air. I'll kill him myself. Sir Roderick's voice snapped like a whip. Put that away. The Lannisters are 100 leagues away. Never draw your sword unless you mean to use it. How many times must I tell you, foolish boy? Chastened, Rob sheathed his blade, suddenly looking younger. Catelyn turned to Roderick. I see my son is wearing steel now. The old knight gave a small nod. I thought it was time. Rob looked toward his mother for approval. Past time, she said. Winterfell may have need of all its swords soon, and they best not be made of wood. Theon laid a hand on the hilt of his own sword. My lady, if it comes to that, my house owes yours a great debt. Maester Luwin tugged uncomfortably at his chain collar. All we have is conjecture. This is the Queen's beloved brother we mean to accuse. She will not take it kindly. We must have proof, or forever keep silent. Catelyn's voice was calm but grave. Your proof is in the dagger, Sir Roderick replied. A fine blade like that will not have gone unnoticed. She nodded, realizing there was only one place where they might uncover the truth, only one path forward. Someone must go to King's Landing. I'll go, Rob said immediately. No, she said, cutting him off. Your place is here. There must always be a Stark in Winterfell. Her eyes swept over the room, Roderick with his long white whiskers, Maester Luwin cloaked in grey, Theon Greyjoy brooding and restless. Who could she trust to go? Who would be taken seriously? Then it struck her. Catelyn pushed back the blankets, struggling against the stiffness of her bandaged hands. Her fingers were stone, slow and aching, but she forced herself out of bed. I must go myself. Maester Luwin blinked. My lady, he said gently, is that wise? Surely the Lannisters would greet your arrival with suspicion. Rob stepped forward, his voice uncertain. What about Bran? You can't mean to leave him. She placed her wounded hand lightly on his arm. I have done everything I can for Bran. His life is in the hands of the gods and Maester Luwin. As you reminded me yourself, Rob, I have other children to think of now. You will need a strong escort, my lady, Theon offered. I'll send Hal with a squad of guardsmen, Rob added. No, Catelyn said firmly. A large party attracts unwelcome attention. I would not have the Lannisters know I am coming. Sir Roderick frowned. My lady, let me accompany you, at least. The King's Road can be perilous for a woman alone. I will not be taking the King's Road, she told him. She paused to think, then gave a decisive nod. 2 riders can move as fast as 1, and a good deal faster than a long column burdened by wagons and wheelhouses. I will welcome your company, Sir Roderick. We will follow the White Knife down to the sea and hire a ship at White Harbour. Strong horses and brisk winds should bring us to King's Landing well ahead of Ned and the Lannisters. And then, she thought, we shall see what we shall see. So, Catelyn 3 shifts the tone dramatically, turning the quiet grief at Winterfell into a taut suspense thriller. Catelyn, gaunt and red-eyed, is still by Bran's bedside, refusing to eat or sleep. Her world has shrunken to the 4 walls of the room, where her son lies unmoving, and grief has nearly broken her. This is where the book and show begin to diverge again in subtle but significant ways. One of the most compelling mysteries introduced in this chapter is the identity of the Cat's Paw, the would-be assassin who tries to murder Bran in his sleep. In both the book and the show, the attack is terrifying and sudden. The man lunges for Bran with a Valyrian steel dagger, and Catelyn, in a moment of pure maternal instinct, grabs the blade with her bare hands, tearing her fingers open. Just when all hope seems lost, Bran's direwolf, Summer, bursts into the room and rips the attacker apart. It's a brutal, cathartic moment, and the show renders it almost beat for beat with stunning accuracy. We even get a haunting visual of Catelyn, hands drenched in blood, in shock. But here's where a deeper theory creeps in, one that adds a new layer to the mystery. The Cat's Paw tells Catelyn that killing Bran is a mercy. That line feels chillingly specific, and if you look north of the Wall, among the Free Folk, the idea of mercy killing those who can't survive is disturbingly normalized. In fact, it's one of the few places in Westeros where such logic is openly practiced. Could this be a hint that the man was echoing language from whoever hired him? Some fans have speculated that Mance Rayder, former Night's Watch Ranger turned King Beyond the Wall, might have had a hand in it. "It's a mercy" could have originated with Mance himself, repeated verbatim by a hired killer. Back in the show, there's a scene that doesn't exist in the book. Queen Cersei visiting Catelyn. She speaks with false sympathy, telling a story about losing her first child, an invented antidote that humanizes her in a way the books don't. It's a subtle addition that softens her just enough to keep the audience off balance and gives Catelyn a rare moment of shared grief, even if it's with a Lannister. The show also drops the subplot where the assassin sets a fire in the library to draw Robb away. Instead, Robb is just absent from the room when the attack happens, likely handled off-screen. In its place, the show adds a striking visual clue. After the attack, Catelyn ventures into the broken tower and finds a long golden hair, clearly from a Lannister. This direct physical evidence strengthens her suspicions, giving her tangible reason to accuse them. In the book, her suspicion comes from Lysa's letter and a gut feeling, not a smoking gun. She never finds any hair. In both versions, Catelyn immediately acts, bloodied, traumatized, but resolute. She gathers Robb and their loyal bannermen and lays out her fears. The dagger, she says, is no ordinary weapon. Its ornate Valyrian steel and dragonbone hilt are clues that the assassin didn't act alone. Someone powerful armed him. The council agrees. The Lannisters are behind it. From here, Catelyn's next move becomes clear. She can't trust a raven. It's too easy to intercept. If she wants to warn Ned, she has to go herself. The stakes are too high. The book gives us her internal fire, a grievous mother determined to find the truth and protect her family, even if it means heading straight into danger. The show, meanwhile, leans on visual storytelling, blood on her hands, fire in her eyes, and a silent, chilling resolve. In both mediums, this chapter marks a moment Catelyn stops being a passive bystander to tragedy. She becomes a player in the game, driven by love, fear, and the burning need for answers. So that's it for our analysis, as well as the differences we have for this chapter. Before we dive into Catelyn 4, let's quickly catch up on what's been going down in A Game of Thrones. Over in Sansa 1, after a bit of exploring the camp, Sansa Stark goes riding with her fiancé, Prince Joffrey. Their ride takes a dark turn near the Ruby Ford when they encounter Arya and a butcher's boy play-fighting. Joffrey starts harassing the boy, which leads to Arya striking back at him. In Eddard 3, Arya and Joffrey each give King Robert completely different versions of what happened during their fight near the Trident. When Sansa, caught in the middle, claims she doesn't remember, Queen Cersei seizes the moment to demand punishment. With Arya's direwolf Nymeria already gone, Lady is chosen as a replacement, and sadly, Ned is forced to carry out the sentence himself. In Bran 3, Bran is deep in a coma, dreaming about falling and a crow teaching him to fly, until he wakes up to find himself crippled, but ready to name his direwolf Summer. And that's the scoop you need before we kick off Catelyn 4. Let's continue. Catelyn 4. We will make King's Landing within the hour. Catelyn turned from the ship's rail and forced a polite smile. Your oarsmen have done well by us, Captain. Each of them shall have a silver stag as a token of my gratitude. Captain Morio Turntis gave her a half bow, his forked green beard twitching with amusement. You are far too generous, Lady Stark. The honor of carrying a great lady like yourself is all the reward they need. But they'll take the silver anyway, Morio smiled. As you say. He spoke the common tongue with near fluency, his Tyroshi accent barely present. He had spent 30 years sailing the narrow sea as an oarsman, then a quartermaster, and eventually captain of his own ships. The Storm Dancer was his fourth vessel and his fastest. A two-masted galley manned by 60 oars, she had certainly been the swiftest ship available at White Harbour when Catelyn and Sir Rodrik Castle arrived after their urgent ride down the White Knife. Tyroshi were known for their love of gold and coin, and Sir Rodrik had lobbied for hiring a humble fishing boat from the Three Sisters, but Catelyn had insisted on speed. She had chosen the galley. It had been the right decision. The winds had not favored them for much of the voyage, and without the aid of the oarsmen, they might still be battling their way past the rocky fingers instead of skimming across Blackwater Bay, the towers of King's Landing drawing closer with each pull of the oars. So close now, she thought. Beneath her linen bandages, her fingers still ached where the assassin's blade had sliced them open. The pain was her constant reminder, her scourge. She would never again be able to bend the last 2 fingers of her left hand, and the rest would never be nimble. But it was a small price to pay for Bran's life. Sir Roderick appeared on the deck, the sea breeze tugging at his cloak. "My good friend," said Morio, cheerful as ever. "It is so fine to see you looking better." "Yes," Sir Roderick replied, dryly. "I haven't wanted to die for almost 2 days now." He bowed to Catelyn. "My lady." He did look better, thinner than when they had left White Harbour, but steadier on his feet. The turbulent winds on the Bight and the narrow sea had been brutal, and a sudden storm near Dragonstone had nearly claimed him. He'd slipped on the deck and almost gone overboard, but had managed to clutch a rope until 3 of Morio's crewmen hauled him back aboard and below decks. "The captain was just telling me that our voyage is almost at an end," Catelyn told him. Sir Roderick gave a crooked smile. "So soon?" He looked different without his trademark white side whiskers, older, smaller, less fierce. But after vomiting over the rail for the 3rd time, he had begrudgingly allowed a crewman to shave them off. "I will leave you to discuss your business," Captain Morio said with a bow. Then he turned and descended below. The galley skimmed over the bay like a dragonfly, its oars rising and falling with clockwork rhythm. Roderick gripped the rail, watching the distant shore pass by. "I have not been the most valiant of protectors." Catelyn placed a hand on his arm. "We are here, Sir Roderick, and safely. That is all that truly matters." Beneath her cloak, she reached down, her stiff fingers fumbling until they found the dagger. It was still secured at her side. She needed to touch it sometimes, just to be sure it was still there. Now we must reach the King's Master-at-Arms and pray that he can be trusted. "Sir Aaron Stantigar is a vain man, but an honest one." Roderick reached for his whiskers and found only smooth skin. He looked startled again, as he had a dozen times already. "He may know the blade, yes, but, my lady, the moment we go ashore, we are at risk, and there are those at court who will know you on sight." Catelyn's expression darkened. "Littlefinger," she murmured. His voice came back to her, young and sly, though not a boy anymore. His father had died years ago, making him Lord Baelish now, but still, people called him Littlefinger. Her brother Edmure had given him the name long ago, back at Riverrun, for his slight stature and the fact that his family's tiny holdings sat on the smallest of the fingers. So Roderick cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Lord Baelish wants, he faltered, unsure of the right word. Catelyn didn't flinch. She was beyond courtesy. "He was my father's ward. We grew up together in Riverrun. I thought of him as a brother, but his feelings for me were more than brotherly." When it was announced that I was to wed Brandon Stark, Peter challenged for the right to my hand. It was madness. Brandon was 20, Peter scarcely 15. I had to beg Brandon to spare Peter's life. He let him off with a scar. Afterward, my father sent him away. I have not seen him since. She turned her face into the sea spray, letting the brisk wind whip her hair back. For a moment, it was as if the wind might carry those old memories away. "He wrote to me at Riverrun after Brandon was killed, but I burnt the letter unread. By then, I knew that Ned would marry me in his brother's place." Beside her, Sir Roderick reached up unconsciously, once more searching for the whiskers that were no longer there. "Littlefinger sits on the small council now." "I knew he would rise high," Catelyn replied. "He was always clever, even as a boy. But it is one thing to be clever and another to be wise. I wonder what the years have done to him." A voice rang out from above. The far eyes had sighted land. Captain Morio came dashing across the deck, bringing sharp orders in his thick Tyroshi accent. The storm dancer suddenly came alive, her deck a flurry of activity as the port of King's Landing slid into view ahead of them. Catelyn stepped to the rail again and looked upon the city. 300 years ago, she knew, the coastline had been dense with forest and inhabited only by scattered fisherfolk. But all that had changed when Aegon the Conqueror had landed here from Dragonstone. On the highest of the three hills, he had built his first fort of earth and wood. Now the entire shoreline was blanketed by the sprawl of the capital, manors and gardens, brick storehouses, crowded inns and merchant stalls, taverns and shrines and brothels, all stacked upon each other, teeming with life. She could hear the fishmongers shouting, even from this distance. Grand avenues lined with trees cut through the chaos, but the city was a maze of crooked streets and alleys, barely wide enough for a man to squeeze through. On Visenia's hill stood the great sept of Baelor, crowned with 7 shimmering crystal towers. Across the city, Rhaenys' hill bore the charred spell of the dragon pit, its broken doom sagging, its bronze doors long sealed. The Street of the Sisters ran arrow straight between them. Beyond the city walls, the dock stretched wide and deep, hundreds of quays along a crowded harbour. Ships of every kind filled the waters, lean river runners, stout fishing boats, ferries poling across the Blackwater rush, and trading galleys from Pentos, Bravos, and Lys. Catelyn spotted the Queen's elegant barge, moored beside a black tarred whaler from Ibn. Upriver, golden warships with cruel iron rams floated in stillness, their sails furled. And towering above it all, carved into Aegon's high hill, loomed the Red Keep. 7 massive drum towers crowned its pale red walls. High iron ramparts bristled with arrow slits, and great vaulted halls were linked by covered bridges. The fortress held barracks and grannies, dungeons and strongholds. Aegon had commanded its construction. His son, Maegor the Cruel, had finished it, and then slain every manson, carpenter, and builder who had worked on it, swearing that only dragon's blood would ever know the castle's secrets. Yet now the banner that flew were gold, not black. Where once the red dragon had ruled, the crowning stag of House Baratheon now pranced in the wind. A tall white-sailed swanship from the Summer Isles swept past them, moving swiftly out to the sea. The storm dancer passed it by, rowing steadily toward land. "My lady," Sir Rodrik said, "I have thought on how best to proceed while I lay abed. You must not enter the castle. I will go in your stead and bring Sir Aaron to you in some safe place." Catelyn studied him as the pier drew near. Captain Morio was shouting to his men in Valyrian. "You would be as much at risk as I would." Rodrik smiled. "I think not. I looked at my reflection in the water earlier and scarcely recognized myself. My mother was the last person to see me without whiskers, and she is 40 years dead. I believe I am safe enough, my lady." Morio gave a booming order. The 60 oars came up together, reversed, and backed water. The galley slowed. Another shout, and the oars were drawn inside the hull. With a thud, the ship bumped against the dock. Tyroshi sailors sprang ashore and secured her. Captain Morio came striding up the deck, beaming. "King's Landing, my lady, as you did command, and never has a ship made a swifter or surer passage. Will you be needing assistance to carry your things to the castle?" "We shall not be going to the castle. Perhaps you can suggest an inn, some place clean and comfortable, and not too far from the river." Captain Morio ran his fingers thoughtfully through his forked green beard. "Just so. I know of several establishments that might suit your needs. Yet first, if I may be so bold, there is the matter of the second half of the payment we agreed upon. And, of course, the extra silver you were so kind as to promise. 60 stags, I believe it was." "For the oarmen," Catelyn reminded him. "Oh, of a certainty," said Morio smoothly. "Though perhaps I should hold it for them until we return to Tyrosh, for the sake of their wives and children. If you give them the silver here, my lady, they will dice it or spend it all for a night's pleasure." "There are worse things to spend money on," Sir Rodrik interjected. "Winter is coming." "A man must make his own choices," Catelyn said. "They earned the silver, how they spend it is no concern of mine." "As you say, my lady," Morio said with a courteous bow and a practiced smile. Just to ensure fairness, Catelyn paid the oarsmen herself, 1 silver stag for each, and a copper coin for the 2 who carried their trunks, halfway up Visenia's hill to the inn Morio had recommended. It was an old, rambling place tucked away on El Alley, run by a suspicious, sour-eyed crone with a wandering eye. She inspected them closely and even bit the coin Catelyn handed her to test its worth. But the rooms were spacious and airy, and Morio had sworn the crone's fish stew was the finest in all the 7 kingdoms. Best of all, she asked no questions about their names. "I think it best if you stay away from the common room," Sir Rodrik advised after they had settled in. "Even in a place like this, one never knows who may be watching." He wore ringmail beneath a dark traveling cloak, his dagger and longsword at his side. The hood could easily be drawn up to hide his face. "I'll be back before nightfall with Sir Aaron," he promised. "Rest now, my lady." Catelyn was exhausted. The voyage had been long, draining, and uncomfortable, and she was no longer as young as she had once been. From her window, she could see the rooftops of King's Landing and the shimmering Blackwater rush beyond. She watched Sir Rodrik disappear into the bustling street, then followed his advice. The bed was straw-stuffed rather than feathered, but she was too tired to care. She fell asleep quickly. She woke up to a pounding at the door. Catelyn sat up sharply, blinking at the red light of sunset washing over the rooftops outside her window. She had slept longer than intended. The knocking came again, more insistent. A voice called out, "Open in the name of the king." "A moment," she answered. Wrapping herself in her cloak, she grabbed the dagger from the bedside table and crossed to the door. She opened it cautiously. The men outside wore the black ringmail and golden cloaks of the city watch. The leader looked at the dagger in her hand and gave a small smile. "No need for that, my lady. We're to escort you to the castle." "By whose authority?" she asked. The man held out a ribbon wearing a wax seal. Catelyn froze. The seal was a mockingbird, pressed in grey wax. "Peter," she whispered. So soon. Her heart quickened. Something must have happened to Sir Rodrik. She turned her gaze back to the guardsman. "Do you know who I am?" "No, my lady," he said. "My lord Littlefinger said only to bring you to him and see that you were not mistreated." Catelyn nodded slowly. "You may wait outside while I dress." She washed her hands in the basin and wrapped them in clean linen. Her fingers were swollen, stiff, and clumsy as she struggled to lace up her bodice and tie a plain brown cloak around her shoulders. How had Peter found her? Sir Rodrik would never have revealed their location. He was loyal to the bone. Had the Lannisters arrived in the city before her? No. If that were the case, Ned would already be here, and he would have come to her. Then she understood. Morio. The Tyroshi captain had known who they were, and exactly where they were staying. She clenched her jaw. He'd likely gotten a good price for the information. A horse was waiting for her outside. The streets were coming alive with lantern light as they set off, and Catelyn could feel the city's eyes following her, curious, judging, unseen. She rode at the center of the golden-cloaked guards. When they reached the Red Keep, the portcullis was down and the gate sealed for the night, but behind the walls, the windows glowed with candlelight. The guardsmen left their horses behind and led her through a narrow postern door, up long winding steps and twisted through a tall tower. He was alone when they brought her in, seated at a sturdy wooden table. He was writing by the glow of a small oil lamp. As she entered, he set down his pen and looked up. "Cat," he said quietly, "why have I been brought here in this fashion?" Littlefinger rose from his chair and gestured sharply to the guards. "Leave us." The wild cloaks withdrew without a word. "You were not mistreated, I trust," he said after the door closed. "I gave firm instructions." His eyes moved to the bandages on her hands. "Your hands?" Catelyn didn't answer the unspoken question. Her voice was cool. "I am not accustomed to being summoned like a serving wench," she said icily. "As a boy, you still knew the meaning of courtesy." "I've angered you, my lady. That was never my intent." He looked properly contrite, just as he always had, even in childhood. That expression had always been his gift. After every prank or misdeed, he had worn it like armor, and once again, Catelyn found it unnervingly familiar. The years had changed him, but not so much. Peter had always been small, and he remained so, a slender man a little shorter than she was, sharp of feature with those same laughing grey-green eyes. He wore a neatly trimmed chin beard now, and silver threaded his dark hair, though he wasn't 30 yet. A silver mockingbird clasp held his cloak as ornate as everything else about him. Even as a boy, he'd loved silver. "How did you know I was in the city?" she asked. "Lord Varys knows all," Peter replied with a sly smile. "He will be joining us shortly, but I wanted to see you alone first. It has been too long, Cat. How many years?" She didn't respond to the name or the question. There were more important matters than nostalgia. "So it was the King's spider who found me." Littlefinger winced. "You don't want to call him that. He's very sensitive. Comes of being a eunuch, I imagine. Nothing happens in this city without Varys knowing. Ofttimes he knows about it before it happens. He has informants everywhere. His little birds, he calls them. One of his little birds heard about your visit. Thankfully, Varys came to me first." "Why you?" He shrugged. "Why not me? I am Master of Coin, the King's own counselor. Selmy and Lord Renly rode north to meet Robert, and Lord Stannis is gone to Dragonstone, leaving only Maester Pycelle and me. I was the obvious choice. I was ever a friend to your sister, Lysa. Varys knows that." "Does Varys know about—" "Lord Varys knows everything, except why you are here." He raised an eyebrow at her. "Why are you here?" "A wife is allowed to yearn for her husband, and if a mother needs her daughters close, who can tell her no?" Littlefinger laughed. "Oh, very good, my lady, but please don't expect me to believe that. I know you too well. What were the Tully words again?" Catelyn's throat tightened. "Family, duty, honor," she recited stiffly. He gave her a knowing smile. "Family, duty, honor," he echoed. "All of which required you to remain in Winterfell, where our hand left you. No, my lady, something has happened. This sudden trip of yours bespeaks a certain urgency. I beg of you, let me help. Old sweet friends should never hesitate to rely upon each other." A soft knock came at the door. "Enter," Littlefinger called. The man who entered was plump and powdered, his bald head smooth and shiny. He smelled of lilacs and wore gold-threaded robes of purple silk with velvet slippers on his feet. "Lady Stark," he said warmly, taking her hands beneath both of his. "To see you again after so many years is such a joy." His flesh was soft and damp. "Oh, your poor hands! Have you burnt yourself, sweet lady? The fingers are so delicate. Our good Maester Pycelle makes a marvelous salve. Shall I send for a jar?" Catelyn pulled her hand free. "I thank you, my lord, but my own Maester Luwin has already seen to my hurts." Varys gave a solemn nod. "I was grievous sad to hear about your son, and him so young. The gods are cruel." "On that we agree, Lord Varys," she said. The title was purely courtesy. Varys was lord of nothing but shadows, master of none but his whisperers. The eunuch spread his soft hands wide. "On more than that, I hope, sweet lady, I have great esteem for your husband, our new hand, and I know we do both love King Robert." "Yes," she replied tightly, "for a certainty. Never has a king been so beloved as our Robert," quipped Littlefinger. He smirked, "at least in Lord Varys's hearing." "Good lady," Varys said with gentle concern, "there are men in the free cities with wondrous healing powers. Say only the word and I will send one for your dear Bran." "Maester Luwin is doing all that can be done for Bran," she answered firmly. She would not speak of Bran here, not in this den of masks and false smiles. She trusted Littlefinger only slightly, and Varys not at all. She would show them no grief. "Lord Baelish tells me that I have you to thank for bringing me here." Varys giggled like a little girl. "Oh yes, I suppose I am guilty. I hope you forgive me, kind lady." Varys eased himself gracefully into a chair and pressed his hands together, fingers entwined. "I wonder if we might trouble you to show us the dagger." Catelyn stared at him in disbelief. Her thoughts whirled. He was a spider, she thought, an enchanter, or something darker. He knew too much, things no man could possibly know, unless— "What have you done to Sir Roderick?" she demanded. Littlefinger looked baffled. "I feel rather like the knight who arrived at the battle without his lance. What dagger are we talking about? Who is Sir Roderick?" "Sir Roderick Castle is Master-at-Arms at Winterfell," Varys supplied smoothly. "I assure you, Lady Stark, nothing at all has been done to the good knight. He did call here early this afternoon. He visited with Sir Aaron Santagar in the armory, and they talked of a certain dagger. About sunset, they left the castle together and walked to that dreadful hovel where you were staying. They are still there, drinking in the common room, waiting for your return. Sir Roderick was very distressed to find you gone." Catelyn blinked. "How could you know all that?" "The whisperers of little birds," said Varys, smiling. "I know things, sweet lady. That is the nature of my service." He gave a modest shrug. "You do have the dagger with you, yes?" Without a word, Catelyn reached beneath her cloak, pulled the blade free, and tossed it onto the table. "Here, perhaps your little birds will whisper the name of the man who it belongs to." Varys picked it up with delicate fingers and carefully examined the edge. As he brushed a thumb along the blade, a fine line of blood welled up. He let out a small squeal and dropped the dagger. "Careful," Catelyn said calmly. "It's sharp." "Nothing holds an edge like Valyrian steel," Littlefinger observed, while Varys sucked at his bleeding thumb and shot her a mildly wounded look. Littlefinger picked up the knife, turning it in his hands. He flipped it once, caught it effortlessly in his other hand. "Such sweet balance. You want to find the owner. Is that the reason for this visit? You have no need of Sir Aaron for that, my lady. You should have come to me." "And if I had," she asked, "what would you have told me?" "I would have told you that there was only one knife like that at King's Landing." He held the blade between thumb and forefinger, stepped back and whipped his arm. The dagger spun across the room and slammed into the oak door, quivering from the force. "It's mine." "Yours?" She couldn't make sense of it. Peter had never been to Winterfell. "Until the tourney on Prince Joffrey's name day," he said as he crossed the room to pull the knife free. "I backed Sir Jaime in the jousting, along with half the court." He looked over his shoulder with a sheepish grin, the kind that had once made him look harmless and boyish. "When Loras Tyrell unhorsed him, many of us became a trifle poorer. So Jaime lost 100 golden dragons, the Queen lost an emerald pendant, and I lost my knife. Her Grace got the emerald back, but the winner kept the rest." "Who?" Catelyn asked, throat dry, her fingers aching with the memory of pain. "The imp," said Littlefinger, while Lord Varys watched her closely. "Tyrion Lannister." So, the TV adaptation of Catelyn 4 makes several notable changes to tone, setting, and character presence in order to streamline the scene and inject a bit of visual flair. Setting is the most obvious departure. In the book, Catelyn is discreetly brought into a private chamber within the Red Keep, reinforcing the clandestine and political nature of her mission. The environment feels like a covert state matter. On the show, however, she's hidden in one of Littlefinger's brothels, a much more provocative location. The change introduces awkward humor and shifts the tone from political intrigue to slightly absurd tension, while still keeping stakes high. Character involvement is another major difference. In the novel, Varys plays an important role, entering in disguise and contributing to the tension with his veiled knowledge and political theater. His absence in the show reduces the sense of multiple forces manipulating events behind the scenes. Instead, the TV version simplifies the interaction to just Cat, Ned, and Littlefinger, focusing more on emotional beats than on machinations. Narrative focus shifts as well. The book gives us deep insight into Catelyn's inner thoughts, her caution, suspicion, and lingering discomfort with Peter's familiarity. We see her calculating risk in real time. In the show, with no internal monologue, those nuances are replaced by performance, facial expressions, curt exchanges, and visible tension. As a result, the viewer sees what happens but doesn't get as much of why Catelyn reacts the way she does. Littlefinger's characterization is also handled differently. In the book, his smugness is layered with subtle menace. He goads Catelyn, but remains ambiguous. On screen, he's more overtly cheeky, with his brothel setting and flippant tone painting him as a self-satisfied schemer rather than a shadowy operator. The dagger reveal is largely the same in both, but how it lands differs in effect. In the book, the moment is woven into a cautious, dialogue-heavy meeting with Peter's accusation against Tyrion coming across as a planted seed. In the show, it's a bombshell that instantly drives Ned into protect his family mode. The show turns it into a dramatic pivot. The book treats it as one part of a longer, more layered game. So that's it for our analysis, as well as the differences we have for this chapter. Before we jump into Catelyn 5, let's quickly recap what's been happening in A Game of Thrones. Over in Jon 3, after some tough training, Jon Snow finds himself ambushed by fellow recruits, but Donal Noye steps in just in time, helping Jon see where he's gone wrong. Jon then has a moment with Tyrion before the Lord Commander gives him the good news. Bran's awake. In Eddard 4, as soon as Ned arrives in King's Landing, he's thrown straight into business. He's summoned to a small council meeting where they start planning a tournament in his honor. Afterward, Littlefinger pulls him aside and secretly leads him to Catelyn, who has been hiding in the city. There, they discuss their next steps and strategize how to seek justice for the attack on Bran. In Tyrion 3, Tyrion hangs out with the top brass of the Night's Watch and promises Lord Commander Mormont he'll chat with the king about their needs. Before he leaves, he bumps into Jon Snow, who asks him to look out for his brother Bran. In Arya 2, Arya, not loving life in King's Landing, skips dinner and instead has a heart-to-heart with her dad, Eddard, who catches her with her sword, Needle. He decides to let her keep it, and soon after, she starts lesson with her new dancing master, Syrio Forel. Over in Daenerys 3, Daenerys starts to really own her new life with Drogo's Khalasar, even standing up to Viserys. She takes charge with Drogo too, which leads to her pregnancy. Then in Bran 4, Bran snaps out of his funk when Tyrion Lannister shows up at Winterfell. Despite Robb's chilly reception, Tyrion comes through with designs for a special saddle so Bran can ride horses again. In Eddard 5, Ned meets with Grand Maester Pycelle to learn more about Jon Arryn's final days, hoping to uncover the truth behind his sudden death. As he heads back, he comes across Arya practicing her water dancing technique on the steps of the Tower of the Hand, already embracing her training with Syrio Forel. Later, Littlefinger pays him a visit with some useful information. He has tracked down 4 of Lord Arryn's former household members who are still in King's Landing, offering Ned a potential lead in his investigation. Next is Jon 4, where we meet Samwell Tarly during a training session in the yard. When Sir Alliser Thorne wants the recruits to keep beating Sam even after he yields, Jon steps in to help him out. Later, Jon has a chat with Sam and manages to convince the rest of the recruits to take it easy on him, despite Thorne's harsh orders. In Eddard 6, Ned and the small council handle the growing law enforcement issues caused by the upcoming tournament, which is already stirring up trouble in King's Landing. After the meeting, Jory Castle updates Ned on what he's learned from speaking with Jon Arryn's former household members. It turns out that both Jon Arryn and Stannis Baratheon had been visiting a brothel and an armourer before Arryn's death. Suspicious, Ned orders Jory to track down the brothel while he personally visits the armourer. There, he meets a young apprentice named Gendry, who, to Ned's surprise, bears a striking resemblance to King Robert, suggesting he might be one of Robert's illegitimate sons. And that's your rundown to get set for Catelyn 5. Let's continue. Catelyn 5. "My lady, you ought cover your head," Sir Roderick said, as their horses plodded north through the rain-soaked woods. "It is only water, Sir Roderick," Catelyn replied. Her hair was heavy with moisture, clinging to her face in dark strands. She imagined how bed-wrangled she must look, wild, wet, and worn. But she didn't care. The southern rain was warm and soft, and she welcomed the feel of it on her skin. It reminded her of home. It took her back to Riverrun, to long grey days when the air was thick with damp. She remembered the godswood there, its overhanging branches weeping rain, and her brother's laughter echoing through wet leaves as he chased her through the mud. She remembered making pies from dirt and dead leaves with Lysa, how slick and cold the mud had felt between her fingers. They had served the mess to Littlefinger, giggling as he ate it all and was sick for a week. How young they'd been. How far away those days seemed. In the north, the rain was a different thing entirely. Cold, hard, merciless. It turned to ice in the night, battered the earth, and crushed crops instead of feeding them. No one played in the northern rain. "I am soaked through," Sir Roderick grumbled. "Even my bones are wet." The woods crowded close around them, the steady patter of rain on leaves underscored by the wet squelch of horse hooves pulling free from the muddy path. "We will want a fire tonight, my lady, and a hot meal would serve us both." "There is an inn at the crossroads up ahead," Catelyn told him. She knew the place well. In her girlhood, she had spent many a night there while travelling with her father, Lord Hoster Tully, who had been a restless man in his youth, always on the move. She remembered the innkeep too, a fat woman named Masha Heddle who chewed sour leaf from dawn till dusk and greeted children with bloody smiles and sticky cakes. The cakes were soaked with honey, rich and cloying on the tongue. But it had been the smiles Catelyn dreaded most. The sour leaf had stained the woman's teeth a deep red, making her grin a grotesque thing. "An inn," Sir Roderick repeated with longing. "If only, but we dare not risk it. If we wish to remain unknown, I think we best seek out some small holdfast." He trailed off as the sound of movement reached them from ahead. Splashing water, the jingle of chainmail, the snort of a horse. "Riders," he warned, hand instinctively falling to his sword hilt. Even on the King's Road, caution was wise. They rounded a bend and came upon a troop of mounted men forging a swollen stream. The banner carried by the lead rider drooped in the rain, sodden and unreadable, but the men wore indigo cloaks and on their shoulders gleamed the silver eagle of House Mallister. "Mallisters," Sir Roderick murmured, as if she didn't already know. "My lady, best pull up your hood." Catelyn made no move. Lord Jason Mallister rode at the head of the column, flanked by his knights, his son Patrick beside him, squires trailing behind. They were bound for King's Landing, surely, headed south to attend the Hands Tourney. The road had been busy with such travellers for a week now, lords and knights, merchants and minstrels, farmers and whores, all headed to the city. Catelyn studied Lord Jason openly. The last time she had seen him, he was laughing with her uncle at her wedding feast. The Mallisters were bannermen to her father, and his gifts had been generous. He looked older now. His once brown hair was streaked with grey, and time had carved harsh lines into his proud face. But he rode with the same straight-backed confidence. He looked like a man who feared nothing. Catelyn envied him that. As they passed, Lord Jason offered a stiff nod, a courtesy given to strangers met on the road. There was no flicker of recognition in his eyes. Patrick didn't look at them at all. "He did not know you," Sir Roderick said, puzzled. He saw a pair of mud-spattered travellers by the side of the road, wet and tired. It would never occur to him to suspect that one of them was the daughter of his liege lord. "I think we shall be safe enough at the inn, Sir Roderick." It was near dark when they arrived at the inn in the crossroads, just north of the great confluence of the Trident. Masha Heddle was fatter and greyer than Catelyn remembered, her jaw still working the same wad of sour leaf. She barely spared them a glance. No bloody grin this time. No sticky cakes or sugary smiles from Catelyn's childhood. "2 rooms at the top of the stair, that's all there is," she muttered around her chew. "They're under the bell tower. You won't be missing meals, though there's some thinks it's too noisy. Can't be helped, we're full up, or near as makes no matter. It's those rooms or the road." It was those rooms, of course. Low-ceilinged, dusty garrets tucked beneath the slopped roof, reached by a narrow, twisting flight of stairs. As she handed over the coin, Masha Heddle fixed them with a hard look. "Leave your boots down here," she said. "The boy will clean them. I won't have you tracking mud up my stairs. Mind the bell. Those who come late to meals don't eat." No smile, no sweet cakes, just rules and sour leaf. When the supper bell rang, its clang was loud enough to rattle the beams above. Catelyn had changed into dry clothes and was seated at the tiny window. She watched the rain trickle down the glass, each droplet distorted by the imperfections in the old, bubbled pane. Dusk had fallen outside, and the crossroads below were turning to mud. She studied the roads. The western fork would lead her to Riverrun. It would be an easy ride, and her father had always been her best source of counsel. She ached to speak with him, to warn him of the gathering storm. If Winterfell had reason to fear, how much more so Riverrun, closer to King's Landing and exposed to the might of Castle Rock. But her father was no longer the man he had been. Hoster Tully had been bedridden for years now, and Catelyn was reluctant to burden him. The eastern road was far more treacherous. It climbed through forested hills and jagged passes into the mountains of the moon, leading eventually to the Vale of Arryn. High above the clouds, the Eyrie perched on its sheer cliff face, unreachable but by mule track. Lysa was there, and Catelyn needed to see her. Her sister had written off threats and secrets, and might hold the very proof Ned needs to expose the Lannisters. If war was coming, the support of the Arryns and their mountain vassals would be vital. Yet that road was too dangerous. Bandits, shadowcats, and landslides were common, and the clans who lived in the heights paid no heed to laws or oaths. Even Jon Arryn had travelled with a strong host when he crossed those mountains. All Catelyn had was Sir Rodrik, old, loyal, and all alone. No, Riverrun and the Eyrie would have to wait. Her path led north. Her sons were in Winterfell, and her duty waited with them. Once they were past the Neck and into the north, she could safely declare herself. She would send riders ahead to Ned's bannermen, and a watch could be posted on the King's Road. The rain blurred the countryside, but in her mind, the land was sharp with memory. She knew what lay beyond the crossroads, the marketplace just across the way, the village a mile further, built around a small stone sept and 100 white cottages. Likely more now. The long summer had been kind. Northward, the King's Road followed the green fork of the Trident, through lush valleys and wooded lands, past towns, keeps, and castles sworn to House Tully. She knew them all, the Blackwoods and Brackens, whose ancient quarrels never ceased. Lady went, last of her line, haunting the dark halls of Harrenhal. Contactuous Lord Frey, who had outlived 7 wives and filled his twins with descendants, legitimate and otherwise. They were sworn to Riverrun. Would they come if her father called his banners? She wasn't certain. The Darrys, Rygers, Mootons, they had all sworn fealty too, yet many had fought beneath Rhaegar Targaryen at the Trident. And Lord Frey had arrived only after the battle, just late enough to leave his loyalties in question. He had sworn he was coming, to join them of course, he always did. Her father had never called him anything but the late Lord Frey. It must not come to war, Catelyn thought. They must not let it. A knock at the door broke her thoughts, so Rodrik entered just as the bell's echoes faded. "We had best make haste if we hope to eat tonight, my lady." "It might be safer if we were not knight and lady until we pass the Neck," Catelyn said as they walked together. Common travellers attract less notice. A father and daughter taken to the road on some family business, say. "As you say, my lady," Sir Rodrik agreed automatically. It wasn't until she laughed softly that he realized his mistake. "The old courtesies die hard, my daughter." He reached to tug at the whiskers that were no longer there and let out an exasperated sigh. Catelyn took his arm, smiling. "Come, father. You'll find that Masha Heddle sets a good table, I think. But try not to praise her. You truly don't want to see her smile." The common room of the inn was long, dim, and draughty. At one end stood rows of massive kegs, at the other a wide hearth cracked with fire. A boy darted between benches with skewers of roasted meat, while Hasha Heddle manned the kegs, her sour leaf-stained teeth working lazily as she poured beer. The benches were crowded, locals mixed with travellers, the kind of chance companionship only a crossroads could provide. A dyer with blackened fingers sat beside a fish-stinking riverman. A thick-limbed ironsmith shared a bench with a shriveled old septon. Sellswords and silk-robed merchants leaned in close, swapping rumours over mugs of ale. Catelyn's eyes moved carefully across the room. She didn't like how many swords she saw. 3 men by the fire wore the red stallion badge of the Brackens. Another, larger group, 10 in all, wore blue steel and silvery grey cloaks. The twin towers of House Frey stitched on their shoulders. She studied their faces. No one recognized her. They were all too young. The oldest among them would have been no older than Bran when she left the Riverlands for Winterfell. So Rodrik found them an open seat near the warmth of the kitchen. Across from them sat a handsome youth, fingers strumming lightly on a wood harp. "7 blessings to you, good folk," he said cheerfully. An empty wine cup stood before him. "And to you, singer," Catelyn returned. So Rodrik called for bread, meat, and beer in a tone that brooked no delay. The singer, perhaps 18, eyed them curiously, his questions falling like arrows before they could answer the last. Where were they bound? From where had they come? What news do they carry? We left King's Landing a fortnight ago, Catelyn replied simply, giving the safest response. That's where I'm bound, the youth said eagerly, just as she thought. He was more eager to talk than to listen. Singers always were. They loved the sound of their own voice above all. The hands tawnies means rich lords with fat purses. The last time I came away with more silver than I could carry, or would have if I hadn't lost it all betting on the Kingslayer to win the day. The gods frown on the gambler, Sir Rodrik said, grim and northern. They frowned on me for certain, the singer replied, with a lopsided grin. Your cruel gods and the Night of Flowers altogether did me in. No doubt that was a lesson for you, Sir Rodrik said. It was. This time my coin will champion Sir Loras. Rodrik made a mention as if to tug his whiskers again, and frowned when he remembered they were gone. Before he could speak again, the boy returned with their food. He placed wooden trenchers before them and heaped on hunks of roasted meat dripping hot juice. Another skewer held fire peppers, mushrooms, and tiny onions. So Rodrik dug in with gusto while the boy hurried off to fetch the beer. My name is Marillion, the singer said, plucking a string. Doubtless you've heard me play somewhere. His manner made Catelyn smile. Few singers ever reached as far as Winterfell, but she remembered many like him from her girlhood at Riverrun. I fear not, she said. He gave a melancholic chord on the harp. That is your loss, he said. Who was the finest singer you've ever heard? Elia of Bravos, Sir Rodrik answered instantly. Oh, I'm much better than that old stick, Marillion scoffed. If you have the silver for a song, I'll gladly show you. I might have a copper or two, but I'd sooner toss it down a well than pay for your howling, Sir Rodrik muttered. His distaste for singers was well known. He considered music suitable for maidens and courtiers, but not for proper men who ought to wield swords, not harps. Your grandfather has a sour nature, Marillion said to Catelyn with a grin. I meant to do you an honor, a homage to your beauty. In truth, I was made to sing for kings and high lords. Oh, I can see that, Catelyn said amused. Lord Tully is fond of song, I hear. No doubt you've been to Riverrun. 100 times, the singer said breezily. They keep a chain before me, and the young lord is like a brother. Catelyn smiled, imagining her brother Edmure's expression if he could hear Marillion now. He had never liked singers, ever since one had stolen a girl he fancied. And Winterfell, she asked lightly, have you travelled north? Why would I, Marillion scoffed. It's all blizzards and bearskins up there, and the Starks know no music but the howling of wolves. Before Catelyn could reply, the inn door banged open with a crash from the far end of the room. Innkeep, a sharp voice called out. We have horses that want stabling, and my Lord of Lannister requires a room and a hot bath. Oh gods, Sir Rodrik breathed under his breath, just as Catelyn reached across the table and grabbed his forearm in warning. Her grip tightened. Masha Heddle was already bustling over, bowing low with a horrid red smile. I'm sorry, my lord, truly. We're full up, every room. Catelyn turned to look. 4 men stood just inside the doorway, an aged man in the black of the Night's Watch, 2 servants and him. The dwarf stood small and bold as ever, smug and self-assured. My men will sleep in your stable, Tyrion Lannister declared. And as for myself, well, I do not require a large room, as you can plainly see. He grinned, that same mocking grin. So long as the fire's warm and the straw reasonably free of fleas, I am a happy man. Masha Heddle fluttered helplessly. My lord, there's nothing. It's the tawny. There's no help for it. Oh. Lannister pulled a coin from his purse and flipped it into the air, caught it, flipped it again. Even from across the room, the golden glint was unmistakable. A man in a weathered blue cloak stood abruptly. You're welcome to my room, my lord. Now there's a clever man, said Lannister, tossing the coin through the air. The free rider caught it deftly. And a nimble one to boot. Tyrion turned back to the innkeep. You'll be able to manage food, I trust. Anything you like, my lord, anything at all, Masha said eagerly. And may he choke on it, Catelyn thought bitterly. But it wasn't Lannister she saw in her mind. It was Bran, gasping for breath, choking on his own blood. Tyrion glanced towards the nearest tables. My men will have whatever you're serving these people. Double portions. We've had a long, hard ride. I'll take a roast fowl, chicken, duck, pigeon, it makes no matter. And send up a flagon of your best wine. Yoren, will you sup with me? Aye, my lord, I will, said the Black Brother. Lannister's eyes hadn't yet strayed to the back of the room, and Catelyn had just begun to relax behind the crowd, grateful for once for the noise and the bodies between them, when Marillion suddenly jumped to his feet. "My Lord of Lannister," he called out, "I would be pleased to entertain you while you eat. Let me sing you the lay of your father's great victory at King's Landing." "Nothing would be more likely to ruin my supper," the dwarf replied without missing a beat. His mismatched eyes swept the room, briefly landing on the singer, then stopped. They'd found her. Catelyn turned her face away too late. Tyrion Lannister was smiling. "Lady Stark, what an unexpected pleasure," he said. "I was sorry to miss you at Winterfell." Marillion blinked in confusion, turning toward her. Catelyn rose slowly to her feet. She could hear Sir Rodrik curse under his breath. If only he had stayed at the wall, she thought. If only... "Lady... Stark?" Masha Heddle murmured thickly. "I was still Catelyn Tully the last time I bedded here," Catelyn told her. The common room had gone still. Whispers rippled through the benches. Catelyn could feel the weight of every eye on her. Her heart thundered. Was it madness to act now, or madness not to? She looked around the room, her voice loud and steady. "You in the corner," she said to an older knight, whose surcoat bore a faded sigil. "Is that the black bat of Harrenhal I see embroidered on your surcoat, sir?" The man stood at once. "It is, my lady." "And his lady went, a true and honest friend to my father, Lord Hoster Tully of Riverrun." "She is," the man said firmly. Across from her, Sir Rodrik rose slowly and rested a hand on his sword hilt. The dwarf stared, confused. Catelyn turned to the trio by the fire. "The red stallion was ever a welcome sight in Riverrun," she said. "My father counts Jonas Bracken amongst his oldest and most loyal bannermen." The men glanced at each other, hesitant. "Our lord is honored by his trust," one of them offered. "I envy your father all these fine friends," Lannister quipped. "But I do not quite see the purpose of this, Lady Stark." She ignored him. Her gaze settled on the largest group in the room, the 20-odd men in blue-grey. "I know your sigil as well, the Twin Towers of Frey. How fares your good lord, sirs?" Their captain stood up at last. "Lord Walder is well, my lady. He plans to take a new wife on his 90th name day, and has asked your lord father to honor the wedding with his presence." From across the room, Tyrion Lannister snorted in amusement. That was when Catelyn Stark knew he was hers. She raised her voice for all to hear, her hand outstretched and finger aimed straight at the dwarf. "This man came a guest into my house, and there conspired to murder my son, a boy of 7, she declared. Sir Rodrik was already moving, stepping to her side with steel drawn. "In the name of King Robert and the good lords you serve," Catelyn cried, "I call upon you to seize him and help me return him to Winterfell to await the king's justice." The silence broke in a single instant, with the ring of a dozen swords being drawn all at once. And nothing in that moment was more satisfying than the look on Tyrion Lannister's face. So, in Catelyn 5, Catelyn's dramatic capture of Tyrion at the Inn of the Crossroads is one of the most faithful book-to-screen scenes in Season 1, but a few subtle differences stand out. First, in the book, Catelyn recognizes several men in the inn by their house and sigils and family ties. She names knights and lordlings from multiple Riverland houses, recalling personal connections and past allegiances. This long list of bannermen builds the sense that she's commanding a network of loyalty rooted in her Tully heritage. The show trims this down to just a couple of names, likely for clarity and pacing. Viewers unfamiliar with the extended Riverland nobility would be confused by a longer list. Secondly, in the book, we experience the entire scene from inside Catelyn's head. We know she's frightened, improvising, and not at all sure this will work. Her confidence is something she must summon. On screen, we don't get that interiority, so the shift relies on Michelle Fairley's performance. Her transformation from anonymous traveler to commanding noblewoman happens visually. Posture, tone, eye contact. There's no voiceover to explain her thought process, but the change still lands, just through different storytelling tools. Thirdly, the book plays it as a tense gamble. Catelyn is taking a huge risk. She's betting on the loyalty of men she hasn't seen in years, and assuming Tyrion's guilt without hard proof. That ambiguity is there on the page. The show, while not changing her actions, gives it a bit more triumphant energy. The music swells, Tyrion looks genuinely unnerved. The audience is nudged to see this as a clever power play rather than a reckless political spark. There's also a slight difference in how Ioan is handled. Both versions include him as a Night's Watch witness to Tyrion's capture, and in both, his role is the same, to bring word of the event to King's Landing. But in the book, his presence is understated. In the show, he's positioned more clearly in the background, observing and preparing to act, hinting at his function in the coming fallout. Ultimately, this is a scene where the core dialogue is preserved almost exactly, but the mediums diverge in how they deliver it. The book leans on political context, memory, and interior tension. The show emphasizes momentum, visual drama, and performance. The result is the same. Tyrion is taken prisoner, but the tools used to get there reflect the strengths of each format. And that's it for our analysis, as well as the differences we have for this chapter. Before we dive into Catelyn 6, let's quickly recap what's been happening elsewhere in A Game of Thrones. Over in Sansa 2, Sansa is totally swept up in the excitement of the tourney, watching knights like Sir Gregor Clegane, who dramatically kills Sir Hugh during a joust. Sir Loras Tyrell wins her over by gifting her a rose after his victory. At the feast, Prince Joffrey plays the charming prince, but later sends the Hound to walk Sansa back to her chambers. The Hound confronts her about her discomfort with his scars, forcing her to look at his burnt face and sharing the story behind his disfigurement. In Eddard 7, after examining the body of Sir Hugh, Ned and Sir Barristan Selmy try to persuade King Robert not to take part in the melee, knowing how dangerous it would be. Meanwhile, during the tournament, the Hound ends up winning after stepping in to save Sir Loras Tyrell from his own brother, the Mountain. Later, Ned receives an unexpected visit from Varys, who drops a chilling revelation. Someone had planned for Robert to die in the melee. In Tyrion 4, Tyrion Lannister realizes he's being taken to the Eyrie, not Winterfell, a move designed to outsmart any rescue attempts. While trying to prove his innocence to Lady Catelyn, their group is ambushed by the Vale Mountain clans. Tyrion turns hero, saving Catelyn during the skirmish. He also points out a flaw in Littlefinger's accusation, that he'd never bet against his family. Meanwhile, in Arya 3, Arya is roaming the castle chasing a cat and stumbles upon Marcella and Tommen. She manages to slip away unnoticed and ends up in the dungeon, where she overhears a plot to kill her father. She tries to warn him, but Ned doesn't believe her story. In Eddard 8, Ned and King Robert have a heated argument over a plan to assassinate Daenerys Targaryen. Ned is strongly against it, refusing to support the murder of an innocent girl, but Robert sees her as a threat that must be eliminated. When the rest of the small council sides with the king, Ned, disgusted, resigns as Hand of the King in protest. He decides it's time to leave King's Landing and start preparing to return to Winterfell. Just as he's making arrangements, Littlefinger shows up with some intriguing news. He has finally identified the brothel that Jon Arryn and Stannis Baratheon had been visiting before Arryn's death, giving Ned one last lead to investigate. And that's all you need to know to get ready for Catelyn 6. Let's keep it moving. Catelyn 6. My lady, you should have sent word of your coming, Sir Donal Waynwood said as their weary horses climbed the steep mountain pass. We would have sent an escort. The high road is not as safe as it once was for a party as small as yours. We learnt that to our sorrow, Sir Donal, Catelyn replied. Sometimes she felt as if her heart had hardened into stone. 6 good men had died to bring her this far, and she could not even summon tears for them. Their names were already fading. The clansmen harried us day and night, she continued. We lost 3 men in the first attack, and 2 more in the second. Lannister's serving man died of a fever when his wounds festered. When we heard your men approaching, I thought us doomed for certain. They'd drawn swords and prepared for a final, desperate stand with their backs to the rock. Tyrion Lannister sharpening his axe and marking some wry remark until Bronn had spotted the banner riding ahead of the strangers. Sky blue and white, the moon and falcon of House Arryn. Catelyn had never seen a banner more welcome. The clans have grown bolder since Lord Jon died, Sir Donal said. He was no more than 20, solidly built with thick brown hair and a plain, open face. If it were up to me, I'd take 100 men into the mountains and root them out of their dens, teach them some sharp lessons. But your sister has forbidden it. She wouldn't even let our knights compete in the hands tourney. She wants all our swords kept close to home, to defend the Vale. Against what, no one is certain. Shadows, some say. He looked at her, suddenly cautious, as if remembering to whom he spoke. I hope I have not spoken out of turn, my lady. I meant no offence. Frank talk does not offend me, Sir Donal. Catelyn knew what Lysa truly feared. Not shadows, Lannisters. She glanced back at the dwarf, riding beside Bronn. The two had grown inseparable since Chicken's death. Tyrion Lannister no longer looked much like a prisoner. Though still her captive, he now rode free with weapons at his side, a dirk in his belt, an axe strapped to his saddle, a Shadowcat cloak won in dice from Marillion, and Chicken's old hauberk. And yet, despite all the swords around him, Tyrion showed no sign of fear. Could she have been wrong? The thought crept in again. Could he be innocent of Bran's fall, of Jon Arryn's death? And if he was, what did that make her? But she had come too far. Too much blood had been spilt to turn back now. When we reach your keep, she said, pushing doubt aside, I would take it kindly if you could send for Maester Coleman at once. Sir Roderick is feverish from his wounds. Roderick had barely made it through the pass. They tied him in his saddle and set Marillion to watch over him. Bronn had suggested they leave the old knight behind, but Catelyn had refused. Sir Donal hesitated. The Lady Lysa has commanded the Maester to remain at the Eyrie at all times to care for Lord Robert, he admitted. We have a Septon at the gate who tends to our wounded. He can see to your man's hurts. Catelyn frowned. She trusted a Mace's knowledge more than a Septon's prayers, but before she could protest, the bloody gate came into view. Carved into the very face of the mountains, twin watchtowers clung to the cliffs of either side of the pass, joined by a narrow stone bridge above. Archers peered down through narrow slits. The road shrank to a defile barely wide enough for 4 men to ride abreast. As they approached, a knight rode forth from the gate. His horse and armor were steel grey, but his cloak bore the red and blue of Riverrun, fastened with a black fish of gold and obsidian. Who would pass the bloody gate? The knight called. Sir Donal Waynwood, with the Lady Catelyn Stark and her companions, Sir Donal answered. The knight lifted his visor. A familiar face smiled beneath it. I thought the lady looked familiar. You are far from home, little cat. And you, uncle, Catelyn said, unable to suppress a smile despite all she had endured. Just hearing his familiar, smoky voice carried her back 20 years to the warm memories of her childhood. My home is at my back, Sir Brendan Tully replied gruffly. Your home is in my heart, she told him softly. Take off your helm, I would look on your face again. The years have not improved it, I fear, he said. But when he lifted his helm, she saw he was lying. His face bore the marks of time, lined and weathered. The auburn in his hair faded to grey, but the smile was unchanged, and the bushy brows still arched like fat caterpillars above those deep blue eyes still bright with laughter. Did Lysa know you were coming? He asked. There was no time to send word ahead, Catelyn said, as the rest of the group caught up. I fear we ride before the storm, uncle. Sir Donal Waynwood, always proper, spoke up. May we enter the Vale? Sir Brendan Tully gave the formal response. In the name of Robert Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie, Defender of the Vale, true Warden of the East, I bid you enter freely, and charge you to keep his peace. Come. So they rode behind him, beneath the shadow of the bloody gate, where a dozen armies had shattered themselves long ago in the Age of Heroes. And then, suddenly, the mountain fell away. Before them lay the Vale of Arryn, glowing in morning light. It was breathtaking. A peaceful sheltered land of rich black earth, mirrored like lakes and slow winding rivers. Green fields stretched into the distance, dotted with farms and orchards. Even the fruit in Highgarden couldn't rival what grew here. To the east, mist still clung to the hills. To the west, the high road curled down from the pass they'd crossed. It was narrow here, no more than a half-day's ride across, but surrounded on every side by soaring peaks. And above them all loomed the Giant's Lance. Its jagged peak vanished into the clouds, towering 3.5 miles above the valley floor. From its shoulder poured a silvery cascade, Alisaea's tears, like a shining ribbon against dark stone. Even from here, Catelyn could make it out clearly. So Brendan rode to her side and pointed toward it. It's there, beside Alyssa's tears. All you can see from here is a flash of white every now and then, if the sun hits it just right. 7 towers, Ned had once told her, like white daggers stabbing the sky, high enough to stand above the clouds. How long a ride? She asked. We can be at the mountain by evenfall, Brendan said, but the climb will take another day. Behind them, Sir Roderick spoke up, his voice hoarse. My lady, I fear I can go no farther today. He looked ready to collapse, his face sagging beneath the messy, new-grown whiskers that had replaced the old ones he shaved to disguise himself. He was utterly spent. Nor should you, she said gently. You've done more than I ever could have asked. My uncle will take me the rest of the way. Lannister must come with me, but there's no reason you and the others shouldn't rest and regain your strength. You will be honored guests, Sir Donald said, offering the words with all the gravity of youth. Only 3 others remained from the party that had left the crossroads, Bronn, Marillion, and Sir Willis Rode. My lady, Marillion said, riding up beside her, I beg you allow me to accompany you to the Eyrie, to see the end of the tale, as I saw its beginnings. There was something wild in the boy's eyes now, fevered, determined. He looked ragged and worn, but he had survived what so many braver men had not. She hadn't asked him to come, yet he had. Perhaps she owed him something. Very well, she said. I'll come as well, Bronn added. Catelyn wasn't pleased to hear that. She knew she owed the sellsword her life. Without him, she'd never have reached the Vale. His sword had cut down more than one in their defense, but still, she disliked him. He was brave, yes, strong, certainly, but there was no kindness in Bronn, and even less loyalty. And she had seen Bronn riding too often beside Lannister, the two of them whispering in low voices, laughing at some joke only they shared. Catelyn would have preferred to leave the sellsword behind, to separate him from the dwarf before they reached the Eyrie. But having already granted Marillion permission to continue, she couldn't think of a graceful way to deny the same of Bronn. As you wish, she told him, though she noted pointedly that he hadn't actually asked her permission. So Willis Wode stayed behind with Sir Roderick in the care of a quiet, fussing Septon who tended their wounds. The ragged horses that had carried them here were left behind too. Sir Donald promised to send ravens ahead to the Gates of the Moon and the Eyrie with word of their arrival. Fresh mounts were brought forth, sure-footed mountain horses with thick shaggy coats, and within the hour they were riding again. Catelyn took the lead beside her uncle as they began the descent toward the valley floor. Behind them rode Bronn, Tyrion Lannister, Marillion, and 6 of Brendan's men-at-arms. Not until they were a third of the way down the narrow mountain path, well out of earshot from the others, did her uncle finally speak. So, child, tell me of this storm of yours. I have not been a child in many years, uncle, she said gently, but she told him anyway. The words came slowly at first. Lysa's letter, Bran's fall, the dagger, the assassin, Littlefinger, the crossroads inn, Tyrion. It took longer than she expected to explain everything. Brendan Tully listened silently, the frown beneath his bushy eyebrows growing deeper with every turn in the story. He had always been the one who listened, not her father, never Lord Hoster, but Brendan. He was Hoster Tully's younger brother by 5 years, and they had fought for as long as Catelyn could remember. Once, when she was just 8, she'd overheard her father call him the Black Goat of the Tully flock. Brendan had only laughed and pointed out that their sigil was a leaping trout. He ought to be a black fish, not a black goat. From that moment on, the name stuck, the Blackfish. The fighting between Brendan and her father had gone on for years, until her and Lysa's double wedding finally drove a wedge between them. Brendan had told Lord Hoster that very night he was leaving Riverrun to serve Lysa and her new husband in the Vale. According to Edmure's rare letters, the two brothers hadn't spoken since. Yet, despite all that, in their childhoods, it was always to Brendan that Catelyn, Lysa, Edmure, and even Peter Baelish had brought their secrets, their scraped knees and their tears. He had listened to them as he had listened now, with patience and no judgment. When at last her tale was done, Brendan rode in silence for a long time, guiding his horse down the steep trail. "Your father must be told," he said finally. "If the Lannisters should march, Winterfell is remote and the Vale walled up behind its mountains, but Riverrun lies right in their path." "I'd had the same fear," Catelyn said. "I shall ask Maester Coleman to send a bird when we reach the Eyrie." She would send others as well, Ned's messages to his bannermen to begin preparing the north for what might come. "What is the mood in the Vale?" she asked. "Angry," her uncle said grimly. Lord John was much loved, and the insult was keenly felt when the king named Jaime Lannister to an office the Arryns held for nearly 300 years. Lysa commands us to call her son the true Warden of the East, but no one is fooled. Nor is your sister alone in wondering at the manner of the Hand's death. None dare say John was murdered, not openly, but suspicion casts a long shadow. He turned to glance at her, his expression tight. "And there is the boy." "The boy? What of him?" They passed beneath a low, jutting overhang of rock, the trail narrowing as it twisted down the mountain. Brendan's voice was troubled. "Lord Robert," he said with a sigh, 6 years old, sickly, and prone to weep if you take away his doles. Jon Arryn's true-born heir, by all the gods, yet there are some who say he is too weak to sit his father's seat. Nestor Royce has been High Steward these past 14 years while Lord John served in King's Landing, and many whisper that he should rule until the boy comes of age. Others believe that Lysa must marry again, and soon. Already the suitors gather like crows on a battlefield. The Eyrie is full of them. "I might have expected that," Catelyn said. And why not? Her sister was still young, and the Vale of Arryn, a whole kingdom in the mountains, made for a very tempting bride price. "Will Lysa take another husband?" "She says yes, provided she finds a man who suits her," Brendan replied. "But she's already turned down Lord Nestor and a dozen other men just as suitable. She swears she'll choose her own husband this time." "You, of all people, can scarce fault her for that," Sir Brendan snorted. "Nor do I. But it seems to me Lysa is only playing at courtship. She enjoys the sport. Truth is, I think she intends to rule on her own until her boy is old enough to be the Lord of the Eyrie in truth as well as name." "A woman can rule as wisely as a man," Catelyn said. "The right woman can," her uncle agreed, casting her a sidelong glance. "Make no mistake, Cat, Lysa is not you." He hesitated, his tone darkening. "If truth be told, I fear you may not find your sister as helpful as you would like." She frowned. "What do you mean?" "The Lysa who came back from King's Landing isn't the same girl who went south when her husband was named Hand. Those years were hard for her. You must know, Lord Arryn was a dutiful man, but their marriage was politics, not passion. As was my own. They began the same," her uncle said, "but your ending has been happier. 2 babes stillborn, twice as many miscarriages. Then Jon Arryn's death." He shook his head. "The gods have gave your sister only 1 child, and now he's all she has. Small wonder she fled rather than risk him being handed over to the Lannisters. Your sister is a frayed child, and the Lannisters are what she fears most. She ran to the Vale like a thief in the night, all to snatch her boy from the lion's mouth. And now you have brought the lion to her door," Brendan added quietly. "In chains," Catelyn said. A sheer drop yawned on her right, the mountain plunging into darkness. She slowed her horse and picked her way along the path, careful with each step. "Oh," her uncle said, behind her, turning his head. "I see an axe on his saddle, a dirk at his belt, and a sellsword that trails after him like a hungry shadow. Where are the chains, sweet one?" Catelyn shifted uneasily in her saddle. "The dwarf is here, and not by choice. Chains or no, he is my prisoner. Lysa will want him to answer for his crimes no less than I. It was her own lord husband the Lannisters murdered, and her own letter that first warned us against them." Brendan gave her a weary smile. "I hope you are right, child," he sighed, but the tone in his voice made clear that he thought she was not. By the time the slope leveled beneath their horses' hooves, the sun had sunk low in the west. The road widened and straightened, wildflowers sprouting on either side. Reaching the valley floor at last, they made good time. Trotting through greenwoods and sleepy villages, past orchards and fields of golden grain, they crossed a dozen sunlight streams before night fell. Her uncle sent a standard bearer ahead, twin banners flying from his staff, the moon and falcon of House Arryn above, and beneath it the blackfish of House Tully. Farmers and merchants alike made way, clearing the road as the riders passed. Still, darkness had fully settled over the vale by the time they had arrived at the foot of the giant's lance. A squat castle stood before them, torches burning along its walls and the horned moon shimmering in the moat. The drawbridge was up, the portcullis down, but light poured from the gatehouse and the towers beyond. "The gates of the moon," Brendan said, drawing rein. "Lord Nestor's seat. He should be expecting us. Look up." Catelyn followed his gaze, up and up, until her neck ached. At first, all she saw was trees and stone, the looming black mass of the mountain itself. Then, a flicker of firelight. A tower keep built high on the mountain slope. Above it, another, and higher still, a third, so distant it looked like a lone ember hanging in the night sky. Then, higher yet, a flash of white under the moonlight. Vertigo struck her. The pale towers of the Eyrie glimmered impossibly far above, nestled among the clouds. "The Eyrie," she heard Marillion whisper, awestruck. Tyrion Lannister's dry voice cut through the reverence. "The Arryns must not be overfond of company. If you're planning to make us climb that mountain in the dark, I'd rather you kill me here." "We'll spend the night here and make the ascent on the morrow," Brendan said. "I can scarcely wait," the dwarf muttered. "How do we get up there? I've no experience at riding goats." "Mules," Brendan said, smiling. "There are steps carved into the mountain," Catelyn added. Ned had told her about the way castles, stone, snow, and sky, when he spoke of his youth in the Vale, with Robert and Jon Arryn. Now Brendan confirmed it with a nod. "It is too dark to see them, but the steps are there. Too steep and narrow for horses, but mules can manage them most of the way. The path is guided by 3 way castles, stone and snow and sky. The mules will take us as far up as sky." Tyrion Lannister stared up at the mountain skeptically. "And beyond that?" Brendan smiled. "Beyond that, the path is too steep even for mules. We ascend on foot the rest of the way. Or, perchance, you prefer to ride a basket. The Eyrie clings to the mountain directly above sky, and in its cellars are 6 great winches with long iron chains to draw supplies up from below. If you prefer, my Lord of Lannister, I can arrange for you to ride up with the bread and beer and apples." The dwarf chuckled. "Would that I were a pumpkin," he said. "Alas, my Lord Father would no doubt be most chagrined if his son of Lannister went to his fate like a load of turnips. If you ascend on foot, I fear I must do the same. We Lannisters do have a certain pride." "Pride," Catelyn snapped. His mocking tone grated on her. "Arrogance, some might call it. Arrogance and avarice and lust for power." "My brother is undoubtedly arrogant," Tyrion replied smoothly. "My father is the soul of avarice, and my sweet sister Cersei lusts for power with every waking breath. I, however, am innocent as a little lamb. Shall I bleat for you?" He grinned, but Catelyn had no chance to respond. The drawbridge groaned as it came down, and chains clinked behind the rising portcullis. Torches lit the courtyards as guards fled out to meet them, and Brendan led the party across the moat. Lord Nestor Royce waited in the yard, surrounded by his knights. "Lady Stark," he said, bowing. She dismounted. Lord Nestor. She knew him by reputation only. A cousin of Bronze Young Royce, though from a lesser branch of the house. "We have had a long and tiring journey. I would beg the hospitality of your roof tonight, if I might." "My roof is yours, my lady," Lord Nestor said gruffly. "But your sister, the Lady Lysa, has sent down word from the Eyrie. She wishes to see you at once. The rest of your party will be housed here and sent up at first light." Brendan swung off his horse, frowning. "What madness is this? A night ascent, with the moon not even full? Even Lysa should know that's an invitation to a broken neck." "The mules know the way, Sir Brendan." A weary girl stepped forward, not yet 20, with short-cropped dark hair and a confidence in her stride. She wore riding leathers and silvered mail and bowed gracefully. I promise you, my lady, no harm will come to you. It would be my honor to take you up. I've made the dark climb 100 times. Michael says my father must have been a goat." She spoke with such cocky certainty that Catelyn couldn't help but smile. "Do you have a name, child?" "Maya Stone, if it please you, my lady." It did not please her. The name Stone was a bastard's name in the Vale, just as snow was in the north. Her smile tightened. She bore no ill will to this girl, but the reminder of Jon Snow stung, anger and guilt rising unbidden. She struggled for words, but Lord Noster filled the silence. "Maya's a clever girl, and if she vows she will bring you safely to Lady Lysa, I believe her. She has not failed me yet." "Then I must put myself in your hands, Maya Stone," Catelyn said. "Lord Nestor, I charge you to keep a close guard on my prisoner." "And I charge you to bring the prisoner a cup of wine and a nicely crisp capon before he dies of hunger," Lannister added cheerfully. "A girl would be pleasant as well, but I suppose that's too much to ask of you." Bronn laughed aloud. Nestor Royce ignored them. "As you say, my lady, so it will be done," he said, and only then did he look directly at Tyrion. "See our Lord of Lannister to a tower cell, and bring him meat and mead." Catelyn bid her uncle farewell and followed Maya through the inner yard. 2 shaggy mules were waiting in the upper bailey, saddled and ready for the climb. Maya helped Catelyn mount her mule while a guardsman in a sky-blue cloak unbarred the postern gate. Beyond lay the dark tangle of pine and spruce and the mountain rising like a black wall. But the steps were there, narrow and chiseled deep into the stone, winding up into the night sky. "Some find it easier if they close their eyes," Maya said as she led the mules into the woods. "When they get frightened or dizzy, sometimes they hold onto the mule too tight. They don't like that." "I was born a Tully and wed to a Stark," Catelyn said. "I do not frighten easily. Do you plan to light a torch?" The steps were pitch black ahead. "Torches just blind you," Maya replied with a face. "On a clear night like this, the moon and the stars are enough. Michael says I have the eyes of the owl." She mounted her own mule and started upward. Catelyn followed without need for guidance. "You mentioned Michael before," Catelyn said. The pace was slow, steady, and she was glad for it. "Michael's my love," Maya explained. "Michael Redfort. He's squire to Sir Lyn Corbry. We're to wed as soon as he becomes a knight, next year or the year after." She sounded so much like Sansa, so full of hope, of dreams unspoilt. Catelyn smiled, but it was a sad smile. The Redforts were proud and ancient, of the first men's blood. A noble house would never wed one born a stone. If Michael laid with this girl at all, it would be on the wrong side of the sheets. Still, the climb was easier than she'd feared. The dense trees leaned close, forming a roof of rustling green that blotted out even the moonlight. It felt like they moved through a long black tunnel, but the mules were tireless and steady, and Maya, owl-eyed or not, led them unerringly. Their hooves barely made a sound atop the thick carpet of fallen pine needles. Catelyn felt her body sway gently in the saddle. The rhythm lulled her, and before long she found herself dozing. Then, suddenly, massive gates loomed before them. "Stone," Maya said brightly as she dismounted. Iron spikes crowned the stone walls, and the 2 round towers stood watch above. At Maya's shout, the gates creaked open. Inside, a portly knight welcomed her by name and handed them skewers of charred meat and onion, still steaming from the spit. Catelyn hadn't even realized she was hungry. She devoured the food standing in the courtyard while the stable hand saddled fresh mules. Hot juices ran down her chin, staining her cloak, but she didn't care. They mounted again into the starlight. The second stretch was harder. The trail was steeper now, the steps more worn, the path scattered with loose pebbles. Maya had to dismount a half-dozen times to clear rocks from the way. "You don't want your mule to break a leg up here," she said. Catelyn could only agree. The wind grew stronger, the trees thinned. Cold gusts tugged at her clothes, whipped her hair into her face. They wound back and forth along the mountain, and sometimes the path doubled back sharply, revealing stone far below them now. And even further, the torches of the gates of the moon, tiny as candle flames. Snow appeared above. a single fortified tower beside a timber keep and stables, sheltered behind low stone walls. Smaller than stone, but perfectly placed. Any foe climbing the mountain would face arrow fire and falling rocks long before they reached it. A young pock-marked knight greeted them and offered warmth, bread, and cheese, but Maya declined with a respectful, "We ought to keep going, my lady, if it please you." Catelyn nodded. She wanted the climb behind her. New mules were brought. Hers was white. "Whitey's a good one, my lady," Maya said with a smile. "Sure of foot, even on ice. But you need to be careful. He'll kick you if he doesn't like you." Thankfully, the white mule seemed to like her. No kicks, and no ice on the trail either, which was a blessing. The wind still howled and the stars wheeled above, but they were climbing steadily toward the sky. "My mother says that hundreds of years ago, this was where the snow began," Maya told her. "It was always white above here, and the ice never melted." She shrugged. "I can't remember ever seeing snow this far down the mountain, but maybe it was that way once, in the olden times." So young, Catelyn thought. She tried to remember if she had ever been like that. The girl had lived half her life in summer. That was all she knew. "Winter is coming, child," Catelyn almost said. The words were on her lips. Perhaps she was becoming a Stark at last. Above snow, the wind was no longer just a breeze. It was a living thing, howling and hissing, only to fall silent and lull into the carelessness. The stars glittered sharper here, as if they'd been polished. The horned moon loomed huge and pale in the black sky. As they climbed higher, Catelyn learned to look up instead of down. The path beneath them was cracked and broken from age and weather and the constant tread of hooves, and even in the dark, the height made her heart pound. When they reached a narrow saddle between two spires of rock, Maya dismounted. "It's best to lead the mules over," she said. "The wind can be a little scary here, my lady." Catelyn looked at the path, 20 feet long, maybe 3 feet wide, with sheer drops to either side. The wind screamed around her. Maya stepped forward lightly, her mule following with calm indifference as though they walked the castle yard. Now it was Catelyn's turn. She took a step, and fear seized her. She froze. Around her there was nothing but black air and terrible emptiness. Her cloak snapped in the wind, tugging at her like some unseen hand. She tried to step back, but Whitey the mule was behind her. There was no going back. "I'm going to die here," she thought. Cold sweat slid down her spine. "Lady Stark," Maya's voice floated across the gap, suddenly distant. "Are you well?" Catelyn swallowed what was left of her pride. I cannot do this, child," she called. "Yes, you can," Maya said. "I know you can. Look how wide the path is." "I don't want to look." The world felt like it was spinning, sky and rock and shadow all whirling together. "I'll come back for you," Maya said. "Don't move, my lady." Catelyn did not. She stood perfectly still, hearing only the wind and the soft scrape of boots. Then Maya was beside her again, warm hands taking her arm. "Keep your eyes closed if you like. Let go of the rope now. Whitey will take care of himself." "Very good, my lady. I'll lead you over. It's easy, you'll see. Give me a step now. That's it. Move your foot. Just slide it forward. See? Now another. Easy. You could run across. Another one. Go on. Yes." Step by step, foot by trembling foot, the bastard girl led Catelyn across the ledge, while the white mule followed behind, calm as snow. The final way castle, called Skye, was barely more than a crescent wall of unmortared stone nestled into the mountain side. But to Catelyn, it might as well have been the gates of heaven. Here, at last, the snow crown began. Frost rimmed the old stones, and long spears of ice hung from above. Dawn had begun to break in the east. As Maya called for the guards, the gates opened before them. Inside was nothing but a series of ramps and a wild scatter of boulders. Catelyn didn't need to be told. It would be the simplest thing in the world to trigger an avalanche here. A wide mouth yawned in the rock ahead. "The stables and barracks are in there," Maya said. "The last part is inside the mountain. It can be a little dark, but at least you're out of the wind. This is as far as the mules can go. Past here, well, it's sort of a chimney, more like a stone ladder than proper steps, but it's not too bad. Another hour and we'll be there." Catelyn looked up. Directly overhead, pale in the dawn light, stood the Eyrie. It couldn't be more than 600 feet now. From this close, it looked like a white honeycomb clinging to the cliff. She remembered her uncle's words about winches and baskets. "The Lannisters may have their pride," she told Maya, "but the Tullys are born with better sense. I have ridden all day and most of the night. Tell them to lower a basket. I shall ride with the turnips." The sun was high above the mountains by the time Catelyn Stark finally reached the Eyrie. So Vardis Egan, a stocky man with silver hair, stepped forward in his sky-blue cloak and moon and falcon breastplate to help her from the basket. Captain of Jon Arryn's household guard, beside him stood Maester Coleman. Thin, nervous, with more neck than hair. "Lady Stark," Sir Vardis greeted her, "the pleasure is as great as it is anticipated." Maester Coleman bobbed his head quickly. "Indeed it is, my lady, indeed it is. I've sent word to your sister. She left orders to be awakened the instant you arrived." "I hope she had a good night's rest," Catelyn replied, the edge in her voice going politely ignored. The men escorted her up a spiral stair. The Eyrie wasn't large compared to the castles of the great houses. 7 slender white towers stood close together, like arrows in a quiver perched on the mountain's shoulder. It had no kennels, no stables, no smithy. But Ned had told her its granary rivaled Winterfell's. And its towers could house 500 men. Still, it felt deserted. The halls echoed, pale and empty. Lysa was waiting in her solar, alone and still in her bedrobes. Her long auburn hair tumbled loose over bare white shoulders. A maid stood behind her, brushing out the tangles. When Catelyn entered, her sister rose, smiling. "Cat," Lysa breathed. "Oh, Cat, how good it is to see you, my sweet sister." She crossed the chamber quickly and wrapped Catelyn in her arms. "How long it has been," she murmured. "Oh, how very, very long." It had been 5 years, 5 cruel years, and they had taken their toll. Lysa was 2 years younger, but looked older now. She'd grown thick and pale, her face puffy. Her once vivid Tully blue eyes were watery and restless. Her small mouth had turned down with petulance. Catelyn remembered the hopeful, high-breasted girl who'd once stood beside her in Riverrun Sept on her wedding day. Now only the great fall of auburn hair remained of her beauty. "You look well," Catelyn said, lying, "but tired." Tired, yes, oh yes. Then she remembered to notice the others, her maid, Sir Vardis, Maester Coleman. "Leave us," she ordered. "I wish to speak to my sister alone." She held Catelyn's hand as they withdrew, then dropped it the moment the door closed. Her smile vanished, the warmth vanished, her eyes turned cold. "Have you taken leave of your senses?" Lysa snapped. "To bring him here, without a word of permission, without so much as a warning, to drag us into your quarrels with the Lannisters." "My quarrels?" Catelyn could hardly believe what she was hearing. The hearth fire crackled, but there was no heat in Lysa's voice. "They were your quarrels first, sister. You sent me that cursed letter. You wrote that the Lannisters had murdered your husband. To warn you, so you could stay away from them. I never meant to fight them. God's cat, do you know what you've done?" "Mother?" A small voice interrupted them. Lysa turned, her robe swirling. A boy stood in the doorway, clutching a tattered cloth doll. Robert Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie. He was painfully thin, small for 6, and his body trembled now and then from what the maesters called the shaking sickness. "I heard voices." No wonder. Lysa had nearly been shouting. She softened instantly. "This is your Aunt Catelyn, baby. My sister, Lady Stark. Do you remember?" The boy blinked at her. "I think so," he said, uncertain. He'd been less than a year old the last time Catelyn had seen him. Lysa pulled him close and sat by the fire. "Come to mother, my sweet one." She fussed with his hair, straightened his robe. "Isn't he beautiful? And strong too. Don't you believe the things you hear. Jon knew. The seed is strong, he told me, his last words. He kept saying Robert's name, and he grabbed my arm so hard he left marks. Tell them the seed is strong. His seed. He wanted everyone to know what a good, strong boy my baby was going to be." "Lysa," Catelyn said gently, "if you're right about the Lannisters, all the more reason we must act quickly. Not in front of the baby, Lysa snapped. He has a delicate temper, don't you, sweet one? The boy is Lord of the Eyrie and Defender of the Vale, Catelyn reminded her, her patience thinning. And these are no times for delicacy. Ned thinks it may come to war. Quiet, Lysa snapped. You're scaring the boy. Little Robert flinched and looked fearfully over his shoulder at Catelyn. The doll slipped from his fingers to the rushes, and he pressed himself tightly against his mother. Don't be afraid, my sweet baby, Lysa whispered soothingly. Mother's here. Nothing will hurt you. She opened her robe and pulled out a pale, heavy breast, red-tipped. The boy latched onto it eagerly, burying his face in her chest. Catelyn stood, stunned, unable to speak. Jon Arryn's son, she thought. It didn't seem possible. She pictured her own Rickon, just 3 years old and already fierce, wild, a wolf pup through and through. This boy was something else entirely. No wonder the Lords of the Vale were uneasy. For the first time, Catelyn understood why the king had tried to take Robert from Lysa's care. To foster him with the Lannisters. It was clearer now than ever. We're safe here, Lysa was saying softly, though Catelyn couldn't tell if she was speaking to her sister or to the boy. Don't be a fool, Catelyn said, her anger flared. No one is safe. If you think hiding here will make the Lannisters forget you, you are sadly mistaken. Lysa protectively cupped her son's ear. Even if they could bring an army through the mountain and pass the bloody gate, the Eyrie is impregnable. You saw yourself, no enemy could ever reach us up here. Catelyn nearly slapped her. Uncle Brendan tried to warn me, she thought. No castle is impregnable, she said flatly. This one is, Lysa insisted. Everyone says so. The only thing is, her eyes shifted. What am I to do with this imp you have brought me? From her lap, the boy looked up, lips wet. Is he a bad man? A very bad man, Lysa told him, covering herself again. But mother won't let him harm my little baby. Make him fly, Robert said eagerly. Lysa stroked her son's hair, her voice calm and strange. Perhaps we will, she murmured. Perhaps that is just what we will do. So, in Catelyn 6, Catelyn's treacherous journey to the Eyrie is preserved in both formats, but the execution differs in ways that reflects the strengths and limitations of book and screen. One of the biggest shifts is scope and party size. In the book, Catelyn travels with a larger group, including named companions like Marillion, the singer, and various sellswords and knights. The show pares this down to just a few recognizable faces, Bronn, Sir Roderick, and a handful of guards. This streamlining keeps the scene focused and avoids introducing characters the audience won't follow, but it does lessen the sense of the ragtag band that the book emphasizes. The show also shortens the journey. In the book, Catelyn reflects frequently on the grueling terrain, sleepless nights, and constant fear of Lannister pursuit. We get Tyrion's slow realization that they're heading east toward the Vale instead of north to Winterfell, and his confrontation with Catelyn plays out across multiple scenes. The show expresses this into a single exchange, losing the slow burn paranoia and travel fatigue that build tension in the novel. Another change is how Tyrion's combat movement is framed. The book lets us see it through Catelyn's startled internal reaction. She watches, stunned, as Tyrion killed a tribesman with a shield, protecting her as much as himself. This moment becomes a turning point in her perception of him. On screen, the same moment is visual but lacks her internal processing. We see Tyrion bash a man's face in, and Catelyn witness it, but her shifting perspective has to be conveyed through facial expressions and a single glance rather than a narrative reflection. Bronn's role is also elevated in the show. While persistent in the book, he isn't singled out during the early parts of the journey. On TV, however, he stands out immediately as a skilled fighter. His quick, agile swordplay becomes a visual centerpiece of the skirmish. This change sets up his future relationship with Tyrion much earlier and more clearly for the audience. The tone differs too. The book leans heavily into fear and uncertainty, Catelyn's constant anxiety about being pursued, about Tyrion's cleverness, and about the unpredictable threat of the Hill tribes. The show presents the danger, but shifts towards action and spectacle. There's less internal dread and more visceral tension, built through cinematography and the sounds of clashing steel and nighttime panic. Finally, the aftermath is more reflective in the book. Catelyn's internal monologue acknowledges Tyrion's bravery and suggests a softening of her contempt. The show gives us a single shared look, an efficient visual nod to the growing complexity, but a subtle one. In summary, the show hits the major plot points, the route, the ambush, Tyrion's moment of courage, but trims down the journey's psychological depth. The book makes Catelyn feel every mile and every doubt. The show moves faster, relying on visual storytelling and performance to suggest what the prose spells out. And that's it for our analysis, as well as the differences we have for this chapter. Before we jump into Catelyn 7, let's quickly recap what's been going on in A Game of Thrones. In Eddard 9, Littlefinger takes Ned to the brothel Jon Arryn had visited, where Ned speaks with a young woman who has a daughter bearing a striking resemblance to King Robert, another one of his illegitimate children. This discovery further confirms Jon Arryn's investigation into Robert's bastards. As Ned and his men head back to the Red Keep, they are ambushed by Jaime Lannister and about 20 Lannister guards. Furious over the abduction of his brother, Tyrion, Jaime demands answers. When Ned refuses to engage in politics with a sword to his throat, Jaime orders his men to slaughter Ned's escort. A fight breaks out, and while Ned holds his own, he ultimately gets his leg shattered in the chaos. As he collapses in agony, Jaime leaves him bleeding in the street, unconscious, as a brutal warning. In Daenerys 4, as the Khalasar hits Vaes Dothrak, Daenerys chats with Ser Jorah Mormont about Dothraki fighting tactics while they travel up the God's Way. After settling in, Daenerys tries to make peace with her brother Viserys by offering him new clothes during dinner, but he loses his cool and attacks her. She fights back, hitting him with a belt and sending him packing. Meanwhile, in Bran 5, Bran takes his first ride outside Winterfell since his accident and hears about Jaime Lannister's attack on his dad. While riding, Bran gets jumped by outlaws, but Robb and the direwolves swoop in just in time, capturing one of the attackers, Osha. Over in Tyrion 5, Tyrion's stuck in a sky cell in the Eyrie, but manages to bribe his way into confessing, hoping for a way out. He cleverly opts for a trial by combat, with the sellsword Bronn stepping up as his champion. In Eddard 10, while unconscious, Ned has a vivid dream about the battle at the Tower of Joy, reliving the intense and mysterious showdown from his past. When he finally wakes, he finds himself in bed with a badly injured leg, and an angry King Robert looming over him. Robert is furious about Tyrion Lannister's abduction and demands that Ned put an end to the brewing conflict by making peace with the Lannisters. Despite their past argument, Robert reinstates Ned as Hand of the King, insisting that he's the only one he trusts to run things. With that settled, Robert announces that he's going on a hunting trip, leaving Ned in charge to sit the Iron Throne in his absence. And that's the rundown to get set for Catelyn 7. Let's get into it. Catelyn 7. The eastern sky was glowing rose and gold as the sun broke over the Vale of Arryn. Catelyn Stark stood at the window, her hands resting on the finely carved stone, watching as dawn transformed the world below. Black turned to indigo, then to green, as light crept over fields and forest. Far below, Alyce's tears spilled off the mountainside in a shimmering white rush. Catelyn could feel the cool mist on her face. The story went that Alyssa Arryn had seen all her loved ones, her husband, her brother, her children, slaughtered. Yet in life she had never shed a single tear. So the gods had cursed her in death until her tears reached the valley floor. She would know no peace. 6,000 years and still the falls never touched the earth below. Catelyn wondered what kind of waterfall her tears might make when her time came. "Tell me the rest of it," she said. Behind her, Sir Roderick Castle answered, "The Kingslayer is massing a host at Castle Rock. Your brother writes that he sent riders demanding Lord Tywin declare his intentions, but he's had no reply. Edmure has commanded Lord Vance and Lord Piper to hold the pass below the Golden Tooth. He swears he'll yield no foot of Tully land without spilling Lannister blood first." Catelyn turned from the sunrise. Its beauty felt like mockery. How could a day so lovely begin with what is likely to be terrible news? "Edmure sends riders and makes vows," she said sharply, "but Edmure is not Lord of Riverrun. What of my father?" There was no mention of Lord Hoster, my lady, Sir Roderick replied, tugging at his bristly white whiskers. He looked nearly himself again after his wounds, old but sturdy. If father left Edmure in command, then he must be gravely ill, she frowned. I should have been woken the moment the raven arrived. Your lady's sister thought it best to let you sleep, Maester Coleman told me. I should have been woken, she said again, firmer. The Maester says your sister means to speak with you after the combat, Roderick added. Then she plans to go through with this Murmur's farce, Catelyn grimaced. The dwarf has played her like a set of pipes, and she's too deaf to hear the tune. Whatever happens this morning, Sir Roderick, it's time we left. My place is at Winterfell with my sons. If you're strong enough to travel, I'll ask Lysa for an escort to Gulltown. We'll take ship from there. Another ship? Sir Roderick looked a little green, but he didn't flinch. As you say, my lady. He waited outside while her servants helped her dress. If she could speak to Lysa before the duel, maybe she could talk her down. Her sister's policies changed with the wind, and her moods were even worse. The shy girl Catelyn remembered from Riverrun had become a woman who shifted constantly, fearful, proud, dreamy, cruel, stubborn, vain, and most of all, unpredictable. When that leering turnkey had come grinning to announce Tyrion Lannister's so-called confession, Catelyn had begged Lysa to hear him in private. But no, her sister had to turn it into a public spectacle. And now this. Lannister is my prisoner, she reminded Sir Roderick as they made their way through the Erie's cold white corridors. She wore plainish grey wool with a silver belt. My sister needs to remember that. They found Sir Brendan storming out of Lysa's chambers, fuming. Going to the Fool's Festival? He snapped. I tell you to slap some sense into your sister, but you'd only bruise your hand. There was a bird from Riverrun, Catelyn began. A letter from Edmure. I know, child. Brendan's blackfish cloak pin gleamed. It was his only decoration. I had to hear it from Maester Coleman. I asked your sister to leave to ride with 1,000 seasoned men to Riverrun. Ride fast. Ride now. Do you know what she said? His mouth twisted. The Vale cannot spare 1,000 swords, nor even one, uncle, she told me. You are the Knight of the Gate. Your place is here. A gust of childish laughter echoed from the doors behind them, and Brendan Tully shot a dark look over his shoulder. Well, I told her, he muttered. She can bloody well find herself a new Knight of the Gate. Blackfish or no, I'm still a Tully. I'll leave for Riverrun by evenfall. Catelyn didn't even pretend to be surprised. Alone? She asked. You know you'd never survive the high road on your own. So Roderick and I are returning to Winterfell. Come with us, uncle. I'll see that you get your 1,000 men. Riverrun won't stand alone. Brendan paused, thinking it over, then gave a curt nod. As you say, it's the long way home, but I'm more likely to get there. I'll wait for you below. He strode off, his black cloak swirling in his wake. Catelyn exchanged a glance with Sir Roderick, and together they stepped out into the courtyard, greeted by the high, nervous giggles of a child. Lysa's apartments opened over a small garden surrounded by slender white towers. The Lords of the Eyrie had once hoped it would become the Godswood, but the mountain's rock was too stubborn. No weirwood would grow here, so instead there was grass and blue flowers, and scattered statues between low shrubs. And here, in this makeshift sacred ground, 2 men would soon stake their lives, and Tyrion Lannisters on the judgment of gods. Lysa stood at the terrace, freshly bathed, dressed in a cream velvet with sapphires and moonstones shining at her throat. She was surrounded by knights and retainers, many of them still dreaming of marrying her and ruling the Vale. But from what Catelyn had seen, that was a dream destined to remain just that. A wooden platform had been set up for young Lord Robert's high seat. He sat above them all, clapping and squealing with laughter as a motley-clad puppeteer made 2 wooden knights clash and tumble. Nearby pitchers of thick cream and baskets of blackberries were served with sweet orange-scented wine in ornate silver cups. Brendan had called it a fool's festival, and it was. Across the terrace, Lysa laughed at something Lord Hunter said, then bit delicately into a blackberry balanced on the tip of Sir Lyn Corbury's dagger. Those 2 were her favourites, for now. But Catelyn couldn't decide which was more absurd. Lord Hunter was older than Jon Arryn had been, half crippled with gout and father to 3 greedy, squabbling sons. Sir Lyn was young and dashing, but vain, reckless, and hot-tempered, and it was whispered he had no interest in women at all. Lysa spotted Catelyn and swept in with an embrace and a kiss. "Isn't it a lovely morning?" she beamed. "The gods are smiling on us. Do try the wine. Lord Hunter brought it back from his own cellars." "Thank you, no. Lysa, we need to talk." "After," she said lightly, already starting to turn. "Now," Catelyn said, louder than she meant. Heads turned. "Lysa, you can't go through with this. Alive, the imp has value. Dead, he's only food for the crows. And if his champion wins—" "Small chance of that, my lady," said Lord Hunter, patting her arm with a liver-spotted hand. "Sir Varadus is a doughty fighter. He'll make short work of the sellsword." "Will he, my lord?" Catelyn said coolly. "I wonder." She had seen Bronn fight on the high road. There was nothing accidental about the fact that he survived while others died. He moved like a panther, and that jagged sword of his seemed to be a part of his arm. Lysa's suitors were starting to crowd around, buzzing like flies. "Women understand little of these matters," Sir Morton Waynwood declared. "Sir Varadus is a knight, sweet lady. The other fellow, well, his sort are all cowards at heart. Useful enough in a proper battle with thousands behind them, but face them off alone and their courage drains right out." Catelyn forced a polite smile, though it felt like it cracked her face. "Say you're right and Sir Varadus wins. What then? What do we gain by killing Tyrion Lannister? Do you think Jaime will care that we gave his brother a trial before tossing him off a mountain?" Sir Lyn Cosbury leaned in, all charm and steel. "Behead the man," he suggested. "When the Kingslayer receives the imp's head, it will serve as a warning," Lysa snapped, flicking her waist-length auburn hair with impatience. She pointed to her son as if that ended the discussion. "Lord Robert wants to see him fly." Catelyn stared, appalled. This wasn't justice, it was theatre. "And the imp has only himself to blame," Lysa added. "He demanded trial by combat." Lord Hunter puffed up with importance. "Lady Lysa had no honourable way to deny him, even if she'd wished to." But Catelyn ignored them all. She fixed her eyes on her sister and pressed her voice low and fierce. "Tyrion Lannister is my prisoner. I remind you of that." Lysa's face twisted. "And I remind you the dwarf murdered my lord husband." Her voice rang out, high and trembling. "He poisoned the hand of the king and left my sweet baby fatherless, and now I mean to see him pay." She spun on her heel, skirts flaring dramatically, and stalked away. Sir Lyn, Sir Morton, and the rest of the eager suitors trailing in her wake like hounds sniffing after their mistress. When they were alone again, Sir Roderick turned to Catelyn. "Do you think he did it?" he asked. "Murdered Lord John, I mean. The imp denies it, and rather fiercely." Catelyn hesitated. "I believe the Lannisters killed Lord Arryn," she said at last. "But whether it was Tyrion, or Jaime, or the Queen, or all of them together, I couldn't say." Her sister had named Cersei in the letter to Winterfell, but now she was certain it was Tyrion, perhaps because he was here, a dwarf in chains, while the Queen was safe behind Red Keep walls, hundreds of leagues away. Catelyn almost regretted not burning that cursed letter. Sir Roderick tugged at his whiskers. "Poison could be the imp's doing," he mused, "or Cersei's. Poison said to be a woman's weapon, no offense, my lady." He frowned. "The Kingslayer, though, I can't see it. He's not subtle. He's the kind who likes the red on the sword." "Still," Catelyn murmured uneasily, "how else could they make it look like a natural death?" A shriek of glee cut across her thoughts. Little Robert was clapping in delight as one of the puppet knights sliced the other in half, red sawdust bursting across the terrace like blood. Catelyn sighed. "That boy has no discipline. He'll never be fit to rule, not while his mother clings to him like this." A soft voice spoke at her elbow. "His lord father agreed with you." It was Maester Coleman, cradling a cup of wine in both hands. "He planned to send the boy to Dragonstone for fostering, you know." "Oh, but I've said too much." He gulped, Adam's apple bobbing. "I've had too much of Lord Hunter's fine vintage. The thoughts of bloodshed set me rattling." "You're mistaken," Catelyn said coolly. "It was Castle Rock, not Dragonstone, and those plans were made after Jon's death, without my sister's consent." Coleman blinked and shook his head so violently he looked like a marionette. No, begging your forgiveness, But it was Lord John who... A deep bell tolled below, cutting him off. Every head turned. Lords, knights, servants. They all drifted toward the balustrade. 2 guards in sky-blued cloaks led Tyrion Lannister into the garden. He walked with the septon toward the statue at the center, a woman carved in vein white marble, eternally weeping. It had to be Alyssa. "There's the bad little man," Robert squealed. "Mother, can I make him fly? Please, I want to see him fly." "Later, my sweet baby," Lysa cooed. "Trial first," Sir Lyn said smoothly. "Then execution." From opposite ends of the garden, the champions emerged. Sir Varadus Egan looked like a fortress in motion, head to heel in heavy plate, his cloak clasped with the moon and falcon. Falcon wings curved from his helmet, and his visor came to a sharp, beaked point. He was flanked by 2 squires, their eyes wide and solemn. Bronn walked alone. He looked almost naked beside the knight. Just black ringmail over leather, a round half-helm, and steel-studded gloves. Catelyn noticed the contrast. Sir Varadus was a knight's knight, noble, rigid, and slow. Bronn was lean, loose, taller by half a hand, and younger by a dozen years. His weapon wasn't just held, it lived in his hand. The men knelt in the grass beneath the weeping woman, with Tyrion between them. The gods would answer, and when they did, someone would die. The septon stepped forward, reverent and trembling, and drew a crystal sphere from the cloth bag at his waist. He raised it high, and the light shattered through the crystal, scattering rainbow fragments across Tyrion Lannister's face. Then, in that solemn high-pitched sing-song tone that seemed made for sacred things, he prayed. He called on the gods to bear witness, to look down and find the truth in the dwarf's soul. If he was innocent, may he win his life and freedom. If guilty, may he die. The prayer echoed off the pale towers of the Eyrie and faded into silence. The septon, visibly relieved, lowered the crystal and all but fled the scene. Tyrion leaned close and whispered something into Bronn's ear. Whatever it was, it made the sellsword laugh as he stood and brushed a blade of grass from his knee. Casual, relaxed. From his elevated perch, Lord Robert Arryn wriggled impatiently. "When are they going to fight?" he whined. Sir Varadus Egan was already on his feet, his squire strapping a massive triangular shield to his arm, 4 feet of thick oak studded with iron. When the Master-at-Arms offered Bran a similar shield, the sellsword spit on the ground and waved him off. Catelyn noted the blade instead. It was sharp, too sharp. That kind of edge took hours of care every day. Bronn didn't shave because he was lazy. He shaved steel. Sir Varadus took his weapon next. A gorgeous long shield etched with silver tracery of a mountain sky, a falcon's head on a pommel, and wings for a crossguard. "I had that sword made for Jon," Lysa said, proud and smiling. "He wore it whenever he sat the Iron Throne in Robert's stead. Isn't it beautiful? It's only right Sir Varadus avenge him with it." Catelyn said nothing. Yes, it was beautiful, but it wasn't his. Sir Varadus would have been better off with the blade he knew. "Make them fight!" Robert cried again. Sir Varadus turned and lifted the sword in salute. "For the Eyrie and the Vale." Bronn, across the garden, nodded lazily to Tyrion. "They await your command," Lysa told her son. "Fight!" Robert shrieked, bouncing in his seat. And so they did. Sir Varadus advanced with practiced precision, shield raised, blade steady. Bronn was light on his feet, barely seeming to settle in one place. Their swords clashed once, twice. Then Bronn slipped away again. Another swing. Missed. Bronn danced left, then right, always circling, always just out of reach. The knight kept pace, careful, cautious, but the armor weighed him. Step by step, Bronn wore him down. "He's a coward," Lord Hunter shouted. "Stand and fight!" Others joined in, but beside her, Sir Roderick shook his head. "He wants to tire him," he said simply. "Even the strongest man wearies beneath that kind of weight." Catelyn said nothing. She just watched. This was no tawny joust, no friendly spar between squires. This was a different kind of dance, lethal and quiet, where one mistake could cost your life. And suddenly, watching them move, she was back in Riverrun, a girl again. A duel in the Lower Bailey, Brandon Stark facing Peter Baelish. Peter had begged for a token, something to carry into the fight. But she had refused him, turned him away with a soft heart and an older promise. Her father had promised her to Brandon, and so it was Brandon who got her token, a pale blue handkerchief she'd embroidered with the leaping trout of River Run. As she handed it to him, she had pleaded. "He is only a foolish boy," she said, "but I have loved him like a brother. Don't kill him." Brandon had looked at her with those cold, grey Stark eyes, and he had promised to spare the boy. That fight, Catelyn remembered, between Brandon Stark and Petyr Baelish had been over almost as soon as it begun. Brandon had been a man grown, and he drove Littlefinger back with relentless fury, raining steel with every strike until the boy was staggering and bleeding from a dozen wounds. He called for Petyr to yield more than once, but the boy only shook his head, jaw set, refusing to quit. Grim, foolish. When the river lapped around their ankles, Brandon ended it. One brutal backhand stroke that tore through mail and leather and buried deep beneath Petyr's ribs. Catelyn had thought he would die. He looked at her and murmured, "Cat," as blood came flowing from his hands. She thought she'd forgotten that, but now it was vivid again, fresh. That was the last time she'd seen Petyr's face, until King's Landing. A fortnight passed before he could even leave Riverrun. Her father hadn't let her see him as he healed. It had been Lysa who helped the maester nurse him back to health. Lysa had been so soft, so shy in those days, and when Petyr was well enough, Lord Hoster packed him off in a litter, back to the Fingers where he'd come from. The memory vanished at the sharp clash of steel on steel. Ser Vardis was pressing hard into Bronn now, pushing forward, shield raised, sword slashing. But Bronn moved too fast. Every blow checked or dodged, each retreat as effortless as breathing. Catelyn could see the difference. Ser Vardis was power and precision. Bronn was speed and instinct. It wasn't even close. Bronn's ugly grey blade hacked a piece from the knight's shoulder plate. Then he darted away behind the statue of Alyssa, the weeping woman. Ser Vardis lunged after him, striking marble, not flesh. "They're not fighting good, mother," Robert pouted. "I want them to fight." "They will, sweet baby," Lysa cooed, sipping wine. "The sellsword can't run all day." Some of the lords laughed and joked over their cups, but across the garden, Tyrion watched with absolute stillness, his mismatched eyes locked on the dance below. Then Bronn surged out from behind the statue, fast and silent, blade racing toward the knight's right side. Ser Vardis blocked, but clumsily, and Bronn's blade finished up, smashing into the falcon's wing on the knight's helm. It crumpled with a crunch. The sellsword kept moving, cutting at the shield next, splintering oak. Then, with a step left, always left, he slid past the wall of wood and sliced at the stomach. His sword left a gleaming gash on the plate. Ser Vardis roared forward, swinging with his full force. Bronn slammed the blow away and darted back. The knight lost his balance and crashed into the statue of Alyssa, rocking her on her plinth. When he staggered backward, his visor turned left, right, searching. He couldn't see. "Behind you, sir!" Lord Hunter bellowed. Too late. Bronn's sword came down, two-handed, crashing into the elbow of Ser Vardis's sword arm. Metal crunched. The knight let out a grunt, his blade rising in pain. This time, Bronn didn't retreat. He stood his ground, and the steel song rose. Sparks flew as they clashed again and again, the rings of swords echoing through the eyrie. "Ser Vardis is hurt," Sir Roderick said grimly. Catelyn didn't need to be told. She saw it. A bright thread of blood down the forearm, wetness leaking from the joint at his elbow. Every parry came slower now, a touch lower, his form breaking down. He turned sideways, shield toward his enemy, but Bronn circled again. Too fast, too light. Cuts were landing now, deep, gleaming gashes on the knight's thigh, helm, breastplate. A long streak carved across the gorget. The moon and falcon rondel hung loose, almost severed. They could hear his breathing now, rattling, labored. Even the suitors and noblemen on the terrace had fallen quiet. The truth was undeniable. Ser Vardis was losing, but not to Lysa, not to Robert, not to the woman who ruled this fragile mountain castle with paranoia and pride. She could not see it. "Enough, Ser Vardis!" Lysa's voice rang out across the terrace. "Finish him now! My baby is growing tired." And to Ser Vardis Egan's credit, he did as he was told, right to the end. One moment he was stumbling, crouched behind his ruined shield, The next, he charged, full force. The bull rush slammed into Bronn, knocking him off balance. The shield smashed into his face. Bronn staggered back, tripping on a rock, only just catching himself by grabbing the statue of the weeping woman. So Vardis tossed his shield aside and raised his sword with both hands, blood running freely down his arm. His last desperate strike would have split Bronn open from neck to navel, if Bronn had stayed still. But Bronn wasn't built for that. He jerked back. The beautiful sword, meant for Jon Arryn, slammed into marble. It snapped clean through. Bronn shoved the statue. The likeness of Alyssa Arryn came crashing down, smashing Ser Vardis beneath it. In a breath, Bronn was there, kicking aside what was left of the knight's shoulder plate. Ser Vardis groaned, pinned, exposed. Bronn raised his sword with both hands and brought it down through the gap in the armor, under the arm and through the ribs. The Knight of the Vale lay still. Silence. Bronn yanked off his helm. His lip was smashed, his face bloodied. Sweat soaked his hair. He spit out a broken tooth like it was nothing. "Is it over, Mother?" Robert Arryn asked. Catelyn wanted to say no, it's only just beginning. But Lysa answered, "Yes." Cold, hollow. "Can I make the little man fly now?" her son asked. Across the garden, Tyrion rose to his feet. "Not this little man," he said, cheerful as ever. "This little man is going down in the turnip hoist, thank you very much." "You presume," Lysa began. "I presume," Tyrion interrupted, "that House Arryn remembers its own words, as high as honor." "You promised I could make him fly," Robert shrieked, trembling. Lysa's cheeks turned crimson. "The gods have seen fit to proclaim him innocent, child. We have no choice but to free him." She raised her voice to the guards. "Take my Lord of Lannister and his creature out of my sight. Escort them to the bloody gate and set them free. See that they have horses and supplies enough to reach the Trident, and return their weapons and goods. They'll need them on the high road." "The high road?" Tyrion echoed. Lysa smiled, thin, satisfied. Another kind of death sentence, Catelyn thought, and Tyrion knew it too. Still, the dwarf bowed with mockery. "As you command, my lady, I believe we know the way." So, in Catelyn 7, the show preserves the key beats of Catelyn's arrival at the Eyrie, but trims characters' depth and sidesteps several important relationships in favor of speed and shock value. One major omission is Brendan Blackfish Tully, who joins Catelyn at the Bloody Gate in the book. His presence adds emotional grounding and narrative contrast. He offers strategic insight and pushes back against Lysa's paranoia. The show cuts him entirely from this point in the story, leaving Catelyn more politically and emotionally isolated. Without the Blackfish, there's no one to confront Lysa on her instability or provide Catelyn with a reliable ally inside the Vale. The journey to the Eyrie is another point of divergence. In the novel, Catelyn's party stops at each of the three way castles, Stone, Snow, and Sky, making the climb feel arduous and dangerous. The show condenses this into a few quick establishing shots, emphasizing visual spectacle over narrative weight. We don't get the full sense of physical toll, nor the looming threat of Lannister pursuit that colors the book's version. Lysa's presentation is consistent in both mediums, but the tone is different. In the book, Catelyn's realization of how much her sister has changed comes gradually, layered with internal reflections and a sense of betrayal. The show speeds us up dramatically. Lysa is instantly erratic, infantile, and theatrical. Her breastfeeding of Robin is pushed to the forefront on screen for maximum discomfort, visually telegraphing her unfitness as a ruler and mother. Robin Arryn's characterization is also heightened for impact in the show. While the book paints him as sickly and spoilt, the series leans into portraying him as immature and disturbingly coddled, with his mother's babying played almost for dark comedy. Tyrion's imprisonment in the Sky Cells is more visually terrifying in the show, with the open drop shown in dizzying angles. While the book details the experience through Tyrion's thoughts and Catelyn's reactions, the show externalizes that horror with a near fall and a grim visual of the cell's deadly edge. In essence, the show removes much of Catelyn's support structure to cast her as a lone voice of reason amid a swirl of madness. The book lets her slowly realize how much Lysa has drifted into fear and delusion, while the show opts for an immediate and uncomfortable shock. The effect is the same. Catelyn understands she's made a major miscalculation, but in the show, she realizes it with a horrid stare. In the book, it's a painful, sinking clarity we hear unfold in her thoughts. And that's it for our analysis, as well as the differences we have for this chapter. Before we get into Catelyn 8, let's quickly catch up on what's been happening in A Game of Thrones. Over in Jon 5, Sir Alliser passes 8 recruits, including Jon. There is a celebration, but Jon is worried about Sam's chances without their help. He convinces Maester Aemon to let Sam be his steward, a job Sam's perfect for since he can read, write, and crunch numbers. Then in Tyrion 6, Tyrion and Bronn are trying to lay low on the high road, debating whether to light a fire. Tyrion, feeling a bit reckless, decides they might as well, since avoiding the mountain clans seems pointless. Just as Bronn gives in, the Stone Crows show up and Tyrion manages to strike a deal with them. In Eddard 11, as Hand of the King, Ned holds court and listens to a petition from House Tully's bannermen, who report that Gregor Clegane had been raiding their lands and terrorizing their people. Outraged by these brutal attacks, Ned takes decisive action. He strips Gregor of his lands, titles, and sentences him to death for his crimes. To carry out the king's justice, he sends a force led by Lord Beric Dondarrion to track down Clegane and bring him to justice. In Sansa 3, Sansa spends some time pondering with Jean Poole why her dad didn't send the brave Sir Loras to take down the terrifying Sir Gregor. The next day, her father drops the news that he plans to send her and Arya back to Winterfell. Sansa protests, adamant she can't leave because she's destined to marry Prince Joffrey, who is nothing like his father and will give her children with golden hair. This declaration serves as an epiphany for her father, revealing a deeper layer of the political intrigue at play. In Eddard 12, Ned finally pieces together the secret that Jon Arryn died trying to uncover, the truth about Robert's children. He also receives troubling news from Pycelle and Littlefinger. Lord Tywin Lannister is already preparing for war, signaling that tensions are about to explode. Determined to do the right thing, Ned meets with Cersei in private and tells her that he knows the truth. Her children are not Robert's, but Jaime's. He warns her that once Robert returns from his hunting trip, he will reveal everything, but he gives her a chance to flee and take her children to safety. Rather than showing fear, Cersei remains calm and simply warns him that he's made a terrible mistake. In Daenerys 5, Daenerys takes on a key Dothraki pregnancy ritual by eating a stallion's heart. After completing the ritual, she baths in the womb of the world and then attends the reception feast. Things take a dramatic turn when Viserys shows up, drunk and belligerent. He draws his sword, demanding the crown he believes he's owed. Khal Drogo responds by giving him a lethal crown of molten gold. In Eddard 13, Ned receives devastating news. King Robert has been mortally wounded by a boar during his hunting trip. As he lies dying, Robert drafts a will naming Red as regent to rule in his place until Joffrey comes of age. Afterward, Renly Baratheon privately urges Ned to act fast, suggesting he seize control by taking custody of the royal children before Cersei can make her move. But Ned, bound by honor, refuses to take such drastic action. Instead, he writes a letter to Stannis Baratheon, declaring him the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Realizing he still needs men to back him, Ned turns to Littlefinger, revealing his plan and asking him to secure the loyalty of the City Watch to help maintain order when the inevitable power struggle begins. In Jon 6, Jon is initially upset when he finds out that he's been assigned to a steward rather than a ranger. However, Sam helps him see the bright side, explaining that serving as the Lord Commander's steward is actually a prestigious role meant to prepare him for future leadership. Later, Jon and Sam go beyond the wall to the Godswood to take their vows before the old gods. After their vows are solemnly made, Ghost, Jon's direwolf, startlingly returns with a human hand in his jaws. In Eddard 14, after King Robert's death, Ned gathers the small council to formally establish himself as protector of the realm, as Robert had declared in his will. However, before anything can be settled, a summons arrives. Joffrey has taken the throne and is demanding oaths of fealty from the lords of the realm. In the throne room, things escalate quickly. Cersei dismisses Robert's will entirely, tearing it up in front of everyone. Ned, standing by his honor, refuses to recognize Joffrey's claim and declares that he has no right to the throne. Confident he has the upper hand, he orders the City Watch to seize Cersei and her children, expecting their support. But instead of backing him, the Gold Cloaks turn on Ned's men, cutting them down. In that moment, Littlefinger steps in, holding a dagger to Ned's throat, and smugly reveals his betrayal with a simple reminder: "I did warn you not to trust me." In Arya 4, Arya's training with Syrio Forel is abruptly cut short by Sir Meryn Trant and some Lannister guards. Syrio fends them off, allowing Arya to escape, and in her flight, she ends up killing a stable boy who tries to stop her, then dashes through the dungeons of the Red Keep. Meanwhile, in Sansa 4, 3 days after informing Queen Cersei of her father's plans, Sansa is taken from house arrest to the Queen and the small council, where she learns her father is branded a traitor and is coerced into writing letters to her family explaining the situation. In Jon 7, the bodies of 2 men who accompanied Benjen Stark are found. While Sir Jeremy Riker suspects wildlings, Sam notes strange aspects of the bodies. Later, Jon hears of King Robert's death and his father's arrest for treason, and after a confrontation with Sir Alliser Thorne, he ends up fighting a reanimated corpse, saving the Lord Commander. Bran 6 sees the Karstarks arriving at Winterfell, and during a prayer in the Godswood, Osha educates Bran on the old gods and the others, urging that Robb should march north instead of south. Bran relays this to Maester Luwin even as Robb heads south with his army. In Daenerys 6, despite her efforts, Daenerys can't persuade Drogo to attack the Seven Kingdoms until an assassination attempt on her life at a market convinces Drogo to vow revenge. And that's all the scoop you need as we head into Catelyn 8. Let's keep it moving. Catelyn 8. It was too far to make out the banners clearly, but even through the drifting fog, Catelyn could see that they were white, with a dark smudge in their center that could only be the direwolf of Stark, grey upon its icy field. When she saw it with her own eyes, she reined up her horse and bowed her head in thanks. The gods were good. She was not too late. "They await our coming, my lady," Sir Wylis Manderly said, "as my lord father swore they would." "Let us not keep them waiting any longer, sir." Sir Brendan Tully spurred his horse and trotted briskly toward the banners, with Catelyn riding beside him. Sir Willis and his brother, Sir Wendell, followed, leading their levies, nearly 1,500 men in all. Among them were more than 20 knights and an equal number of squires, 200 mounted lancers, swordsmen, free riders, and a large body of foot soldiers, armed with spears, pikes, and tridents. Lord Wyman had remained behind in White Harbour to oversee its defences. He was nearly 60 and far too stout to ride. "If I had thought to see a war again in my lifetime, I should have eaten a few less eels," he had told Catelyn when greeting her ship, slapping his massive belly with both hands. His fingers were fat as sausages. "My boys will see you safe to your son, though. Have no fear." His boys, both older than Catelyn, resembled their father closely. So Willis was only a few eels short of being unable to mount his horse, and she pitied the poor animal beneath him. So Wendell, the younger, might have been the fattest man she'd ever seen, if she hadn't met his father and brother first. Wylis was quiet and formal, Wendell loud and boisterous. Both wore walrus mustaches and were bold as eggs, and neither owned a garment unstained by food. Still, Catelyn liked them well enough. They had gotten her safely to Robb as promised, and nothing else mattered. She was pleased to see Robb had sent out scouts, even toward the east. Though the Lannisters would approach from the south, it was wise of him to take precautions. Her son was leading a host to war. The thought both frightened and filled her with pride. A year ago, he had been a boy. What was he now? Outriders soon spotted the Manderly banners, the white merman with trident in hand rising from a blue-green sea, and hailed them warmly. The party was led to a patch of high ground dry enough for camp. Sir Willis called a halt and stayed behind with his men to see to fires and horses, while Sir Wendell continued on with Catelyn and Sir Brendan to deliver Lord Wyman's respects to his liege lord. The ground beneath their horses' hooves was soft and wet, sloping downward as they rode past smoky peat fires, lines of horses, and heavily laden wagons filled with hard bread and salt beef. On a stony outcrop higher than the rest of the boggy terrain, they passed a lord's pavilion with walls of heavy sailcloth. Catelyn recognized the banner, the bull moose of the Hornwoods, brown on its dark orange field. Just beyond, shrouded in mist, rose the ruins of Moat Cailin, or what was left of it. Immense blocks of black basalt, each the size of a crofter's cottage, lay scattered and half sunk in the bog, like a child's abandoned building blocks. The curtain wall that once matched Winterfell's height was gone. The wooden keep had rotted away centuries past, leaving not a single beam to mark where it had stood. Only 3 towers remained, 3 of the original 20, if the tales could be trusted. The Gatehouse Tower looked sturdy, flanked by a few feet of standing wall. The Drunkard's Tower, where the south and west walls had once met, leaned crookedly in the bog, like a man about to retch into a gutter. The tall, slender Children's Tower, where legend said the children of the forest once prayed to their nameless gods for the hammer of the water, was missing half its crown. Its crenellations were jagged, as if a giant beast had bitten into them and spat the rubble across the bog. All 3 towers were choked with moss, ancient and crumbling. A twisted tree had pushed its way up through the stones on the north side of the Gatehouse Tower, its gnarled branches draped in pale strands of ghostskin. So Brendan came to a sudden halt at the sight before them. "Gods have mercy," he said in disbelief. "This is Moat Cailin? It's no more than a death trap," Catelyn finished for him. "I know how it looks, Uncle. I thought the same the first time I saw it, but Ned assured me that this ruin is more formidable than it seems. The 3 surviving towers command the causeway from all sides, and any enemy must pass between them. The bogs here are impenetrable, full of quicksands and suckholes, and teeming with snakes. To assault any of the towers, an army would need to wade through the waist-deep black muck, cross a moat full of lizard lions, and scale walls slimy with moss, all the while exposing themselves to fire from archers in the other towers." She gave him a grim smile. "And when night falls, there are said to be ghosts, cold, vengeful spirits of the north who hunger for southern blood." So Brendan gave a low chuckle. "Remind me not to linger here. Last I looked, I was southern myself." Banners had been raised over each of the towers. The direwolf of Stark flew on all 3, but the Karstark sunburst hung beneath it atop the Drunkard's Tower. The Great John's chained giant was fixed to the Children's Tower. Only the Stark banner flew above the Gatehouse Tower, where Robb had established his seat. Catelyn rode toward that tower, with Sir Brendan and Sir Wendell close behind. Their horses picked their way slowly down the plank and log causeway, laid across the wet fields of black and green mud. Inside the draughty hall, she found her son surrounded by his father's bannermen. A peat fire smoldered in the black hearth as Robb sat on a massive stone table, deeply engraved in conversation with Roose Bolton and the Great John. Maps and papers were spread out before him. He hadn't noticed her come in, but his direwolf had. The great grey beast lay beside the fire. When Catelyn entered, he raised his head and met her eyes with his golden ones. One by one, the voices in the room went quiet. Robb looked up at the sudden hush and saw her. "Mother," he said, his voice thick with emotion. Her heart swelled with longing. She wanted to rush to him, to kiss his brow, to hold him, and never let go. But with his lords watching, she held herself still, standing at the far end of the borsalt slab they used for a table. He was a man now, or trying to be, and she would not diminish him. Greywind rose and padded across the hall to her. He seemed too large to be a mere wolf. She looked at Robb and said, "You've grown a beard." While the direwolf sniffed her hand, Robb rubbed his chin, looking suddenly self-conscious. "Yes." His beard was a deeper red than the hair on his head. "I like it." Catelyn stroked Greywind's head softly. "It makes you look like my brother Edmure." The wolf gave her fingers a playful nip before trotting back to the fire. The first lord to come forward was Sir Helman Talhart. He knelt and pressed his brow to her hand. "Lady Catelyn," he said, "you are as fair as ever, a welcome sight in troubled times." One by one, the rest came. Golbert and Robert, Glover, the Great John, Umber, and others. The last was Theon Greyjoy. "I had not looked to see you here, my lady," he said, kneeling before her. "I had not thought to be here," Catelyn replied, "until I came ashore at White Harbour and Lord Wyman told me that Robb had called the banners. You know his son, Sir Wendell?" Wendell mannerly stepped forward and bowed as deeply as his bulk allowed. and my uncle, Sir Brendan Tully, who has left my sister's service for mine." "The Blackfish," Robb said. "Thank you for joining us, sir. We need men of your courage. And you, Sir Wendell, I am glad to have you here. Is Sir Roderick with you as well, mother? I've missed him." "Sir Roderick is on his way north from White Harbour. I have named him Castellan and commanded him to hold Winterfell till our return. Maester Lewin is a wise counsellor, but unskilled in the arts of war." "Have no fear on that count, Lady Stark," said the Great John in his booming voice. "Winterfell is safe. We'll shove our swords up Tywin Lannister's bunghole soon enough, begging your pardons, and then it's on to the Red Keep to free Ned." Roose Bolton stepped forward next. Though his voice was soft, it stilled the room. His eyes were pale and strangely colourless, and his gaze was unsettling. "My lady, a question, as it please you." He paused. "It is said that you hold Lord Tywin's dwarf son as captive. Have you brought him to us? I vow we shall make good use of such a hostage." "I did hold Tyrion Lannister, but no longer," Catelyn said, and the words pained her. The lords erupted with outrage when they heard her admission. Catelyn raised her voice to be heard. "I was no more pleased than you, my lords. The gods saw fit to free him, with some help from my fool of a sister." She knew she shouldn't speak so plainly, but her departure from the Eyrie had left her bitter. Before leaving, she had suggested taking young Robert Arryn with her to Winterfell for fostering, thinking it would benefit him to be around other boys, but Lysa's reaction had been nothing short of fury. "Sister or no," she had said, "if you try to steal my son, you will leave by the moon door." After that, there had been nothing more to say. The lords clearly wanted to ask more, but Catelyn raised a hand to stop them. "No doubt we will have time for all of this later, but my journey has fatigued me. I would speak with my son alone. I know you will forgive me, my lords." She gave them no option to refuse. Led out by Lord Hornwood, ever polite, the bannerman bowed and departed. "And you, Theon," she added as the Greyjoy lingered behind. He flashed a grin and followed the others out. There was ale and cheese on the table. Catelyn filled a drinking horn, sat down, and took a sip as she studied her son. He looked taller than she remembered, and the scruffy beard did give him a more mature appearance. "Edmure was 16 when he grew his first whiskers." "I will be 16 soon enough," Robb replied. "And you are 15 now. 15 and leading a host to battle. Can you understand why I might fear, Robb?" His expression hardened. "There was no one else." "No one?" she challenged. "Pray, who were those men I saw here a moment ago? Roose Bolton, Rickard Karstark, Golbert and Robert Glover, the Great John, Helman Talhart. You might have given the command to any of them. Gods be good, you might have even sent Theon, though he would not be my choice." "They are not Starks," he said. "They are men, Robb, seasoned in battle. You were fighting with wooden swords less than a year past." She caught a flicker of anger in his eyes, but it passed quickly, and just as suddenly he was a boy again. "I know," he added subdued. Are you sending me back to Winterfell?" Catelyn let out a breath. "I should. You ought never have left, yet I dare not now. You have come too far. Someday, these lords will look to you as their liege. If I pack you off now, like a child being sent to bed without his supper, they will remember, and laugh about it in their cups. The day will come when you will need them to respect you, even fear you a little. Laughter is a poison to fear. I will not do that to you, much as I might wish to keep you safe." "You have my thanks, mother," he said, the relief plain beneath the formality. She reached out and gently brushed his hair. "You are my firstborn, Robb. I have only to look at you to remember the day you came into the world, red-faced and squalling." He stood quickly, uneasy with her touch, and crossed to the hearth. Greywind brushed against his leg affectionately. "You know about father?" Yes. The news of Robert Baratheon's sudden death and Ned's fall had chilled her to the bone, but she would not show that fear to her son. "Lord Manderley told me when I landed at White Harbour. Have you any word on your sisters?" "There was a letter," Robb said, rubbing under Greywind's jaw. "One for you as well, but it came to Winterfell with mine." He turned back to the table, sifted through some scattered papers, and returned with a crumbled parchment. "This is the one she wrote me. I never thought to bring yours." Something in his tone gave her pause. She took the paper, smoothed it out, and read. Her expression shifted, worry turning to disbelief, then to anger, and finally to dread. "This is Cersei's letter, not your sister's," she said flatly when she had finished. "The real message is in what Sansa does not say. All this about how kindly and gently the Lannisters are treating her. I know the sound of a threat, even whispered. They have Sansa hostage and they mean to keep her." "There's no mention of Arya," Robb pointed out, a note of misery in his voice. "No," Catelyn's heart clenched, but she pushed the thought aside. "I had hoped, if you still held the imp, a trade of hostages." He balled up the letter, his knuckles white with the force of it. From the way he crushed the parchment, she could tell it wasn't the first time. "Is there word from the Eyrie? I wrote to Aunt Lysa asking help. Has she called Lord Arryn's banners? Do you know? Will the Knights of the Vale come join us?" "Only one," she said softly. "The best of them, my uncle. But Brendan Blackfish was a Tully first. My sister is not about to stir beyond her bloody gate." Robb's face fell. "Mother, what are we going to do? I brought this whole army together, 18,000 men, but I'm not certain." Robb looked at her, his proud young lordling mask slipping away in an instant. What remained was a boy, just 15, looking desperately to his mother for guidance. Catelyn saw it and knew she couldn't allow that vulnerability to lead. "What are you so afraid of, Robb?" she asked softly. He turned his face away to hide the tear that slid free. "If we march, even if we win, the Lannisters hold Sansa and father. They'll kill them, won't they?" "They want us to think so." "You mean they're lying?" "I do not know, Robb. What I do know is that you have no choice. If you go to King's Landing and swear fealty, you will never be allowed to leave. If you turn your tail and retreat to Winterfell, your lords will lose all respect for you. Some may even go over to the Lannisters. Then the Queen, with that much less to fear, can do as she likes with her prisoners. Our best hope, our only true hope, is that you can defeat the foe in the field. If you should chance to take Lord Tywin or the Kingslayer captive, why, then a trade might very well be possible, but that is not the heart of it. So long as you have power enough that they fear you, Ned and your sister should be safe. Cersei is wise enough to know that she may need them to make her peace, should the fighting go against her." "What if the fighting doesn't go against her?" Robb asked. "What if it goes against us?" Catelyn reached out and took his hand in hers. "Robb, I will not soften the truth for you. If you lose, there is no hope for any of us. They say there is naught but stone at the heart of Castle Rock. Remember the fate of Rhaegar's children." Fear showed clearly in Robb's eyes then, but behind it, she saw steel. "Then I will not lose," he vowed. She had to be sure. "Tell me what you know of the fighting in the Riverlands," she said. "Less than a fortnight past, they fought a battle in the hills below the Golden Tooth," Robb began. "Uncle Edmure had sent Lord Vance and Lord Piper to hold the pass, but the Kingslayer descended on them and put them to flight. Lord Vance was slain. The last word we had was that Lord Piper was falling back to join your brother and his other bannermen at Riverrun, with Jaime Lannister on his heels. That's not the worst of it though. All the time they were battling in the pass, Lord Tywin was bringing a second Lannister army around from the south. It's said to be even larger than Jaime's host. Father must have known that because he sent out some men to oppose them under the king's own banner. He gave the command to some southern lord, Lord Eric or Derek or something like that, but Sir Raymond Darry rode with him, and the letter said there were other knights as well, and a force of father's own guardsmen. Only it was a trap. Lord Derek had no sooner crossed the Red Fork than the Lannisters fell upon him. The king's banner be damned, and Gregor Clegane took them in the rear as they tried to pull across the Murmurs Ford. This Lord Derek and a few others may have escaped, no one is certain, but Sir Raymond was killed, and most of our men from Winterfell. Lord Tywin has closed off the King's Road, it's said, and now he's marching north toward Harrenhal, burning as he goes. Grim and grimmer, Catelyn thought. The situation was even worse than she had feared. "You mean to meet him here?" she asked. "If he comes so far, but no one thinks he will," Robb said. "I've sent word to Howland Reed, father's old friend at Greywater Watch. If the Lannisters come up the neck, the Kraganmen will bleed them every step of the way, but Galbert Glover says Lord Tywin is too smart for that." And Roose Bolton agrees. He'll stay close to the Trident, they believe, taking the castles of the River Lords one by one, until Riverrun stands alone. We need to march south to meet him. The very thought sent a chill through her. How could a boy of 15 hope to face commanders like Jaime or Tywin Lannister? Is that wise? You are strongly placed here. It is said that the old kings in the north could stand at Moat Catelyn and throw back hosts 10 times the size of their own. Yes, but our food and supplies are running low, and this is not land we can live off easily. We've been waiting for Lord Manderley, but now that his sons have joined us, we need to march. As she listened, Catelyn realized that she wasn't hearing her son anymore. She was hearing the voices of his lord's bannermen. She had known many of them for years, welcomed them into Winterfell with Ned, and visited their own halls in return. She understood the kind of men they were, each in their own way. But did Robb? Did he truly know them yet? Still, their reasoning was sound. This army her son had raised was no standing force, no well-paid profession host like those of the Free City. These were men of the north, loyal but also temporary, and they would not stay idle for long. Most of Robb's army was made up of small folk, crofters, field hands, fishermen, shepherds, and the sons of innkeepers, traders, and tanners. Among them were a few sellswords and free riders, eager for plunder. They had answered when their lords called, but they would never follow forever. Marching is all very well, Catelyn said to her son, but where, and to what purpose? What do you mean to do? Robb hesitated. The Great John thinks we should take the battle to Lord Tywin and surprise him, he said, but the Glovers and the Karstarks feel we'd be wiser to go around his army and join up with Uncle Sir Edmure against the Kingslayer. He dragged his fingers through his thick auburn hair, clearly uneasy. Though by the time we reach Riverrun, I'm not certain. Be certain, Catelyn told him firmly, or go home and take up that wooden sword again. You cannot afford to seem indecisive in front of men like Roose Bolton and Rickard Karstark. Make no mistake, Robb. These are your bannermen, not your friends. You named yourself Battle Commander. Command. He looked up at her, taken aback, as though he couldn't quite believe what she had said. As you say, Mother. I'll ask you again. What do you mean to do? Robb spread a weathered leathered map across the table, its paint faded and curling at one corner. He pinned it with his dagger to hold it flat. Both plans have virtues, but look, if we try to swing around Lord Tywin's host, we take the risk of being caught between him and the Kingslayer, and if we attack, by all reports he has more men than I do, and a lot more armored horse. The Great John says that won't matter if we catch him with his breeches down. But it seems to me that a man who has fought as many battles as Tywin Lannister won't be easily surprised. Good, she said. Hearing him speak with such care and reason reminded her of Ned, so much so that her heart ached. Tell me more. I'd leave a small force here to halt Moat Catelyn, archers mostly, and march the rest down the causeway, he explained. But once we're below the neck, I'd split our host in two. The foot can continue down the King's Road, while our horsemen cross the Green Fork at the Twins. He pointed to the spot. When Lord Tywin gets word that we've come south, he'll march north to engage our main host, leaving our riders free to hurry down the west bank to Riverrun. He leaned back, not quite smiling, but clearly hoping for approval. Catelyn frowned down at the map. You'd put a river between the two parts of your army. And between Jaime and Lord Tywin, he added, excitement creeping into his voice. The smile broke through. There's no crossing on the Green Fork above the Ruby Ford, where Robert won his crown. Not until the Twins, all the way up here, and Lord Frey controls that bridge. He's your father's bannerman, isn't that so? The late Lord Frey, Catelyn thought grimly. He is, she replied, but my father has never trusted him, nor should you. I won't, Robb promised. What do you think? Catelyn couldn't deny it. She was impressed. He may have looked like a Tully, but he was still his father's son, and Ned had taught him well. Which force would you command? The horse, he said, without hesitation. Again, just like Ned, he always took the more dangerous task for himself. And the other? The Great John is always saying that we should smash Lord Tywin. I thought I'd give him the honor. That was his first mistake, but how could she correct him without undermining his confidence? Your father once told me that the Great John was as fearless as any man he had ever known. Robb grinned. Grey Wind ate two of his fingers and he laughed about it. So you agree then? Your father is not fearless, Catelyn said gently. He is brave, but that is very different. Her son considered that. The eastern host will be all that stands between Lord Tywin and Winterfell, he said thoughtfully. Well, them and whatever few bowmen I leave here at the moat. So I don't want someone fearless, do I? No, you want someone cunning, I should think. not courage. Roose Bolton, Robb said immediately. That man scares me. Then let us pray he will scare Tywin Lannister as well. Robb nodded and rolled up the map. I'll give the commands and assemble an escort to take you home to Winterfell. Catelyn had kept herself strong for Ned's sake and for this brave, stubborn boy. She had worn her courage like armor and cast aside her despair, but now she realized it had been clinging to her all along, like a second skin. I am not going to Winterfell, she heard herself say, surprised by the tears welling in her eyes. My father may be dying behind the walls of Riverrun. My brother is surrounded by foes. I must go to them. So, in Catelyn 8, the show reorders events around Catelyn's return to the Stark war camp, creating a subtle but important shift in how Robb's leadership is presented. In the book, Catelyn's point of view lets us experience Robb's transformation from her perspective. She sees a boy playing Lord and realizes with quiet awe that he's becoming a true commander. Her arrival coincides with a key turning point, the moment Robb earns his bannerman's respect through force. When Greatjon Umber threatens him over his battle placement, Greywind leaps forward and tears off 2 of the man's fingers, a shocking moment that cements Robb's authority in front of his bannerman and his mother. The show preserves this wolf bite moment almost exactly, but moves it to an earlier episode before Catelyn appears at camp. So while the audience gets to see Robb establish dominance, Catelyn does not witness it directly. As a result, the emotional weight of the scene no longer rests on her internal reaction, instead of being filtered through a mother's conflicted pride and concern. It becomes a moment purely about Robb and his rise. When Catelyn does arrive in the show, she finds Robb already in command. Their reunion is warm, but businesslike. One major difference is tone. In the show, Catelyn is far more openly aggressive and determined, pushing Robb toward decisive action with lines like, "We have to get the girls back, and then we will kill them all." That version of Catelyn is already battle-hardened. In contrast, book Catelyn brings restraint. She's still processing the shock of Robb's transformation, offering advice, questioning strategy, and reminding him that the cost of war is high. There's tension between the political and personal. She wants to protect her son from what war will do to him, even as she respects the man he's becoming. The show condenses this nuance, turning Catelyn into a more of a strategic partner and Robb into a standalone commander. Another subtle change lies in how war council scenes are framed. In the book, we get a layered view of the lords around Robb, including their rivalries, pride, and political maneuvering, all seen through Catelyn's perceptive eye. She reads the room, notes how her son manages them, and sees how much he mirrors Ned. On screen, these dynamics are trimmed down. Robb's leadership is shown primarily through action, while Catelyn stands nearby with minimal commentary. In short, the book's version of this chapter is a deeply maternal one, a mother watching her son come into power and wrestling with what that means. The show reframes it to focus on Robb's development as a leader, with Catelyn playing a supporting role rather than the emotional lens. Both versions carry weight, but the book gives us a richer psychological portrait, while the show leans into momentum and visual storytelling. And that's it for our analysis, as well as the differences we have for this chapter. Before we dive into Catelyn 9, let's quickly catch up on what's been happening in A Game of Thrones. Tyrion 7 has Tyrion reuniting with his father, Tywin's army, escorted by the Vale Mountain clans. Tywin coolly manages a disruption by the clansmen and then incentivizes them to fight for him as news of Robb Stark's advancing host arrives. In Sansa 5, Sansa attends Joffrey's first court session as king. Following Sir Barristan Selmy's dramatic exit from the Kingsguard and the Hound's appointment in his stead, Sansa pleads for mercy for her father. The council agrees, provided Ned confesses and acknowledges Joffrey as the true king. In Eddard 15, locked away in the Black Cells, Ned receives a visit from Varys, who brings him grim news. He urges Ned to confess to treason, surrender, and claim to power, and commands Robb to stand down. He also pressures him to denounce both Stannis and Renly, ensuring that Joffrey's rule remains unchallenged. At first, Ned refuses, insisting that his honor is worth more than his life. But Varys reminds him that it's not just his life on the line. Cersei has Sansa, and if Ned refuses to cooperate, she could pay the price. With his daughter's safety at stake, Ned is left with an impossible choice: protect the truth or protect his family. And that's the scoop as we head into Catelyn 9. Let's keep it moving. Catelyn 9. As Robb's army moves south, streaming down the causeway through the black bogs of the Neck and spilling out into the open lands of the Riverlands, Catelyn's unease only deepened. Though she kept her face composed, stern, unreadable, her thoughts churned with worry, growing heavier with each mile. Her days were filled with anxiety, her nights restless. Every raven overhead made her jaw tighten. She feared for her father, growing more troubled by his silence. She feared for Edmure, and prayed the gods would shield him if he must face Jaime Lannister in battle. She feared for Ned, for her daughters, and for her 2 young sons left at Winterfell. Yet she could do nothing for any of them, and so she forced herself to set those fears aside. You must save your strength for Robb, she told herself. He is the only one you can help. You must be as fierce and as hard as the North. Catelyn Tully, you must be a Stark for true now, like your son. At the head of the column, Robb rode beneath the flapping white banner of Winterfell. Each day he selected a different lord to ride beside him, listening, weighing their counsel as they marched. He gave honor to each in turn, showing no favorites, just as his father had done. He has learnt so much from Ned, Catelyn thought as she observed him. But has he learnt enough? Ahead of the host, Sir Brendan had taken 100 riders and horses to scout and screen their movements. But the reports brought back did little to reassure her. Lord Tywin's main host was still many days to the south, but at the Twins, Walder Frey's had raised nearly 4,000 men. Late again, Catelyn muttered when she heard. Just like the Trident, she thought bitterly. Her brother Edmure had summoned the banners. Lord Frey should have gone to Riverrun. Yet here he lingered by his bridge. 4,000 men, Robb repeated, confused, rather than angry. Lord Frey cannot hope to fight the Lannisters by himself. Surely he means to join his powers to ours. Does he? Catelyn asked. She had ridden forward to speak with Robb and his companion for the day, Robert Glover. Behind them, the vanguard stretched wide, a slow-moving forest of spears, banners, and lances. I wonder. Expect nothing of Walder Frey, and you will never be surprised. He's your father's bannerman. Some men take their oaths more seriously than others, Robb, and Lord Walder was always friendlier with Castle Rock than my father would have liked. One of his sons is wed to Tywin Lannister's sister. That means little of itself, to be sure. Lord Walder has sired a great many children over the years, and they must needs marry someone. Still, do you think he means to betray us to the Lannisters, my lady? Asked Robert Glover, his tone grim. Catelyn let out a quiet sigh. If truth be told, I doubt even Lord Frey knows what Lord Frey intends to do. He has an old man's caution and a young man's ambition, and has never lacked for cunning. We must have the twins, Mother, Robb said, frustration heating his voice. There is no other way across the river, you know that. Yes, and so does Walder Frey. You can be sure of that. That night, they camped along the edge of the bogs, halfway between the King's Road and the river. It was there that Theon Greyjoy arrived with more news from Sir Brendan. Sir Brendan says to tell you he's crossed swords with the Lannisters. There are a dozen scouts who won't be reporting back to Lord Tywin anytime soon. Or ever. He gave a proud grin. Sir Adam Marbrand commands their outriders, and he's pulling back south, burning as he goes. He knows where we are, more or less, but the Blackfish vows he will not know when we split. Unless Lord Frey tells him, Catelyn said sharply. Theon, when you return to my uncle, tell him he is to place his best bowmen around the twins, day and night, with orders to bring down any raven they see leaving the battlements. I want no birds bringing word of my son's movements to Lord Tywin. Sir Brendan has seen to it already, my lady, Theon said with a self-satisfied smirk. A few more blackbirds and we should have enough to bake a pie. I'll save you their feathers for a hat. She couldn't have been surprised. Brendan Blackfish was always a step ahead. Still, the question remained. She turned to Theon. What have the Freys been doing while the Lannisters burn their fields and plunder their holdfasts? There's been some fighting between Sir Adam's men and Lord Walder's, Theon reported. Not a day's ride from here, we found 2 Lannister scouts feeding the crows where the Freys had strung them up. Most of Lord Walder's strength remains massed at the twins, though. That, without question, bore Walder Frey's mark, Catelyn thought grimly. Hold back, wait, watch, and never take a risk unless it's forced upon you. If he's been fighting the Lannisters, perhaps he does mean to hold to his vows, Robb offered. Catelyn remained cautious. Defending his own lands is one thing. Open battle against Lord Tywin, quite another. Robb turned back to Theon. Has the Blackfish found any other way across the Green Fork? Theon shook his head. The river's running high and fast, so Brendan says it can't be forded, not this far north. I must have that crossing, Robb snapped. Oh, our horses might be able to swim the river, I suppose, but not with armored men on their backs. We need to build rafts to pole our steel across, helms and mail and lances, and we don't have the trees for that, all the time. Lord Tywin is marching north. His hand curled into a tight fist. Lord Frey would be a fool to try and bar our way, Theon said, with his usual easy swagger. We have 5 times his numbers. You can take the twins if you need to, Robb. Not easily, Catelyn warned, and not in time. While you were mounting your siege, Tywin Lannister would bring up his host and assault you from the rear. Robb looked between her and Theon, seeking a solution, but finding none. In that moment, despite his sword, his mail, and the stubble on his cheeks, he looked younger than his years. What would my Lord Father do? He asked her quietly. Find a way across, she said, whatever it took. The following morning, Sir Brendan Tully returned in person. He had shed the heavy plate and helm of the Knight of the Gate for the lighter gear of a scout, leather and mail, and fastened his cloak with his signature obsidian fish. His face was grim as he dismounted. There has been a battle under the walls of Riverrun, he announced. We had it from a Lannister outrider we took captive. The Kingslayer has destroyed Edmure's host and sent the Lords of the Trident reeling in flight. A cold grip seized Catelyn's chest. And my brother? Wounded and taken prisoner, Sir Brendan confirmed. Lord Blackwood and the other survivors are under siege inside Riverrun, surrounded by Jaime's host. Robb looked stricken. We must get across this accursed river if we're to have any hope of relieving them in time. That will not be easily done, her uncle said. Lord Frey has pulled back his whole strength inside his castles, and his gates are closed and barred. Damn the man, Robb cursed. If the old fool does not relent and let me cross, he'll leave me no choice but to storm his walls. I'll pull the twins down around his ears if I have to. We'll see how well he likes that. You sound like a sulky boy, Robb, Catelyn said, her tone sharp. A child sees an obstacle, and his first thought is to run around it or knock it down. A lord must learn that sometimes words can accomplish what swords cannot. Robb flushed at the remark. Tell me what you mean, mother, he said, subdued. The Freys have held the crossing for 600 years, and for 600 years they have never failed to exact their toll. What toll? What does he want? She smiled faintly. That is what we must discover. And what if I do not choose to pay this toll? Then you had best retreat back to Moat Catelyn, deploy to meet Lord Tywin in battle, or grow wings. I see no other choices. Without waiting for a reply, Catelyn spurred her horse forward, leaving her son behind to reflect on her words. She did not want to seem as though she were commanding in his place. Did you teach him wisdom as well as valor, Ned? She wondered. Did you teach him how to kneel? The graveyards of the Seven Kingdoms were full of brave men who had never learned that lesson. It was close to midday when the vanguard came within sight of the twins, the seat of House Frey, the Lords of the Crossing. Here, the Green Fork ran deep and swift, but long ago, the Freys had spanned it with a bridge and grown wealthy on the tolls they charged. The bridge itself was a massive grained stone arch, broad enough for 2 wagons to pass side by side. Rising from its center stood the water tower, its arrow slits, murder holes, and portcullises commanding both road and river. It had taken 3 generations of Freys to complete the span, and once it was done, they had fortified both riverbanks with timber keeps. No man could cross without their leave. The timber defenses had long since been replaced by stone. The twins, 2 squat, grim castles that stood as mirror images of one another, guarded the crossing as they had for centuries. High curtain walls, deep moats, and reinforced oak and iron gates fortified the approaches. The bridge's footings rose from within sturdy inner keeps. Each bank was defended by barbican and portcullis, and the water tower loomed over the span itself, bristling with defenses. One glance was all Catelyn needed to know. This castle could not be taken by storm. The battlements bristled with spears and scorpions, blades and bows. Archers lined every crenel and arrow slit. The drawbridge was raised, the portcullis lowered, the gates barred. The Great John began cursing at the sight of it. Lord Rickard Karstark said nothing, but his glower spoke volumes. "That cannot be assaulted, my lords," Roose Bolton declared. "Nor can we take it by siege, without an army on the far bank to invest the other castle," said Helman Talhart, his voice heavy with doubt. Across the fast-running green waters, the western twin stood like a reflection of its brother, identical in structure and strength, even if we had the time, which, to be sure, we do not. As the northern lords studied the fortifications, a sally port opened. A plank bridge slid out across the moat, and a dozen knights emerged to meet them, flying the Frey banner. Twin towers in dark blue on a field of pale silver grey. At their head rode 4 of Lord Walder Frey's many sons. The eldest, Sir Stevron Frey, Lord Walder's heir, acted as their spokesman. All the Freys looked like weasels to Catelyn, but Stevron, well past 60 and already a grandfather, resembled a particularly old and tired one. Still, his manners were courteous. "My lord father has sent me to greet you and inquire as to who leads this mighty host." "I do." Robb urged his horse forward, armored and solemn, the direwolf sigil of Winterfell on his shield. Greywind paced at his side, silent and watchful. The old knight's grey eyes twinkled faintly with amusement, though his gelding shifted nervously, disturbed by the presence of the direwolf. "My lord father would be most honored if you would share meat and mead with him in the castle and explain your purpose here." His words landed among the bannermen like a catapult stone. Protests erupted immediately. No one approved. "You must not do this, my lord," Galbert Glover implored Robb. "Lord Walter is not to be trusted." Roose Bolton nodded in quiet agreement. "Go in there alone, and you're his. He can sell you to the Lannisters, throw you in a dungeon, or slit your throat as he likes. If he wants to talk to us, let him open his gates and we will all share his meat and mead," said Sir Wendell Manderley. "Or let him come out and treat with Robb here in plain sight of his men and ours," Sir Willis added. Catelyn understood all their concerns, but a glance at Sir Strebon told her they were close to losing their opportunity altogether. Another moment's hesitation and the chance might vanish. She had to act quickly. "I will go," she said clearly. "You, my lady," the Great John frowned. "Mother, are you certain?" Robb asked, clearly unsettled. "Nevermore," Catelyn lied with ease. "Lord Walder is my father's bannerman. I have known him since I was a girl. He would never offer me any harm." Not unless he saw profit in it, she thought, but some truths were best left unsaid, and some lies were necessary. "I am certain my lord father would be pleased to speak to the Lady Catelyn," Sir Strebon replied smoothly. "To vouchsafe for our good intentions, my brother Sir Perwyn will remain here until she is safely returned to you." "He shall be our honoured guest," said Robb. Sir Perwyn, the youngest of the group, dismounted and passed the reins of his horse to one of his brothers. "I require my lady mother's return by evenfall, Sir Stebron," Robb added. "It is not my intent to linger here long." Sir Stebron inclined his head. "As you say, my lord." Without another word, Catelyn spurred her horse forward, refusing to look back. Lord Walder's sons and envoys formed up around her as they rode towards the twins. Her father had once said that Walder Frey was the only man in the 7 kingdoms who could field an army from his breeches alone. When Catelyn entered the great hall of the eastern castle and found herself surrounded by 20 living sons, minus Sir Perwyn, 36 grandsons, 19 great-grandsons, and a collection of daughters, granddaughters, bastards, and grandbastards, she understood exactly what he meant. Lord Walder Frey was 90 years old, a shriveled pink weasel of a man with a bold blotched head. He was too gouty to stand without assistance. His latest wife, a pale, delicate girl of 16, walked beside his litter as they carried him in. She was his 8th wife. "It is a great pleasure to see you again after so many years, my lord," Catelyn said. Lord Walder squinted at her suspiciously. "Is it? I doubt that. Spare me your sweet words, Lady Catelyn. I am too old. Why are you here? Is your boy too proud to come before me himself? What am I to do with you?" She had only been a girl when last she had visited the twins. But even then, Walder Frey had been cantankerous, sharp-tongued, and unapologetically blunt. Age had only magnified his worst qualities. If she was to gain anything from this meeting, she'd need to speak carefully and keep her temper in check. "Father," said Sir Stebron reproachfully, "you forget yourself. Lady Stark is here at your invitation." "Did I ask you? You are not Lord Frey yet. Not until I die. Do I look dead? I'll hear no instructions from you." "This is no way to speak in front of our noble guest, father," said one of his younger sons. "Now my bastards presume to teach me courtesy," Lord Walder complained. "I'll speak any way I like. Damn you. I've had 3 kings to guest in my life, and queens as well. Do you think I require lessons from the likes of you, Rhaegar? Your mother was milking goats the first time I gave her my seed." He dismissed the red-faced youth with a wave of his hand and gestured to 2 of his other sons. "Danwell, Wallen, help me to my chair." The 2 men lifted him from his litter and carried him to the high seat of House Frey, a black oak chair carved into the likeness of 2 towers joined by a bridge. His young wife followed timidly and draped a blanket over his legs. Once settled, the old man waved Catelyn forward and pressed a papery kiss to her hand. "There," he declared. "Now that I have observed the courtesies, my lady, perhaps my sons will do me the honor of shutting their mouths. Why are you here?" "To ask you to open your gates, my lord," Catelyn said evenly. "My son and his lord's bannermen are most anxious to cross the river and be on their way." "To River Run?" He gave a dry, wheezing snigger. "Oh, no need to tell me. No need. I'm not blind yet. The old man can still read a map." "To River Run," she confirmed. There was no reason to deny it. "Where I might have expected to find you, my lord. You are still my father's bannerman, are you not?" "Heh," Lord Walder grunted, a sound halfway between a chuckle and a cough. "I called my swords. Yes, I did. Here they are. You saw them on the walls. It was my intent to march as soon as all my strength was assembled. Well, to send my sons, I am well past marching myself, Lady Catelyn." He turned toward a stooped man of about 50. "Tell her, Jared. Tell her that was my intent." "It was, my lady, Sir Jared Frey, one of his sons by his second wife. On my honor." "Is it my fault that your fool brother lost his battle before we could march?" Walder scolded her. "I am told the Kingslayer went through him like an axe through ripe cheese. Why should my boys hurry south to die? All those who did go south are running north again." Catelyn would have liked nothing more than to spit the surly old man over a fire, but she had only until nightfall to secure the bridge. She kept her voice calm. "All the more reason that we must reach Riverrun, and soon. Where can we go to talk, my lord?" "We're talking now," Lord Frey grumbled. His bulgy pink head whipped around to glare at his brood. "What are you all looking at?" he barked. "Get out of here. Lady Stark wants to speak to me in private. Might be she has designs on my fidelity. Heh. Go on, all of you. Find something useful to do. Yes, you too, woman. Out, out, out." As the vast swarm of his kin, sons, daughters, grandsons, bastards, nieces, nephews streamed out of the hall, he leaned in toward Catelyn and confided in a hoarse whisper, "They're all waiting for me to die. Stevron's been waiting for 40 years, but I keep disappointing him. Heh. Why should I die, just so he can be a lord? I ask you, I won't do it. I have every hope that you will live to be 100. That would boil them, to be sure. Oh, to be sure. Now what do you want to say?" "We want to cross," she said to him plainly. "Oh, do you? That's blunt. Why should I let you?" Her patience frayed. "If you were strong enough to climb your own battlements, Lord Frey, you would see that my son has 20,000 men outside your walls." "There'll be 20,000 fresh corpses when Lord Tywin gets here," he snapped. "Don't you try and frighten me, my lady. Your husband's in some traitor's cell under the Red Keep. Your father's sick, might be dying, and Jaime Lannister's got your brother in chains. What do you have that I should fear? That son of yours? I'll match you son for son, and I'll still have 18 when yours are all dead." you swore an oath to my father, Catelyn reminded him. Lord Walder bobbed his head side to side, smirking. Oh yes, I said some words, but I swore some oaths to the crown too, it seems to me. Joffrey's the king now, and that makes you and your boy and all those fools out there no better than rebels. If I had the sense the gods gave a fish, I'd help the Lannisters boil you all. Why don't you? She asked, challenging him. He snorted, filled with contempt. Lord Tywin, the proud and splendid Warden of the West, Hand of the King. Oh, what a great man that one is. Him and his gold this and gold that and lions here and lions there. I'll wager you he eats too many beans. He breaks wind just like me, but you'll never hear him admit it. Oh no, what's he got to be so puffed up about anyway? Only 2 sons, and one of them's a twisted little monster. I'll match him son for son, and I'll still have 19 and a half left when all of his are dead. He cackled with laughter, loud and rasping. If Lord Tywin wants my help, he can bloody well ask for it. That was all the opening Catelyn needed. I am asking for your help, my lord, she said quietly, humbly, and my father and my brother and my lord husband and my sons are asking with my voice. Lord Walder jabbed a knobby finger at her face. Save your sweet words, my lady. Sweet words I get from my wife. Did you see her? 16 she is, a little flower, and her honey's only for me. I wager she gives me a son by this time next year. Perhaps I'll make him heir. Wouldn't that boil the rest of them? I'm certain she will give you many sons. His head bobbed in satisfaction. Your lord father did not come to the wedding. An insult, as I see it, even if he is dying. He never came to my last wedding either. He calls me the late Lord Frey, you know? Does he think I'm dead? I'm not dead, and I promise you I'll outlive him as I outlived his father. Your family is always pissed on me. Don't deny it. Don't lie. You know it's true. His face tightened with old bitterness. Years ago, I went to your father and suggested a match between his son and my daughter. Why not? I had a daughter in mind. Sweet girl, only a few years older than Edmure. But if your brother didn't warm to her, I had others he might have had. Young ones, old ones, virgins, widows, whatever he wanted. No, Lord Hoster would not hear of it. Sweet words he gave me, excuses. But what I wanted was to get rid of a daughter. He gave a dismissive wave of his hand and shifted his scowl. And your sister, that one, she's full as bad. It was, a year ago, no more. Jon Arryn was still the king's hand, and I went to the city to see my sons ride in the tourney. Steffron and Jared are too old for the list now, but Danwell and Hoston rode, Perwyn as well, and a couple of my bastards tried the melee. If I'd known how they'd shame me, I would never have troubled myself to make the journey. Why did I need to ride all that way to see Hoston knocked off his horse by that Tyrell whelp, I ask you? The boy's half his age, Sir Daisy they call him, something like that. And Danwell was unhorsed by a hedge knight. Some days I wonder if those two are truly mine. My third wife was a crackhole. All of the crackhole women are sluts. Well, never mind about that. She died before you were born. What do you care? He waved off the memory and barreled on. I was speaking of your sister. I propose that Lord and Lady Arryn foster 2 of my grandsons at court and offer to take their own son to ward here at the Twins. Are my grandsons unworthy to be seen at the king's court? They are sweet boys, quiet and mannerly. Walder is Merritt's son, named after me, and the other one, I don't recall. He might have been another Walder. They're always naming them Walder, so I'll favor them. But his father, which one was his father now? He furrowed his brow, thinking hard. Well, whoever he was, Lord Arryn wouldn't have him, or the other one, and I blame your lady's sister for that. She frosted up as if I'd suggested selling her boy to a Mermis show, or making a eunuch out of him, and when Lord Arryn said the child was going to Dragonstone to foster with Stannis Baratheon, she stormed off without a word of regrets, and all the hand could give me was apologies. What good are apologies, I ask you? Catelyn frowned, unsettled. I had understood that Lysa's boy was to be fostered with Lord Tywin at Castle Rock. No, it was Lord Stannis, Walder said sharply, irked. Do you think I can't tell Lord Stannis from Lord Tywin? They're both bungholes who think they're too noble to shit. But never mind about that. I know the difference. Or do you think I'm so old I can't remember? I'm 90 and I remember very well. I remember what to do with a woman too. That wife of mine will give me a son before this time next year. I'll wager, or a daughter, that can't be helped. Boy or girl, it will be red, wrinkled, and squalling, and like as not, she'll want to name it Walda or Walda. Catelyn had no interest in what Lady Frey might choose to name her child. She stayed focused on the matter at hand. Jon Arryn was going to foster his son with Lord Stannis. You are quite certain of that? Yes, Lord Walder grumbled. Only he died, so what does it matter? You say you want to cross the river? We do. Well, you can't, Lord Walder snapped. Not unless I allow it, and why should I? The Tullys and the Starks have never been friends of mine. He pushed himself deeper into a seat, arms crossed and smirking, waiting for her reply. The rest was only haggling. By the time the gates of the castle opened, a bloated red sun hung low over the western hills. The drawbridge creaked downward, the portcullis lifted with groaning chains, and Lady Catelyn Stark rode out to meet her son and his gathered bannermen. Behind her rode Sir Jared Frey, Sir Hostine Frey, Sir Danwell Frey, and Lord Walder's bastard son, Ronald Rivers. They led a column of pikemen in orderly ranks, clad in blue steel ringmail and grey cloaks that shimmered like silver. Robb galloped forward, Greywind racing beside him. "It's done," she said. "Lord Walder will grant you your crossing. His swords are yours as well. Less 400 he means to keep back to hold the twins. I suggest that you leave 400 of your own, a mixed force of archers and swordsmen. He can scarcely object to an offer to augment his garrison, but make certain you give the command to a man you can trust. Lord Walder may need help keeping faith." "As you say, mother," Robb answered, eyeing the Frey spearmen. "Perhaps Sir Helmund Talhart, do you think? A fine choice. What did he want of us?" "If you can spare a few of your swords, I need some men to escort 2 of Lord Frey's grandsons north to Winterfell," she told him. "I have agreed to take them as wards. They are young boys aged 8 and 7. It would seem they are both named Walder. Your brother Bran will welcome the companionship of lads near his own age, I should think." "Is that all? 2 fosterlings? That's a small enough price to—" "Lord Frey's son, Oliver, will be coming with us," she continued. "He is to serve as your personal squire. His father would like to see him knighted in good time." "A squire," Robb gave a small shrug. "Fine, that's fine if he's— Also, if your sister Arya is returned to us safely, it is agreed that she will marry Lord Walder's youngest son, Elmar, when the 2 of them come of age." Robb blinked. "Arya won't like that one bit. And you are to wed one of his daughters once the fighting is done," she finished. "His lordship has graciously consented to allow you to choose whichever girl you prefer. He has a number he thinks might be suitable." Robb didn't flinch. "I see. Do you consent? Can I refuse?" "Not if you wish to cross. I consent," Robb said solemnly. In that moment, he had never seemed more grown to her. Boys might play with swords, but a true lord understood what it meant to make a marriage pact. They crossed at evenfall, as a Holland moon floated low over the waters. The army moved in 2 great columns, winding like a steel-scaped serpent through the gate of the Eastern Twin. They passed through the courtyard into the keep, then over the bridge, emerging from the second castle on the far bank. Catelyn rode at the head of the procession, flanked by her son, Sir Brendan Tully, and Sir Stefan Frey. Behind them came the mounted strength of the host. Knights, lancers, free riders, and archers on horseback. It took hours for them all to pass. Later, Catelyn would remember the sound of countless hooves pounding the wooden drawbridge, the frail figure of Lord Walder Frey watching from his litter as they passed, and the unsettling gleam of eyes staring down through the murder holes in the water tower ceiling. The greater part of the northern host, pikes, longbowmen, and the main force of foot soldiers remained behind on the east bank. Robb had entrusted them to Roose Bolton's command, with orders to march south and meet Lord Tywin's advancing army. For better or worse, her son had cast the dice. So, in Catelyn 9, the negotiation at the Twins is a very faithful book-to-screen scene in Season 1, but there are a few key differences in tone, detail, and depth, especially due to the loss of Catelyn's internal perspective in the show. In the book, Catelyn's POV adds significant emotional weight to the meeting. She approaches Walder Frey not just with diplomacy, but with deeply suppressed revulsion. She reflects on his pettiness, vanity, and crude humor with the wariness of a noblewoman who knows the political cost of indulging a man like him. The show keeps the essentials, but necessarily cuts her internal commentary. So instead of feeling her measured discomfort, we mostly read it in Michelle Fairley's expressions. Another key difference lies in the presentation of House Frey. The book makes much of the chaos and absurdity of Walder's enormous brood, countless sons, daughters, bastards, and grandchildren, all crammed into his keep, treated more like livestock than heirs. Catelyn recalls names, appearances, and past alliances as she sizes up the Frey clan. On screen, this swarm is condensed to just a few characters: Big Walder, Little Walder, a single glum daughter, and the infamous teenage wife. The humor and horror of Frey's family excesses are toned down for brevity, but the core idea that Walder values quantity over quality remains. The negotiation terms are another structural shift. In the book, Walder rattles off every demand during the meeting. Robb must marry one of his daughter, Arya is betrothed to a Frey boy, and the 2 Walder sons will be fostered at Winterfell. Catelyn agrees to all of it silently, knowing full well how much pride she's swallowing. The TV series omits this dialogue in the moment, ending the scene on the simple line, "We have an agreement." The terms are then revealed in the next scene when Robb reacts to what's been promised on his behalf. This rearrangement streamlines exposition, but also shifts the dramatic tension. The book draws it out through the negotiation. The show places the emotional weight on Robb's response. Perhaps the biggest difference is one of tone. The show plays the encounter with a touch of dark comedy. David Bradley's Walder Frey is repulsive, but also almost laughable in his lack of shame. The book, on the other hand, leans harder into Catelyn's discomfort and the undercurrent of political danger. Her internal monologue underscores how precautious the situation is. Every insult swallowed and every smirk tolerated is a calculated move to get her son's army across the river. One final omission: the book places more emphasis on the insult Walder feels from past slights. Catelyn's family failing to treat him with proper status, being excluded from Tully weddings, and so on. While hinted at on screen, these grievances are more thoroughly aired in the book and help justify why Frey demands so much in return for so little. In both versions, the outcome is the same. Catelyn secures passage for Robb's army, but at a cost she knows may one day come due. The book lets us sit with her unease longer, while the show pushes the story forward with brisk efficiency. And that's it for our analysis, as well as the differences we have for this chapter. Before we dive into Catelyn 10, let's quickly catch up on what's been happening in A Game of Thrones. In Jon 8, Jon receives the Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, from Lord Commander Mormont. Initially, Jon tries to turn it down, but Mormont won't take no for an answer. Shortly after, Jon gets word that Maester Aemon needs to see him. Aemon recognizes the struggle Jon is facing between his duty and his family loyalties and offers his sympathies. Jon isn't too repentive at first, but then Aemon drops a bombshell. He's actually Aemon Targaryen, the son of King Maekar I. In Daenerys 7, Khal Drogo has defeated another Khalasar and taken over a town, grabbing a bunch of captives along the way. But things take a turn when Daenerys sees some of the Dothraki men assaulting the women they've captured. She steps in and stops it, clearly shaken by what she's seeing. Later, when she finds Drogo, she notices that he's been wounded in the fight and immediately gets worried. She calls for someone to help him, and that's when one of the women she rescued, Mirri Maz Duur, steps forward. She says she's a healer, and after a moment, Drogo agrees to let her treat him in her temple. In Tyrion 8, Tyrion and his wild clansmen end up in the vanguard, under the fearsome Sir Gregor Clegane. When Tyrion gets back to his tent, he finds Shae, a prostitute Bronn has brought him. Before he knows it, it's almost dawn, and the call to arms wakes him. In the Battle of the Green Fork, Tyrion and his men actually hold their own and manage to send the enemy packing. But the victory is bittersweet as Lord Tywin Lannister finds out that Robb Stark has outsmarted him. And that's your quick update as we head into Catelyn 10. Let's keep it moving. Catelyn 10. The woods whispered around them. Moonlight flickered on the tumbling stream below, winding its rocky path along the valley floor. Beneath the canopy of trees, war horses shifted restlessly, their hooves muffled against the damp, leafy ground. Men spoke in low voices, trading nervous jests to hold off the weight of silence. Here and there came the soft clink of mail, the chink of spear points. But even those sounds were hushed, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. "It should not be long now, my lady," said Hallis Mullen. He had asked to guard her during the coming battle. It was his right, as Winterfell's captain of guards, and Robb had not denied it. 30 men were sworn to protect her, to see her safely back to Winterfell if the worst came to pass. Robb had wanted 50. Catelyn had insisted 10 were enough. They had compromised at 30, neither satisfied. "It will come when it comes," she replied, and when it came, it would bring death. Hal's death, perhaps, or hers, or Robb's. No one could be certain who would live when the swords were drawn. No one was safe. Catelyn was content to wait. She listened to the whisper of leaves, the murmur of the brook, and the wind that stirred her hair. Waiting was no stranger to her. Her men had always made her wait. "Watch for me, little cat," her father would say whenever he rode off to court, or fair, or battle, and she would watch, standing patiently on Riverrun's battlements while the Red Fork and the Tumblestone flowed below. He hadn't always returned when he said he would. Days would pass and still she'd wait, peering through crenels and arrow slits for a glimpse of her father on his old brown gelding, trotting down the river shore. "Did you watch for me?" he would ask when he finally arrived. "Did you, little cat?" Brandon Stark had asked her to wait too. "I shall not be long, my lady," he had promised. "We will be wed on my return." But when the day came, it was his brother Eddard who stood beside her in the sept. Ned had stayed just long enough to wed her before riding off to war, leaving promises behind. At least he had left her more than words. He had given her a son. 9 moons later, Robb had come into the world at Riverrun, even as his father still battled in the south. She had brought him forth in blood and pain, not knowing whether Ned would ever lay eyes on him. Her son, he had been so small then, and now she waited for him. Waited for Robb and for Jaime Lannister, the Golden Knight who, they said, had never learned how to wait for anything. "The Kingslayer is restless and quick to anger," Brendan had told Robb, and her son had staked all their lives on the truth of those words. If Robb was afraid, he didn't show it. She watched him move through his men, resting a hand on one shoulder, sharing a quiet jest with another, steadying a nervous horse. His armor clinked softly as he walked. His head was bare, the breeze lifting strands of auburn hair that matched her own. When had he grown so tall? 15 and nearly her height already. Let him grow taller, she prayed. Let him see 16 and 20 and 50. Let him be as tall as his father. Let him live to hold a son of his own. Please, please, please. She watched him, this tall boy lord with the new beard and the direwolf at his heels, and all she could see was the baby she had cradled in her arms at Riverrun. That memory made her shiver, despite the warm night. Where are they, she wondered. Had her uncle been wrong? So much rested on the truth of what Sir Brendan had told them. Robb had given the Blackfish 300 picked men and sent them ahead to screen the army's approach. Jaime does not know, her uncle had insisted on his return. I'll stake my life on that. No bird has reached him. My archers have seen to that. We've seen a few of his outriders, but none live to report. He ought to have sent more. He does not know. How large is his host? Robb had asked. 12,000 foot, scattered around the castle in 3 separate camps, with the rivers between, Sir Brendan had said, smiling that craggy smile Catelyn remembered so well. There is no other way to besiege Riverrun, yet still, that will be their undoing, 2 or 3,000 horse. The Kingslayer has us 3-1, said Galbert Glover. True enough, Sir Brendan replied, yet there is one thing Sir Jaime lacks. Yes? Robb asked. Patience. Their numbers had grown since they left the twins. Lord Jason Mallister had marched out from Seaguard with his forces to join them as they swept around the headwaters of the Blue Fork and galloped south. Other men had trickled in as well, hedge knights, small lords, and masterless sellswords who had fled north after Edmure Tully's host had been broken beneath the walls of Riverrun. They had pushed their horses hard to reach this place before Jaime Lannister had any word of their movements. Now, at last, the moment had come. Catelyn watched her son as he mounted. Oliver Frey stood ready to assist, Walder Frey's boy, just 2 years older than Robb and 10 years younger in nerves. He strapped on Robb's shield, then passed up his helm. When Robb lowered it over his face, the face she loved so deeply, the boy she knew was gone. In his place sat a tall young knight atop a grey stallion. Under the trees, where the moonlight could not reach, it was almost too dark to see. When Robb turned to look at her, his visor was a black void. "I must ride down the line, mother," he said. "Father says you should let the men see you before a battle." "Go then," she told him. "Let them see you. It will give them courage," Robb said. "And who will give me courage?" she thought, though she said nothing. She forced a smile instead for him. Robb turned his stallion and rode off slowly, Greywind trailing his heels like a shadow. His battle guard fell into formation behind him. She had only accepted her own protectors on the condition that Robb would have his own, and the lords had agreed. Many sons of the North had vied for the honor of riding with the young wolf, as they now called him. Torren and Eddard Karstark were among the 30, as were Patrick Mallister, Smalljon Umber, Darren Hornwood, and Theon Greyjoy. 5 Freys rode too, and older men like Sir Wendell Manderley and Robin Flint. One of them was even a woman, Daisy Mormont, Lady Major's tall, formidable daughter, heir to Bear Island, and a warrior raised with a morning star instead of a doll. Some of the other lords had grumbled about that, but Catelyn hadn't listened. "This is not about the honor of your houses," she had told them. "This is about keeping my son alive and whole." And if it comes to that, she wondered now, will 30 be enough? Will 6,000? A sharp cry broke the night. A bird's high-pitched thrill echoed faintly through the trees, and a chill crept up Catelyn's spine. Another call answered, then another, and another. She knew those voices well from her years at Winterfell. Snow shrieks. They were birds of the far north, often seen in the deep of winter, when the godswood stood white and hushed. "They are coming," she thought. "They're coming, my lady," Hal Mullen whispered beside her. He was always one for saying what didn't need saying. "Gods be with us." She nodded, silent as the forest grew still around them. In that hush, she began to hear them, faint at first, but steadily growing. The creak of leather, the snort of horses, the distant rattle of chain and steel. Voices murmured, one laughing, another cursing. The sounds drew closer. Water splashed as riders crossed the stream and recrossed it. A horse let out a snort, a man barked a command, and then, through the branches below, she saw him. Only for a moment, framed between the trees on the valley floor, but she knew. Even at a distance, Sir Jaime Lannister could not be mistaken. Moonlight turned his gold hair to silver and burnished his armor. His crimson cloak hung black in the shadows. He wore no helm. He passed from view as quickly as he'd appeared, swallowed again by the trees. More followed behind him, a long procession of men, knights, sworn swords, free riders, the bulk of the Lannister horse. "He is no man for sitting in a tent while his carpenters build siege towers," Sir Brendan had said. "He has ridden out with his knights thrice already to chase down raiders or storm a stubborn holdfast." Robb had nodded and studied the map her uncle had drawn. Ned had taught him how to read maps. "Raid him here," Robb said, pointing. "A few hundred men, no more. Tully banners. When he comes after you, we will be waiting." His finger shifted. "Here." There was a hush in the night, shadows and moonlight, a thick carpet of dead leaves muffling every step. Densely wooded ridges slopped gently down toward the stream below. The brush thinned where the land fell away, the trees parting just enough for glimpses of what waited. There was her son, mounted on his stallion, pausing at the edge of the ridge to glance back one last time. He raised his sword in silent salute. Then came the long, low call of Mage Mormont's warhorn, rolling down the valley from the east. Jaime's riders had passed the last point of no return. They were in the trap. Greywind threw back his head and howled. The sound pierced through Catelyn Stark, making her shiver. It was terrifying. It was beautiful. And it sounded, she thought, like death. "Haroo!" From the far ridge came the answering call, the Great John's horn. To the east and west, Mallister and Frey warhorns joined in, crying vengeance. North, where the valley narrowed like a bent elbow, Lord Karstark's horn added their own deep, mournful voices. In the streambed below, horses reared and men shouted in confusion. The whispering wood exhaled. Suddenly, and all at once, as Robb's hidden bowmen loosed their arrows, the night exploded in screams of dying men, of panicked animals. Around her, riders raised their lances. Dirt and leaves fell away to reveal steel points that glimmered cold in the moonlight. "Winterfell!" she heard Robb shout, just as the arrow sighed through the dark once more. He moved downhill at a trot, his men thundering behind him. Catelyn remained still, her horse motionless, her guard around her. She waited, she had always waited, for Brandon, for Ned, for her father, now for Robb. High on the ridge, the trees blocked much of the view. A heartbeat passed, then another, then more. It felt for a moment as if she and her guards were the only ones left in the world. And then, across the valley, the Great John riders emerged from the trees. They came in a long line, an endless silver snake winding out of the woods. For the briefest part of a heartbeat, all she saw was moonlight flashing on the tips of their lances, like 1,000 will-o'-wisps wreathed in silver flame, charging down the slope. Then she blinked, and they were only men again, rushing down to kill or be killed. Afterward, Catelyn could never claim she had truly seen the battle, but she had heard it, and what she heard, she would never forget. The valley echoed, a lance snapped, swords clashed, men shouted Lannister and Winterfell and Tully, Riverrun and Tully. When she realized there was no more to see, she closed her eyes. She listened. She heard the iron thunder of hooves, the splash of boots in water, the drumbeat of war. She heard swords on shields, steel scraping steel, the hiss of arrows, the wild cries of horses too afraid to understand why they were dying. Voices rose, men swearing, begging, screaming. Some lived, some did not. The ridges bent the sound in strange ways. Once, Robb's voice reached her, clear as if he stood beside her. "To me! To me!" And there was Greywind, snarling, growling, the snap of his teeth, the rip of flesh. Men and horses screamed. Was it only one wolf? She couldn't tell. Little by little, the chaos ebbed. The noise fell away. Only the wolf remained. And as a red dawn bled over the eastern hills, Greywind howled again. Robb returned to her on a different horse. The grey stallion was gone. Now he rode a piebald gelding. His shield, bearing the direwolf, was gashed and splintered. Deep cuts exposed raw oak beneath the paint, but Robb himself looked unhurt. Yet, as he drew close, she saw his mailed glove and the sleek of his surcoat, black with blood. "You're hurt," she said. Robb lifted his hand, flexed his fingers, then shook his head. "No, this is Torrhen's blood, perhaps." Or he trailed off. "I do not know." Behind him came the victors, dusty, battered, grinning. Theon and the Great John led the way. Between them, they dragged a prisoner, barely upright. They threw him down at Catelyn's feet. "The Kingslayer," Hal Mullen said. The name didn't need saying. Jaime Lannister raised his head. Blood ran from a gash in his scalp, yet in the pale morning light, the gold had returned to his hair. "Lady Stark," he said, still on his knees, "I would offer you my sword, but I seem to have mislaid it." "It's not your sword I want," she told him. "Give me my father and my brother Edmure. Give me my daughters. Give me my lord husband." "I have mislaid them as well, I fear." "A pity," Catelyn said coldly. "Kill him, Robb," Theon Greyjoy urged. "Take his head off." "No," her son said, peeling off his black-soaked glove. "He's more use alive than dead, and my lord father never condoned the murder of prisoners after a battle." "A wise man," said Jaime Lannister, "and honorable." Catelyn's voice was steely. "Take him away and put him in irons." "Do as my lady mother says," Robb commanded, "and make certain there's a strong guard around him. Lord Karstark will want his head on a pike." "That he will," the Great John agreed with a nod, motioning to the guards. They pulled Jaime Lannister to his feet, bandaged him, and led him away in chains. He said no more, though his smile lingered long after he'd vanished into the trees. "Why should Lord Karstark want him dead?" Catelyn asked. Robb turned from her, staring off into the woods, his face shadowed with a familiar grimness. Ned's look when the weight of duty bore down on him. He killed them. Lord Karstark's sons, Galbert Glover said quietly. Both of them, Robb confirmed. Torren and Eddard, and Darren Hornwood as well. Glover shook his head. No one can fault Lannister on his courage. When he saw he was lost, he rallied his retainers and fought his way up the valley, hoping to reach Lord Robb and cut him down, and almost did. He mislaid his sword in Eddard Karstark's neck after he took Torren's hand off and split Darren Hornwood's skull open, Robb said, the memory still fresh in his voice. All the time he was shouting for me. If they hadn't tried to stop him, I should then be mourning in place of Lord Karstark, Catelyn said. Your men did what they were sworn to do, Robb. They died protecting their liege lord. Grieve for them. Honor them for their valor. But not now. You have no time for grief. You have lopped the head of the snake, but 3/4 of the body is still coiled around my father's castle. We have won a battle, not a war. But such a battle, said Theon Greyjoy, his eyes alight. My lady, the realm has not seen such a victory since the Field of Fire. I vow the Lannisters lost 10 men for every one of ours that fell. We've taken close to 100 knights captive and a dozen lords bannermen. Lord Westerling, Lord Bangford, Lord Gareth Greenfield, Lord Estrin, Sir Titus Brax, Malor the Dornishman, and 3 Lannisters besides Jaime. Lord Tywin's own nephews, 2 of his sister's sons, and 1 of his dead brothers. And Lord Tywin, Catelyn cut in, have you perchance taken Lord Tywin, Theon? No, Greyjoy said, abruptly deflated. Until you do, this war is far from done. Robb raised his head and pushed his damp hair back from his brow. My mother is right. We still have River Run. So, in Catelyn 10, the Battle of the Whispering Wood marks the Starks' first major victory in the war, but the book and show handle it in radically different ways, both in presentation and emotional focus. In the novel, the entire battle is experienced indirectly through Catelyn's point of view. She watches and listens from a wooded ridge away from the action, while Robb leads his men in an ambush against Jaime Lannister's host. George R.R. Martin uses this distance to build tension. Catelyn hears hooves pounding, swords clashing, men screaming in the dark, all while helplessly praying for her son's safety. We share her dread, her hope, and her cautious relief when Grey Wind appears bloodied, followed by Robb and his men with Jaime in chains. The show, however, omits this battle entirely. Rather than build suspense from Catelyn's anxious waiting, the series opts for a twist reveal. Viewers only learn of the battle outcome after the fact, when a Lannister scout brings word to Tywin and when Jaime is dragged into the Stark camp in chains. This shift dramatically reduces Catelyn's role. Her perspective is missing from this lead-up and the ambush itself, meaning we don't experience the battle through her emotions or thoughts as we do so in the book. Another major change is the timing of Catelyn's confrontation with Jaime Lannister. In the novel, this doesn't happen until a later chapter, but in episode 10, the show invents a new scene where Catelyn visits Jaime in captivity, when he taunts her about Ned's death and reveals, or strongly hints, that he pushed Bran from the tower. Catelyn grabs a rock and comes close to killing him. This is a show-only moment designed to externalize the fury, grief, and helplessness that Catelyn carries in the book. It's effective, but different. The show collapses multiple emotional beats into one tense exchange that lets Michelle Fairley deliver a powerful performance in place of internal monologue. So, while the novel gives us Catelyn's silent dread and slow realization that Robb has won, the series skips the emotional build-up in favor of surprise and immediacy. The battle becomes a reveal, not a process, and Catelyn, instead of being our eyes and ears in the Whispering Wood, is used afterward to process the fallout. Both versions serve the story's outcome, Jaime's capture and Robb's rising legend, but they approach it from very different narrative angles. And that's it for our analysis, as well as the differences we have for this chapter. Before we dive into Catelyn 11, let's quickly catch up on what's been happening in A Game of Thrones. In Daenerys 8, Khal Drogo falls from his horse, a devastating sign of weakness among the Dothraki. Alarmed, Daenerys commands the Khalasar to stop and immediately calls for Mirri Maz Duur. Mirri tells her that Drogo's only chance now lies in blood magic. As the ritual begins, Drogo's blood riders grow suspicious and try to interfere, refusing to let their cow be subjected to sorcery. A brutal fight breaks out. Ser Jorah steps in to protect Daenerys and is wounded. and by the end of it, all of Drogo's blood riders are dead. Amid the chaos, Daenerys suddenly begins to hemorrhage. Without hesitation, Jorah scoops her up and carries her into the tent where the blood magic is still underway. In Arya 5, Arya has been scraping by in the streets of King's Landing, catching pigeons for food. When a city bell rings out, calling everyone to the square, she follows the crowd, hoping to see what's happening. There, she witnesses her father confess to treason, but after his confession, King Joffrey shockingly orders his execution. Arya tries desperately to reach him, but Yoren of the Night's Watch holds her back. He then tells her she's coming with him, pulling her away from the chaos. In Bran 7, Bran has a haunting dream where he sees his father in the crypts of Winterfell. Troubled by the vision, Maester Luwin takes Bran down to the crypts to prove that his father isn't there, only to find Rickon already there, driven by the same dream. After leaving the crypts, they head to Maester Luwin's turret where he shifts the conversation to the history of the First Men, their pact with the Children of the Forest, and the arrival of the Andals. However, their history lesson is abruptly cut short by the arrival of a raven bearing the tragic news of Lord Eddard's death. Then, in Sansa 6, Sansa is deep in depression following her father's execution. Her sorrow is interrupted when Joffrey shows up, insisting she accompany him to court. After the court session, Joffrey cruelly takes her to the ramparts to show her the mounted heads of her father and their household. Standing there, Sansa briefly sees a chance to push Joffrey off the wall, but the moment passes too quickly for her to act on it. In Daenerys 9, Daenerys spends a lot of time recovering, haunted by awful dreams the whole way through. When she finally wakes up, she's hit with heartbreaking news. Her baby didn't make it, and worse, it was born twisted and unnatural. She goes to see Drogo, hoping for some comfort, but he's basically gone. He's breathing, sure, but he's not really there. Mirri Maz Duur insists that he's still alive. The blood magic clearly came at a terrible cost. That night, Dany tries to reach him, hoping there's still something left by the man she loved. But by morning, she knows the truth. He's not coming back. So she quietly ends his suffering, smothering him with a pillow. In Tyrion 9, the news of Robb Stark's victory at Riverrun sets off a heated debate among the Lannister officers. After the meeting, Lord Tywin clears the room to discuss their tricky situation privately with Tyrion. He then sends Tyrion to King's Landing to act as Hand of the King, hoping he can keep Joffrey from making disastrous decisions. Despite his father's explicit orders, Tyrion plans to bring Shae along with him in the capital. Finally, in Jon 9, Jon makes a snap decision to desert the Night's Watch and ride south to join Robb in his fight for vengeance. However, he doesn't get far before his friends catch up with him south of Molestown and persuade him to return. The next morning, Lord Commander Mormont confronts Jon, revealing he knows about his attempt to desert. Instead of punishing him, Mormont convinces Jon to stay and join him on an important mission beyond the Wall, known as the Great Ranging. And that's your update as we head into the final Catelyn chapter of the book. Catelyn 11. It seemed 1,000 years ago that Catelyn Stark had cradled her infant son against her breast as they crossed the Tumblestone, leaving Riverrun behind her, a new life in the distant north. Now they returned the same way, but the babe she had carried wore plate and mail, not swaddling clothes. Robb Stark sat in the bow of the boat with Greywind, his hand resting on the direwolf's head, while Theon Greyjoy sat nearby. Behind them, her uncle Sir Brendan came in the second boat, accompanied by the Greatjon and Lord Karstark. Catelyn sat in the stern. The river's current was strong, pushing them swiftly downstream, past the familiar rise of the wheel tower. The splash and rumble of the great wheel within echoed across the water, an old sound from her girlhood that tugged at her heart, even as it ached. Soldiers on the walls shouted their names, Lady Catelyn, Lord Robb, Winterfell, and from every rampart the banner of House Tully snapped in the breeze, a leaping silver trout on a rippling field of red and blue. It was a proud sight, but it could not lift her heart. Oh, Ned. Below the tower, the rowers dug in hard to make a wide turn. Ahead, the water gate loomed. The great iron portcullis creaked and groaned as it was hauled upward. chains clanking, brown river mud dripping from the rusted spikes as they passed beneath. Catelyn glanced up at the bars and wondered, how deep does the rust go? Would it stand up to a ram? Should it be replaced? Such thoughts were never far from her these days. They slipped from light to shadow to light again beneath the archway. Boats clustered around the dock, tied to iron rings set in the stone quay. On the water stair, guards waited beside her brother. Sir Edmure Tully stood with Lord Titus Blackwood at his side. Her brother looked older, heavier somehow beneath the weight of blood and battle. His armor battered and smoke-stained, a fresh bandage wrapping his neck. Lord Blackwood, lean and sharp as a pike, wore armor of yellow steel inlaid with jet, his black feathered cloak stirring in the wind. It had been Titus who had led the daring sortie that rescued Edmure from the Lannister camp. "Bring them in," Sir Edmure commanded. 3 men wadded down the steps, dragging the boat alongside with long hooks. When Greywind leapt from the bow, one guard flinched so hard he dropped his pole and landed sitting in the river. The others laughed. Theon vaulted ashore, his boots splashing. He reached up and lifted Catelyn by the waist, setting her gently on a dry step. Water lapped around his legs. Edmure came down to meet her. "Sweet sister," he murmured, pulling her into a tight embrace. His deep blue eyes were bloodshot and wary. His smile, so often ready, was nowhere to be found. He looked hollowed out, his face shadowed with strain and the sting of loss. "Your grief is mine, Cat," he stepped back. "When we heard about Lord Eddard, the Lannisters will pay, I swear it. You will have your vengeance." "Will that bring Ned back to me?" she snapped. Her words cut sharper than she intended. The wound was too fresh. She could not think of Ned now. She would not. She had to be strong. "All that will keep. I must see father." "He awaits you in his solar," Edmure said. "Lord Hoster is bedridden, my lady," said her father's steward, who had grown grey and stooped in her absence. "He instructed me to bring you to him at once." "I'll take her." Edmure offered his arm, and together they climbed the water stair and crossed the lower bailey. She remembered watching Peter Baelish and Brandon Stark cross swords here once, long ago, a lifetime ago. Now the great sandstone walls of the keep closed in above them. As they reached the guards at the tower door, she asked the question she had been dreading. "How bad is he?" Edmure's face darkened. His silence was answer enough. "He will not be with us long, the maesters say. The pain is constant and grievous." Catelyn's breath caught. A blind rage stirred inside her, a fury, not just at death, but at everything and everyone, at her brother Edmure for keeping this from her, at Lysa who had fled to keep her heights and left the rest of them to drown in war, at the Lannisters, at the maesters, at Ned, at her dying father, at the gods for this monstrous cruelty. "You should have told me," she said sharply. "You should have sent word as soon as you knew." He forbade it. He did not want his enemies to know that he was dying. With the realm so troubled, he feared that if the Lannisters suspected how frail he was, they might attack, she finished, her voice like iron. "It was your doing," a voice whispered in her head. "If you had not taken the dwarf." They climbed the winding stair in silence. The keep, like all of Riverrun, was shaped in 3 sides. So too was her father's solar, a triangle of warm stone with a jutting balcony that reached toward the meeting of rivers, like the prow of a sandstone ship. His bed had been moved outside. "He likes to sit in the sun and watch the rivers," Edmure explained. They found him there. "Father, see who I've brought. Cat has come to see you." Lord Hoster Tully had once been a large man, tall, broad-shouldered, proud. Now he looked shriveled and sunken, the flesh all melted away, his bones loose beneath his sagging skin. His once brown hair and beard had turned white as snow. At Edmure's voice, his eyes opened. "Little cat," he murmured, his voice no stronger than a breeze. "My little cat." A smile trembled on his lips. His fingers groped for hers. "I watched for you." "I shall leave you to talk," Edmure said softly, placing a kiss on his father's brow before slipping away. Catelyn knelt beside the bed and took her father's hand. It was large, once strong, but now nothing but loose skin and hollow bones. All the strength had drained from it. "You should have told me," she said. "A rider, a raven." "Riders are taken, questioned," he rasped. "Ravens are brought down. A wave of pain passed through him. His hand tightened around hers. The crabs are in my belly, pinching, always pinching, day and night. They have fierce claws, the crabs. Maester Vyman makes me dream wine, milk of the poppy. I sleep a lot, but I wanted to be awake to see you when you came. I was afraid. When the Lannisters took your brother, the camps all around us, was afraid I would go before I could see you again. I was afraid. I'm here, father, she said, gently, with Rob, my son. He'll want to see you too. Your boy, he whispered. He had my eyes, I remember. He did, and does. And we've brought you Jaime Lannister in irons. Riverrun is free again, father. Lord Hoster smiled faintly. I saw. Last night when it began, I told them, had to see. They carried me to the gatehouse. Watched from the battlements. Ah, that was beautiful. The torches came in a wave. I could hear the cries floating across the river. Sweet cries. When that siege tower went up, gods would have died then, and glad if only I could have seen your children first. Was it your boy who did it? Was it your Rob? Yes, Catelyn said, fierce with pride. It was Rob. And Brendan. Your brother is here as well, my lord. Him. His voice dwindled to a whisper. The Blackfish. Came back? From the Vale? Yes. And Lysa? A breeze stirred the white tufts of his hair. Gods be good. Your sister. Did she come as well? The hope in his voice nearly broke her heart. No, I'm sorry. Oh. His face fell. The light dimmed in his eyes. I'd hoped I would have liked to see her before. She's with her son in the Eyrie. Lord Hoster gave a slow, resigned nod. Lord Robert now. Poor. Aaron's gone. I remember. Why did she not come with you? She is frightened, my lord. In the Eyrie, she feels safe. She kissed his brow, fragile and warm beneath her lips. Rob will be waiting. Will you see him? And Brendan? Your son, he breathed. Yes, Cat's child. He had my eyes, I remember, when he was born. Bring him, yes. And your brother? Her father looked past her to the rivers. Blackfish, he said. Was he wed yet? Taken some girl to wife? Even now, even dying, he clung to that old wound. Catelyn's heart twisted. He has not wed, you know that, father, nor will he ever. I told him, commanded him, marry. I was his lord. He knows. My right to make his match. A good match. A Redwyn. Old house. Sweet girl. Pretty. Freckles. Bethany, yes. Poor child. Still waiting. Yes, still. Bethany Redwyn wed Lord Rowan many years ago, she said, soft but firm. She has 3 children by him. Even so, Lord Hoster muttered. Even so, spit on the girl, the Redwyn, spit on me. His lord, his brother, that Blackfish. I had other offers. Lord Bracken's girl, Walder Frey, any of 3, he said. Has he wed? Anyone? Anyone? No one, Catelyn replied quietly. Yet he has come many leagues to see you, fighting his way back to Riverrun. I would not be here now if Sir Brendan had not helped us. Her father closed his eyes, utterly drained. He was ever a warrior, he husked. That he could do. Knight of the Gate, yes. He sagged deeper into his pillows, the wind gone out of him. Send him later. I'll sleep now. Too sick to fight. Send him up later. The Blackfish. She leaned in and kissed him gently, smoothing back the thin strands of his hair. Then she left him there, lying in the sunlit triangle of his keep, with his rivers murmuring far below. He was already asleep when she stepped from the solar. Down in the lower bailey, she found Sir Brendan on the water stairs, his boots still damp, speaking with the captain of the guard. He turned at once when he saw her. Is he dying? Catelyn said simply. As we feared. The Blackfish's face tightened with pain, his calloused fingers raking through his thick grey hair. Will he see me? He says he is too sick to fight. Sir Brendan let out a short, knowing laugh. I'm too old a soldier to believe that. Hoster will be chiding me about the Redwyn girl even as we light his funeral pyre, damn his bones. Catelyn gave a faint smile. It was true. I do not see Rob. He went with Greyjoy to the hall, I believe. Inside the great hall, Theon Greyjoy was holding court from a bench, ale in hand, animated as ever, reliving the glory of the Whispering Wood for the garrison. Some tried to flee, but we pinched the valley shut at both ends, and we rode out of the darkness with sword and lance. The Lannisters must have thought the others themselves were on them when that wolf of Rob's got in among them. I saw him tear one man's arm from his shoulder, and their horses went mad at the scent of him. I couldn't tell you how many men were thrown. Theon, she cut in, firm but calm, where might I find my son? He blinked and looked up. Lord Rob went to visit the Godswood, my lady. It's what Ned would have done, she thought. He is his father's son as much as mine. I must remember that. Oh gods, Ned. She found Rob beneath the old canopy of green, where sunlight filtered through the redwoods and elms and danced softly across the leaf-strewn floor. He knelt in solemn silence before the heart tree, a slender werewood with a face carved long ago, one more mournful than fierce. His longsword was thrust point first into the earth, and his gloved hands rested on its pommel, locked in prayer. Others knelt beside him, the Great John, Rickard Stark, Mage Mormont, Galbert Glover, men and women who still kept to the old gods. Even Titus Blackwood was among them. His great raven-feathered cloak splayed around him like wings. These were the devout, the faithful, the ones who still bowed to nameless gods in silent groves. What gods do I keep these days? Catelyn wondered, and do they hear me at all? She did not speak. The gods must have their due, even cruel ones who would take her husband from her, and her father besides. So she waited in the stillness, while winds stirred in the treetops and rustled the ivy up the side of the wheel tower. Memories drifted to her unbidden. Her father had once taught her to ride between these very trees. She remembered the elm where Edmure had fallen and broken his arm. There, under that bower, she and Lysa had played at kissing with Peter. She hadn't thought of that in years. How young they'd been, no older than Sansa, with Lysa younger still, and Peter younger yet, but even eager. They had passed him back and forth, serious and giggling in turns, too innocent to know what any of it truly meant. The memory returned so vividly she could almost feel his damp little fingers on her shoulders, smell the mint on his breath. Peter had always chewed mint. There had been mint in the Godswood back then, growing in the shade. He tried to put his tongue in my mouth, she had confessed to her sister afterward. He did with me too, Lysa had whispered breathless. I liked it. Now Rob stirred, rising slowly to his feet. He sheathed his sword with a heavy motion, and Catelyn found herself wondering if her son too had kissed a girl beneath these trees. He must have. He was nearly a man grown, and she had seen the way Jean Poole looked at him, and the serving girls too, even some who were 18 or more. He had fought in battle, killed men. Surely he had kissed. Tears stung her eyes. She brushed them away, angry at herself for the softness. Rob turned. Mother, he said, we must call a council. There are things to be decided. Your grandfather would like to see you, Catelyn said gently. Rob, he's very sick. Sir Edmure told me. I am sorry, Mother, for Lord Hoster and for you. Yet first, we must meet. We've had word from the south. Renly Baratheon has claimed his brother's crown. Renly, she echoed stunned. I had thought surely it would be Lord Stannis. So did we all, my lady, said Galbert Glover. They gathered in the great hall, the war council seated at 4 long trestle tables arranged in a broken square. Lord Hoster was too weak to attend. He lay asleep on his balcony, dreaming of the sun on the rivers of his youth. Edmure sat in the high seat of House Tully, Brendan Blackfish at his side, with the Tully bannermen ranged down the length of the side tables. Word of Riverrun's victory had spread like fire, drawing in the fugitive lords of the Trident, now emboldened to return. Carol Vance arrived first, a lord now, his father slain beneath the Golden Tooth. Sir Mark Piper rode in with him, along with a young Darry lad, Sir Raymond's son, no older than Bran. Lord Jonas Bracken came from the scorched ruins of Stonehenge, glowering and belligerent, seating himself as far from Lord Titus Blackwood as the hall allowed. Across from them sat the Northern Lords. Catelyn and Rob faced Edmure across the gap, flanked by their own. The Greyjohn sat on Rob's left, then Theon Greyjoy, Galbert Glover, and Lady Mage Mormont were at Catelyn's right. Lord Rickard Karstark took his seat like a man lost in a waking dream, gaunt and hollow-eyed, his unwashed beard hanging in tangled grey ropes. 2 of his sons had died in the Whispering Wood. There had been no word of his eldest, who had led Karstark's spears against Lord Tywin at the Green Fork. The council dragged deep into the night. Each bannerman had a voice, and used it. They argued, pleaded, threatened, roared, bargained, slammed their cups, stormed out, and returned in brooding silence or renewed passion. Catelyn sat through it all, listening. Roose Bolton had rallied the broken remains of the other host at the causeway's mouth. Sir Helman Talhart and Walder Frey still held the twins. Lord Tywin's army had crossed the Trident and was marching toward Harrenhal. And now there were 2 kings in the realm. 2 kings and no consensus. Many lords demanded an immediate march on Harrenhal to meet Lord Tywin and end Lannister power at the root. Mark Piper, young and full of fire, shouted for a strike west, to bring war to the gates of Castle Rock itself. Others urged caution. Jason Mallister pointed out that Riverrun now blocked the Lannister supply line. Better to deny them men and food, rest their own forces and fortify. Lord Blackwood wanted none of that. Finish what they had begun in the Whispering Wood, he said. March on Harrenhal and unite with Roose Bolton's army for a final blow. But where Blackwood urged, Bracken opposed, as always. Lord Janis Bracken rose, booming that they ought to swear fealty to King Renly and bring their strength south to his cause. Then Robb spoke, his first words of the night. Like Ned before him, he listened long before raising his voice. Renly is not the king, Robb said. Galbert Glover frowned. You cannot mean to hold to Joffrey, my lord. He put your father to death. That makes him evil, Robb answered. I do not know that it makes Renly king. Joffrey is still Robert's eldest trueborn son, so the throne is rightfully his by all the laws of the realm. Were he to die, and I mean to see that he does, he has a younger brother. Tommen is next in line after Joffrey. Tommen is no less a Lannister, snapped Sir Mark Piper. As you say, Robb admitted, troubled. Yet, if neither one is king, still, how could it be Lord Renly? He's Robert's younger brother. Bran can't be Lord of Winterfell before me, and Renly can't be king before Lord Stannis. Lady Mage Mormont gave a gruff nod. Lord Stannis has the better claim. Renly is crowned, said Mark Piper. Highgarden and Storm's End support his claim, and the Dornishmen will not be laggardly. If Winterfell and Riverrun add their strength to his, he will have 5 of the 7 great houses behind him, 6 if the Arryns bestir themselves, 6 against the rocks. My lords, within the year we will have all their heads on pikes, the Queen and the Boy King, Lord Tywin, the Imp, the Kingslayer, Sir Kevan, all of them. That is what we shall win if we join with King Renly. What does Lord Stannis have against that? That we should cast it all aside? The right, Robb said firmly. He sounded so much like his father that Catelyn's breath caught. There was no pride in it, only the certainty of a man who had been raised on honor, who saw truth as a compass. So you mean for us to declare for Stannis? Edmure asked. Robb hesitated. I don't know, he said. I prayed to know what to do, but the gods did not answer. The Lannisters killed my father for a traitor, and we know that was a lie. But if Joffrey is lawful king and we fight against him, we will be traitors. My lord father would urge caution, said aged Sir Stebron, smiling thinly, the way only a Frey could. Wait, let these 2 kings play their Game of Thrones. When they are done fighting, we can bend our knee to the victor, or oppose him as we choose. With Renly arming, likely Lord Tywin will welcome a truce and the safe return of his son. Noble lords, allow me to go to him at Harrenhal and arrange good terms and ransoms. He got no further. A roar of fury drowned him out. Craven, bellowed the Great John, slamming his fist on the table. Begging for a truce will make us seem weak, Lady Mage Mormont snapped. Ransoms be damned, we must not give up the Kingslayer, shouted Lord Rickard Karstark. His voice raged with grief. Catelyn spoke above them. Why not a peace? The uproar quieted. Lords turned to look at her, but it was only her son's eyes she truly felt. Robb's locked on hers. My lady, they murdered my lord father, your husband, Robb said grimly. He drew his longsword, laying the bright steel across the rough wooden table. This is the only peace I have for the Lannisters. The Great John gave a thunderous cheer, and others followed. Swords were drawn, fists pounded on the table, voices rang out in savage approval. Catelyn waited, and when the hall fell quiet again, she rose. My lords, she said steadily, Lord Eddard was your liege, but I shared his bed and bore his children. Do you think I love him any less than you?" Her voice nearly broke under the weight of her grief, but she mastered it, drawing a deep breath. "Robb, if that sword could bring him back, I should never let you sheath it until Ned stood at my side once more. But he is gone, and 100 Whispering Woods will not change that. Ned is gone, and Darren Hornwood and Lord Karstark's valiant sons, and many other good men besides, and none of them will return to us. Must we have more death still?" "You are a woman, my lady," said the Great John in a voice like thunder. "Women do not understand these things." "You are the gentle sex," said Karstark, sorrow carving deep lines in his face. "A man has need for vengeance." "Give me Cersei Lannister, Lord Karstark, and you would see how gentle a woman can be," Catelyn replied. Her eyes swept the hall. "Perhaps I do not understand tactics and strategy, but I do understand futility. We went to war when Lannister armies were ravaging the Riverlands, and Ned was a prisoner, falsely accused of treason. We fought to defend ourselves and to win my lord's freedom. Well, the one is done, and the other forever beyond our reach. I will mourn for Ned until the end of my days, but I must think of the living. I want my daughters back, and the Queen holds them still. If I must trade our 4 Lannisters for their 2 Starks, I will call that a bargain and thank the gods. I want you safe, Robb, ruling at Winterfell from your father's seat. I want you to live your life, to kiss a girl and wed a woman and father a son. I want to write an end to this. I want to go home for my lords and weep for my husband." The whole fell still as stone. "Peace," said her uncle Brendan quietly. "Peace is sweet, my lady, but on what terms? It is no good hammering your sword into a plowshare if you must forge it again on the morrow." "What did Torrhen and my Eddard die for if I am to return to Carhold with nothing but their bones?" asked Lord Karstark, his voice low and bitter. "I," said Jonas Bracken. "Gregor Clegane laid waste to my fields, slaughtered my small folk, and left Stonehenge a smoking ruin. Am I now to bend the knee to the ones who sent him? What have we fought for if we are to pull all back as it was before?" To Catelyn's surprise and dismay, Lord Blackwood agreed. "And if we make peace with King Joffrey, are we not then traitors to King Renly? What if the stag should prevail against the lion? Where would that leave us?" "Whatever you may decide for yourselves, I shall never call a Lannister my king," declared Sir Mark Piper. "Nor I," cried the Darry boy. "I never will." Once again, the shouting urged like wildfire through the hall. Catelyn sat still amid the noise, despair rising in her like a tide. She had come so close, they had almost listened, almost. Yet the moment had passed. There would be no peace, no healing, no safety. She looked at her son. Robb's brows were knit, his face solemn as he listened to his lords argue and demand. The war was written all over him. Though he had promised to wed a Frey girl, Catelyn saw his true bride now. It was not any daughter of the twins. It was the sword lying on the table. And just as the thought passed through her, the Great John Umber lurched to his feet, tankard forgotten, eyes blazing. "My lords!" he bellowed, and his voice shook the rafters. "Here is what I say to these 2 kings." He turned, lifted his chin, and spat. "Renly Baratheon is nothing to me, nor Stannis neither," thundered the Great John. His words rang out like a hammer on steel. "Why should they rule over me and mine, from some flowery seat in Highgarden or Dorne? What do they know of the Wall, or the Wolfswood, or the barrows of the first men? Even their gods are wrong. The others take the Lannisters too. I've had a bellyful of them." He reached over his shoulder and drew his immense 2-handed greatsword, the blade rasping free with a sound that silenced the whole. "Why shouldn't we rule ourselves again? It was the dragon we married, and the dragons are all dead." He lifted the blade and pointed it straight at Robb. "There sits the only king I mean to bow my knee to, my lords," he roared. "The king in the north." And with that, he went to one knee and laid his sword at Robb's feet. There was a pause, a heartbeat suspended in time, and then Rickard Karstark stood beside him. "I'll have peace on those terms," he said. "They can keep their red castle and their iron chair as well." He unsheathed his longsword and knelt. "The king in the north." Lady Mage Mormont rose next, hard-eyed and iron-backed. "The King of Winter," she declared, and laid her spiked mace beside the swords. One by one they stood, Titus Blackwood and Jonas Bracken, Jason Mellister and Mark Piper, Carol Vance and young Darry, River Lords and Northern Lords, sworn to different kings once, now united. They drew their blades, they bent their knees, and the cry went up again, louder this time, fiercer, echoing off the stone and timbers of her father's hall. Catelyn felt it like thunder in her chest, words that had not been heard in Westeros for more than 300 years, since the days before Aegon the Conqueror, before dragons burnt Harrenhal and forged a single realm from 7 kingdoms, now rang out again, bold and proud. The King in the North! The King in the North! The King in the North! And Robb Stark, Lord of Winterfell, son of Eddard and Catelyn, sat still amidst the sound and fury, the steel and oaths as the realm rose around him, new-forged, ancient, and defiant. So, that was the final Catelyn chapter in A Game of Thrones, and it contrasts sharply with its TV counterpart, especially in terms of structure, depth, and emotional pacing. The show follows the key emotional beats, but strips out major components from the book, especially around Catelyn's personal grief and the broader political context. In the book, Catelyn's chapter begins with her arrival at Riverrun, where she visits her dying father, Hoster Tully, a deeply personal and somber moment that never appears in the series. The brief, heartbreaking reunion gives us a sense of Catelyn's emotional exhaustion. We see her caught between personal loss and political necessity. This moment also roots Catelyn back to her Tully identity, which is thematically important given the looming decisions involving her family's Riverland allies. The show omits Hoster entirely. He never appears in Season 1, and Riverrun itself is visually absent. Instead, Catelyn's story picks up with her already in the Stark war camp, post-battle, skipping over the internal family scenes that frame her emotional state in the novel. The omission simplifies the setting and leaves out any explicit acknowledgement of Catelyn's connection to the Tullys during this critical moment. Next, in the novel, we get an extended war council with Northern and Riverland lords debating their response to Ned Stark's execution. Renly and Stannis' competing claims to the throne are discussed in detail, and the lords argue whether to support one of them. Catelyn contributes to this conversation, urging caution and reminding the group that Sansa and Arya are still captives in King's Landing. Her voice matters in the decision-making, and she speaks as both mother and diplomat. The TV show keeps this political debate much briefer. Renly and Stannis are mentioned in passing, but the focus quickly shifts to Great Jon Umper's declaration, "The King in the North." There's no extended back and forth, no real exploration of other options. This scene is emotionally powerful, but strategically simplified. Catelyn notably doesn't weigh in during the council in the show. Her priorities are later expressed only in private moments with Robb. Visually and emotionally, the TV version nails the impact of the moment. Great Jon's sudden proclamation, the other lords drawing swords and kneeling the chant of the King in the North, all of it is lifted directly from the book and portrayed with cinematic weight. Catelyn watches from the edge of the crowd, her expression a mix of pride, grief, and resignation. It mirrors her inner monologue from the book, even though the show doesn't give her the lines. However, the book gives us the acclamation. Catelyn slips away, quietly grieving Ned, knowing that there'll be no trading of prisoners now. The path of vengeance has been chosen, and with it, the war will only escalate. She accepts Robb's crowning, but mourns for what it will cost. Not just politically, but personally. The show captures this mood with strong acting, but it forgoes the introspection in favor of a visual arc. Robb and Catelyn embrace earlier in the episode, and later she reminds him that they must not forget the girls. A line that replaces her book argument for restraint with a softer maternal redirection. Another key difference is the absence of the Tully presence in the show. The book explicitly shows that many River Lords, Mallister, Frey, Blackwood, are part of the decision to declare Robb king. It's not just the North breaking away, but the Riverlands too. The show visually and narratively treats it as a Northern declaration, leaving the River Lords' involvement ambiguous. Both versions end with Catelyn committed to the path ahead, proud of Robb, but burdened by loss and fully aware of the danger to come. The book is quieter and more political, while the show is louder and more emotionally direct, but each honors the weight of the moment in its own way. And that's our final analysis of the Catelyn chapters. Thank you for watching this video, and if you enjoyed this content, message below who you think we should cover next. Anyway, subscribe for more. And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones inspired Choose Your Own Adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.